Radio Shock Jocks. The biggest are Opie and Anthony.
These people say shocking things that border on offensive in order to entertain their audience.
I refuse to sit here and think that radio has to be nice. Why? Why does radio, out of any other medium, have to be nice? We are being now held to a standard where we have to be nice and make people feel good. Go screw!
Radio Bad Boys, Opie and Anthony.
Controversial radio personalities, Opie and Anthony. Infamous DJs, Opie and Anthony.
Talk show radio hosts, Opie and Anthony.
Opie and Anthony. Opie and Anthony.
Radio shock jocks, Opie and Anthony.
Opie and Anthony.
Shock jocks, Opie and Anthony. Shock jocks, Opie and Anthony. Opie and Anthony. Shock jocks, Opie and Anthony. Opie and Anthony.
This Heath Ledger, I mean, there was going to be no surprise there. It was so obvious he was going to win. And I was disappointed. I thought we were going to see a corpse.
Too soon. Really too soon.
Did you quit smoking yet? No, I didn't quit smoking. Why don't you guys attack him like you attack me? Quit smoking.
We don't care if he dies.
Don't care about you.
Why don't you shove it? Shove it like your mother did. Shove it like your mother takes it. Your mother, that whore. That whore. Think of your mom. Think of your mom's sweet face. Think of your mom's sweet face. You know what she does? She's an effing whore. She takes it in a dirty spot. A dirty spot's a big gaping one.
But enough of this palaver. Let's get the show on the road.
Wee. People are like, are they still alive? Of course we're still alive.
What?
We're doing our satellite radio show. Now we take over the satellite radio market.
Some people are so confused. So goddamn confused.
Yeah.
Like, I used to listen, but I have XM, but now I can only listen from 9 till 11.
Oh, really?
It's like, no.
You've had a few of those?
Yeah.
That's stupid.
No, we've always been on from 6 to 11.
Yeah.
You dummies. Figure it out.
It's too early to be calling our faithful listeners dummies.
It's never too early to call them dummies.
Right. CBS News sure didn't know what. Where's my thing so I could do my thing? The other, where's that?
That would be this one, I guess.
All right.
Ronnie B takes it over here.
Ronnie. Wow, what is this about? Rob on Long Island. How are you, Rob?
Hey there, Rob.
Hey, I'm doing good. You know, I've had XM since '03, so
thank you, sir.
I always just listen on XM. But you know, the amount of love that CBS actually shows you guys. You know, I was watching CBS News yesterday, and I know that they have to do a format flip and you take care of their end and stuff. But since you guys had good ratings and everything like that, and weren't bringing the station down, they could at least throw you guys a bone. And at the end of the segment, after they said that you guys were taken off and blah, 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 they could have said that you can still listen to Opie and Anthony on Sirius XM Radio.
Yeah, wow. You must be related to us. Because that makes perfect sense, but that would never happen.
No,
ever.
Yeah, I know. Because then nobody's listening to CBS. They don't, move over to...
Well, because they're now they're going for some kind of pop audience or whatever. I mean, now they have to compete against us, and they're still trying to get the same people we're talking to this morning. So of course they're not going to do anything like that.
Never.
I'm not surprised. I just love the articles where they try to say that we sucked along with the radio station. That's just not true.
Yeah.
But whatever. Maybe we should have sent out a little something, but that would involve thinking on our part.
Did somebody?
All right.
Did someone get a little rambunctious and start bashing us yesterday or something?
Oh, Howard did.
I just want to know exactly what was said.
Oh yeah, absolutely. Howard started bashing us.
I wonder if Greenstein yelled at him.
I said
like I got fucking crucified by him for saying 2 words months ago.
I sent an extremely
terse.
I sent a very professional email.
Terse, though? Was it terse?
No, because you get nervous.
I hope it was terse.
My emails used to be terse, but you get a little nervous, so now I keep it professional.
No, this is a reason for terseness.
Oh, all right. Well, are you okay that I CC'd Mel?
That's always a little... I don't like the Mel CCs.
Well, Mel sat us down once. He goes, look, before you guys get crazy on the radio, I'd appreciate if you come to me. So I'm like, all right, just letting him know.
Sounds good.
So I sent an email to Scott. Steve Blatter, who runs the channel, and a little, not even a blind CC, a little CC to Mel, very professional, one paragraph, just asking the question, how does it help our radio show and the company having Howard bash us and calling us failures on his radio show yesterday morning?
Very good.
Yes, that's exactly what I did, without any of that
terseness.
Trust me, I wanted to do a little terseness. Trust me.
A little terse.
But as soon as we start going, really? You want to talk about failing? Then the company gets all crazy and mad at us.
Exactly.
Even though we're, protecting our livelihood and ourselves. Yeah. Oh, yeah, he had a little fun with the whole thing yesterday.
Yeah, that annoys me.
He goes, they're not even on the radar. They didn't even make the New York Post. We made every other paper, you idiot. But he was trying to say that the news of our firing wasn't even important enough to make the papers. It was on page 2 of the Daily News, you idiot. But that guy just lies and does whatever the hell he wants to make himself look better all the effing time.
Look out. You're going to get yelled at. Ugh.
Whatever.
That disgusted me that time we
and the
were
funny
in the
thing
office I'm yelling at Scott. I'm yelling at him about this very situation.
Right.
This exact situation. And I was being yelled at because Howard was talking ill of us.
Mm-hmm. Well, what happens is people can be in shock about this, but it is the truth. We've left him alone for a long time. And then what happens is he takes his cute little shots at us because we so get under his skin to this day, which is hilarious to me, by the way. And then when he does take his little shots, then we beat him up.
Right.
Because we're the best at in the business. Everyone knows it.
Yeah, I know.
He even knows it. Like, you take little shots at us, guess what? We don't take little shots back. We go for the jugular. And then because we go for the jugular and protect ourselves, we get in trouble.
We could say stuff like talk about being off the radar, but I wouldn't say anything like that.
No.
But we could. If I wanted to, I could say that.
And, we could write our own history because he likes to say that we failed, and I would argue that we certainly did not fail. And I could
ratings.
And I could prove that point pretty easily. But I could make my own news and show how maybe he was a failure in his career in the end.
In the end.
But if I said that,
you get in trouble. You're going to be called on the carpet and yelled at.
Yeah. And then we would go, all right, let us play the audio, so let the listeners decide what the fuck he was doing. We're not allowed to do that anymore.
We're not allowed to play his audio.
That's dangerous.
Yeah, we'd love to.
I don't give a crap if people play our audio. I don't care.
Yeah, play it.
That's what people allow if they don't really care in the end.
What are we going to do, transcripts? Get the audio.
Yeah, we could get David.
Yeah,
we could get intern David to play Howard, and we could get some other dummy to play that laughing.
That'd fit.
That laughing hole that when I see her in the gym, it couldn't be nicer to me, but it has no problem jumping on because she's scared that Howard might, kick her out the door if she doesn't play her role.
Yeah.
But boy, Robin, when I see you in the gym, are you the nicest little thing to me? Bunch of phonies.
True.
Bunch of phonies.
I heard about that whole thing.
Oh yeah, that went down. My Twitter, my emails, my fuck the social networking. My actual cell phone was ring-a-ding-a-dinging all day long about that.
I heard about that, and I'm just like,
wow, don't you guys work for the same company? Wouldn't it be good that he doesn't have to welcome you guys, but wouldn't it be good if he just kept his mouth shut? It's good for him. It's good for you guys. It's good for the company. I'm like, well, you would think that.
You know what it is? The ego is such he's got such a huge ego that he has to comment on us because of the fact that he's been off the radar for years. He's been off the radar. Talk about somebody that used to be in the paper every day,
right,
on terrestrial, and then just disappeared off the face of the earth. Uh-oh, what did I say? Am I going to be dragged in and yelled at? Fuck off.
We're taking a little shot at the Golden Boy.
I'm so sick of the double standard that goes on in this company. Just and now I'll hear, how does this help?
Right.
Well, how did that help?
How did that help
yesterday?
That he called us failures?
Tell me.
How did it help that he announced what he thinks is our salary and said, oh, it's not, I can't believe they're being paid that much. That's not worth it. I'm like, wow, you want to talk about worth?
Yeah, exactly.
You want to like take our salaries and then do a little division with the listeners we got for that salary and really get into this?
Exactly. Wouldn't need companies coming over to fucking take money out of their wallet to keep the payroll going.
I'm glad you brought it up because I've been biting my lip all night. And
I'm disgusted.
And this is what it scares me about losing regular radio. I like Jimmy was saying yesterday. It's fun to be on satellite. It's good. Creatively it's a wonderful thing. You get to pretty much do and say whatever you want.
Yeah.
But when I walk around in my little life and people want to talk radio, they don't mention him at all anymore.
No.
And that's what scares me. Like, are we going to go off the radar?
Yep.
That's the question. I don't want that to happen. We're going to work our asses off on our end to make sure that doesn't happen.
Mm-hmm.
I heard the call center down at XM yesterday was ridiculous. People couldn't, get on the line because they were signing up a whole bunch of new people that were listening to us on regular radio. So that's a good sign. But it scares the fucking shit out of me.
Man.
What the company should have done was put out a full-page ad in the New York papers today.
Yeah.
Because we did have a following. We had a very good rating, men 18 to 49. And there, open up the page, huge ad. Guess what? Good news, New Yorkers. You could still hear Opie and Anthony. This is how you do it. That's smart business and smart marketing. But is it in the paper today? No.
No.
Is it going to be in the paper tomorrow?
No.
No. And that's why I sit here really frustrated and really pissed because I'm like scared that we're going to fall off the radar. There it is. That's the headline.
And let me tell you something. Guaranteed we catch shit about this little segment that we're doing right now.
Shut the fuck up. We haven't talked about him in months.
You remember the meeting we had last time?
Oh, yeah.
Holy mother of fuck. I had a vein popping out of my head.
We were amazed.
As I was face-to-face screaming with management.
We were amazed because he took his little shot. Then we, fired back strong. And we get in trouble for protecting ourselves.
It's like, no, we got in trouble we brought it up in the first place.
I think your analogy was, wait, how did you say it?
Oh, yeah.
Howard punched us.
Yeah, if somebody comes up to you and punches you in the face, and you punch him back in the face,
and break
then
his
you
nose.
you get in trouble for punching him in the face.
Yeah.
It's like, well, wait a minute.
Yeah.
Completely unprovoked and stuff. It's just the double standard.
Well, they're not brave, but they don't say that, though. They try to go, no, it's not that at all. It's just that.
The BS jockeying for position that the suits do over there just is disgusting.
Just tell us we're in a double standard
be honest.
world, and then I guess we have to just, suck
we'll
it
have
up
to deal with it.
and take it up our assholes.
But don't even sit there and try to tell us that it's a fair play.
Right.
That, hey, well, when he does that, we have a little chat with him, too.
Yeah.
God, it's such a bunch of crap.
And then an old fatso decided to jump in. And, of course, I'm sure he'd,
What?
Old fatso, old Bubba the Love
Are
Sponge.
you kidding?
Yeah.
Talk about radar.
He piled on. I wonder how many people he took out when he piled on. That fat slob. Can't keep himself away from the fucking buffet.
Yeah, because no one's ever...
Some people choose to be fat. Guess what? He's not one of those guys that chooses to be fat. He's one of those guys that can't help himself.
Not for him.
That redneck hillbilly who thinks he's in the same genre as us.
Did anyone even listen to hear it?
Huh? I got spies all over the fucking place. I got spies, I got lawyers, I got detectives. I say that because there's a few people out there that think they're being cute. Trust me, you're not. You're done, too.
Enough of these phonies. God, I'm disgusted with the phoniness.
Dude, I belong to the same gym as Rob, and she couldn't be nicer. Comes up to me every time. Hey, we're on the same team. You guys sound great. Blah, blah, blah. I'm hearing great things about you and your show. Blah, 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 blah. And then how? And Rob's like, oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. Do you have a brain of your own? I see the real Robin, and that's not you on the radio, you chicken shit.
Yeah.
So if it's going to be like this, then don't fucking come up to me in the gym and be all nice and sweet.
Yeah, avoid eye contact and be all
uncomfortable. That's not how I play. I'm pretty much the same, on air, off air. Maybe, Some of the personality flaws are exaggerated, but for the most part...
No, you're the same.
Couldn't be nicer. I can't even tell you. Couldn't be nicer, but...
And you know what? At this point right now, it isn't. I'm being honest. It isn't even a stupid Howie going off at the mouth. You know, it's not even that. Fine. He wants to come up with some subject to fill some time on his show,
right?
And it happens to be us. He wants to spin our
That's
shit.
fine. We just want to be able to respond.
Whatever. I want to be able to respond, and I don't want.
And the way we know how to respond.
The bullshit that comes out of the mouth of certain management over there that tries to tell me that we're wrong for responding when we just got shit on, and then we're not supposed to like respond to it.
Right.
And I tell him, I say, well, do you honestly think our listeners, we can have any credibility with our listeners if we don't address it?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, you don't know. And then they try to tell us about our listeners and how they are with the show.
Yeah.
After years of doing the show, they're going to tell us how we're supposed to talk to our listeners and stuff. Just shut up. Just stop it.
And I don't think there's a show or a radio guy in management, the people that own the companies that truly understand how interactive we've been with our listeners since the beginning.
Yeah, day one.
So don't tell us, oh, that doesn't really matter with your listeners.
No,
blah, blah, blah.
no, you don't understand. See, the listener...
We're actually accessible.
We have a cult!
Right. I was at FH hanging out, and people come up to me like, you don't have Kenny with you? You don't have... I can't believe you're here just hanging out without bodyguards and stuff. I'm like, that's not our thing. We get out there and hang with the people.
I figured I was going moron-less tonight.
Right, yeah, exactly. That's not our thing. Never has, really. I mean, we need them at times because you guys tend to be animals, but...
It's true, but
we're not, rolling around town in limos and being completely separated from our listeners.
Very accessible.
We'll sign for a long time after every show. We stand there and sign.
Dude, we take pictures and autographs every day. We have a live audience every day that we just allow up. No one does that.
Ugh, so we got to deal with that, and guaranteed, like I said, guaranteed. And believe me, I'll let you in on it tomorrow. I guaranteed we just catch shit for this.
Oh, well.
Someone's going to but they're all panicky, making phone calls. What did he say? Well, why we couldn't listen to the thing first and then do nothing?
Right.
Because that's what happens.
We should have Fat E-Rock there transcribe a couple of the fun little things and have David play Howard.
I told, oh, my God.
Who wants to play?
I told the last time we got bitched out for this. Last time we got bitch smacked.
I don't know why you're not appreciating my little bit there.
Oh, I am. I'm just very angry this morning.
It's kind of a good one, man.
I'm angry this morning.
I think I got the... You can do it yourself on the phone if you like.
The last time we got bitched out for this, I came out with, hey, okay, is he going to get the same discussion that we just got?
Right.
And then I heard this. I actually heard this out of one of the suits' mouths. Someone will talk to him.
Yeah.
Bullshit. Bullshit. And did you talk to him? And what happened? And now what are the repercussions going to be that he opened his yap again and bashed us for the greater good of the company? What is that about?
Yeah, because they shoved that in our face many times.
Oh, did they fucking stick it right down our craw?
That's why I wrote the professional email yesterday with a nice CC to the big guy. I'm like, look, how does that... Because that's what people would ask us. Not like, you're idiots, blah, blah, blah. They would, do it that way. Well, how does this help?
How does this help?
How does this help our company? I'm still waiting for a good answer on how that helped us. Knowing that so many people, have the satellite already... And all of a sudden, we're in the news. We're going to be in the news and hot for a mere 2 days. That's how it works.
Yeah.
And then they go on to the next story. But yesterday was Opie and Anthony very hot on everyone's radar. And you got Howard talking about us in a bad way. Who in their right mind is going to go, you know what, I got this satellite. Maybe I'll check them out a little bit.
Yeah.
which would lead to them maybe becoming fans, which would lead to maybe them telling their friends about us.
Yeah.
That's how it works in the business world. But to have your quote, and I say quote, trust me.
Yeah.
I don't give a shit. Quote, your big star, trashing us on the day that we're on everyone's radar. Really, how does that help us?
How does that help the company? Why don't you go to him and ask him, sit him down in a little meeting and yell in his face. Yell in his face so your spit hits his fucking face, like I remember, and tell him how that helps the company. You're never going to do that. Bunch of scared shitless suits just over there kissing his fucking ass to the trashing of everyone else. Good. That worked really good for the company. Apparently your strategies are working very well. I think some suits need their heads rolling over there. Please. Enough. Christ. I think I'm going to buy 18 billion shares today. I got some change in my pocket.
Jesus.
Well, fuck them, man. Greater good of the company. We sat down. We were good soldiers, being good boys. And what? Yeah, that really did well. So why don't you let us fucking do radio the way we know how to do it without your bullshit interference? Let us fucking do radio. We know our listeners. We know how to do fucking radio. Stop. Count beans. Count your fucking beans. I can't wait to get yelled at for this. I can't wait.
People are going to be confused. I think the headline really is simple. He can say whatever the fuck he wants, but let us defend ourselves.
Yeah, exactly.
That's it.
That's called radio. Because
what happens is we'll defend ourselves like we did, and now we'll definitely be in trouble for this. Definitely. It's not even a question.
Not even a question.
And we wouldn't have said shit.
Not a peep.
We wouldn't have said shit.
Good soldiers like we've been over the years. Good fucking soldiers that we've been. And the only time we ever open our mouth is when we get shit on.
Oh, we used to take our shots unprovoked, sure, many years ago, but for a really, really long time, we haven't said shit until he says something first.
And the bottom line
is a fact that they can look up themselves.
The bottom line is, like Opie said, how is this good for the company with him trashing us on the day that we were in the paper and on the radar? How does that help
in the
company?
News?
Even if
we
he
had
kept his
major
mouth
exposure
shut.
yesterday.
Even if he just kept his mouth shut, it would have been better. Could he have said something like, "Hey, look who's exclusive now to satellite radio"? Boy, if you were listening, you could sign up now. Things like I would never expect that. Believe me, that's in a fucking LSD hallucination.
Well,
that would happen.
That delusional idiot's going to spin that now. I don't need him kissing our ass. I don't need him going, look how great this is. But I certainly don't appreciate being trashed.
Would never happen.
Well, the financial interest is also this show. If you listen, Stern's fans hear that. They can get this show on a pay package, so it's also a financial interest to not shit on the show because then people sign up for money.
It's good for the company.
Yep.
It's good for the company. And then
there's
when
still
we
a lot
do
of
it,
people that have Sirius, they don't have the best of XM, so that's what I'm getting at.
Right.
All of a sudden, but why would they get it if Howard's calling us failures?
Yeah.
Why would they get it? Really? I wouldn't.
Boy, Opie and Anthony. Wow, yeah.
If that's all I knew and the big quote star is telling me, they're failures, I'm not fucking going and checking them out.
How will the suits spin this one so they could fucking once again just yell in our faces for us just responding to an unprovoked attack?
Maybe he's smart. He figured out he would get his name in the news by jumping on our little exposure we got yesterday.
Good luck. The only thing that gets in the news these days is when your wife does something for animals. It's the only fucking time I ever hear your name. And the wife of Howard Stern was at the North Shore Animal League. And the wife of Howard Stern was seen at a polo game. And the wife of Howard Stern. That's the only time you're in the fucking news. When was one thing you did on the air that actually hit the fucking newspaper? So stop about under the radar. Enough. And Bubba talking about radar. Stop it. The United States military thinks it's a meteor hitting the planet. That's how he's on the radar.
I think he was the cause of that noise in Jersey the other day.
Yeah, what was that?
They said another meteor.
Another meteor?
Somewhere in Jersey, and they're looking for pieces.
Was he jumping up and down? I won't.
Stupid Bubba, that dumb redneck hillbilly.
God, just saddled with him now.
What an idiot.
Saddled. Oh. God damn.
I ran into Scott Farrell over there, and I wrote a little something about it, and we sort of made up, and he was really cool and stuff about everything, and apologized and said he's always loved us and this and that, whatever. We had a long discussion. He goes, I gotta tell you, that Bubba really wants to punch you in the face. I'm like,
stop.
Does he? Does he really?
With the real violence
Wow.
shit.
Wow,
No.
I'm scared of Bubba the Love Sponge.
God.
You might want to smell my fist before you decide to punch me in the face, fatso. They smell like shit. Let me just go off on a little tangent. We'll get back to that. I'm boxing my ass off these days in the gym, but I don't have my own gloves right now, so I'm putting on the gym gloves.
God.
That's what
You fucking have to get your own gloves.
That's why I want to bring this up. I have washed these hands. I know I'll never get you to smell my hand.
Never.
I have. It must be under my fingernails. I've scrubbed 3 or 4 times, and they still smell horrendous.
You know what that is?
They
it's
just have
bacteria now that's in your skin.
They have the gloves all on a rack, and you pick out your size, and you start punching stuff, which is very healthy.
That's what I did when I was
frustrated
in Modell's. So I fucking picked out gloves on a rack, and I took them for myself. I would never wear someone else. Dude, get Purell.
Yeah.
The people grab their balls.
Yeah.
Oh, my
fucking
God.
Touch the gloves.
Wiping and missing, and then put their hand on the glove, and there's shit in the glove.
A little
they
speckle.
puke, they jerk off in there. They.
I love punching, but they smell horrendous.
And you got to put something on your fucking wrist, dude. You're going to break your wrist.
Oh, yeah, I got a sprained wrist.
You got to put something on your wrist.
I kind of was...
you wrap it?
I don't wrap it, but there's a glove you can
You're
get.
supposed to get a glove, and but you know what? I'm an idiot, and I had a little anger issue yesterday, so I might have sprained my wrist.
Oh, but do what I do. I don't even use gloves. I slap the bag and I yell, get off me.
Stop it, you.
So if that fat hillbilly wants to punch me, maybe give me a few days for my wrist to heal, and then we'll see what happens.
I would just
loser.
I would just do
piling
that.
on. Wow, that's real brave, Bubba. Piling on, are you?
I would just do that backwards jog and look at him as he's trying to run at me and laugh at him. That would be like, you know, there's nothing more embarrassing and degrading watching a fat man try to chase you, and especially when you can turn around backwards and run faster than him, and then you just look and going,
and then in his fake radio voice, hey, you got back here so I can punch you in the eye. Get back here.
Shove it.
And you pinch his nose like Mr. Miyagi in Karate Kid 2.
Yeah.
When he's on his knees tired, you hold his nose and just jerk off in his face. That's my suggestion.
Well, I'm glad you brought it up, because I'm always the one that's the idiot for bringing shit
that
up,
just annoyed the piss out of me. And because of, if we didn't go through what we went through last time, I just would have left it alone.
Right.
But to be bitched at, to be treated like a little fucking bitch in someone's office,
right?
Because of what happened last time, and then to have this happen, and I know, and don't even fucking lie to me and say he got a talking to. No one talks to him about that shit. You're lying if you say he got a talking to. I want to know, what was the talking to? What was said? Did it stop? Is there going to be some kind of a retraction or apology? Yeah, sure. Just stop it already. Just let us do radio, and you sit there and count the fucking ever diminishing beans.
He could have kept his mouth shut, certainly, but he decided to spin it to make himself look great, and we look like idiots. But the fact remains, you know, some of the things he said yesterday are all lies. He's like, look, it was such a who gives a shit story. They weren't even in the paper. We were in page 2 of the Daily News. We almost made the front page with this this horrendous firing that went down yesterday or 2 days ago, whenever the fuck now. And then it was all over the news.
Yeah.
All over the news. The ratings were very good considering the climate of regular radio. He understands this. I would run circles around him if I debated him about radio and what is going on out there. Everyone knows.
Sorry we didn't make the news about our wife doing an exercise machine infomercial. Christ.
Everyone knows. Plus the fact that our regular radio show had to compete with the Opie and Anthony version of that show. You know what that's all about, Howard. I mean, the fact is, when we got suspended for 30 days, we had a ridiculous ratings period for regular radio. Because guess what? All those people said, fuck, I still want to listen to these guys. Oh, wait, they're on regular radio in my town. Boom, they went over there.
And if that idiot hasn't been in radio long enough to understand what happens when the format changes. We were on that station for 3 hours out of 24 hours of programming. 3 hours of the 24 hours was the Opie and Anthony show, and we were kicking ass.
For 3 years, too,
For 3 years. Yeah, we were on there for 3 years.
Because
kicking ass.
Conveniently, he tries to like lump us into that loser of a radio guy. I still like his music, David Lee Roth. Like David Lee Roth and then those guys. No, it wasn't that easy. David Lee Roth literally lasted, 3 weeks? We lasted 3 years, and we left with very good ratings.
Sorry we couldn't carry the other 21 hours of the radio station that failed miserably and had to be replaced with a pop format.
Right.
That obviously we don't fit in as a morning show.
And they said we did our jobs.
Yeah.
Anyone who heard our regular radio show, holy shit, they were selling the fuck out of it. But it wasn't good enough to keep the whole station afloat. We were doing live reads every 2 fucking minutes for them.
You couldn't, You can't carry the entire fucking station. Ugh. Stop it. Just stop with the lies. Sick of it. Then the suits defending it like the fucking, the golden idol. Oh, don't say anything bad. Well, have a talking to with him. And pull him into the glass fucking offices, you paranoid bunch of asses. Can we have a fucking wall in that place where you might hide and fucking scratch your ass without everyone seeing? Holy mother of fuck, do I not want to go over there.
Why was that really funny, man?
You could look from one end of a skyscraper to the other through all the glass walls.
Yeah, you sort of got to explain it because we are talking to a lot of people that work in cubicles and offices and stuff. Sirius is set up; they're all glass walls, and
it's like the Fortress of Solitude with Superman.
Right,
everything's made of crystals.
Right. So when the last time we went over there, we were getting yelled at because Howard took his shot, and then we took shots that weren't part of the rules, I guess.
The backwards fucking rules.
And as there's a massive yelling match going on, it's a glass office, and everybody's walking by, including that fucking secret agent double spy, Baba Booey, another one that is so nice to us to our face, but then runs back to Howard to lap his ass. Oh, he made sure he walked by the office a couple times to see us getting a talking to.
During the screaming. During the fucking screaming. Right. I think there was a fucking tour going through.
Right.
And here's Opie and Anthony being yelled at. They don't fucking put up a wall.
Right.
Sheetrock, you ever hear of it? Right. Paint, spackle.
So it really is glass offices, so everyone can see all the shit going down.
Bunch of morons plowing into the walls like birds.
Maybe it's a brilliant business. What am I trying to say? It might be a brilliant way to keep your workers in check.
It certainly is.
You know, if you see someone getting their ass reamed out.
Yeah,
you're Joe Worker walking by. I think you're going to give it a little extra that day.
You're going to be careful because first of all, they can watch you right through your fucking walls.
Most of you fuckers, you can take an hour and a half lunch because you're in an office and no one can see what you're doing in there.
They all wanted X-ray vision. They didn't have it, so they just went with the glass walls.
That's serious. Just to be on the safe side, they take 55-minute lunch breaks. Because you never know when someone's going to be walking by your glass office.
By your glass office. Enough with the glass office. I hate the glass office.
Yeah, do us a favor. Next time you're going to yell at us, maybe we do it in a closet.
Can we put some newspapers up on the window?
So the whole world doesn't see?
The closet's a glass.
Yeah.
You see coats hanging up.
Yeah, exactly.
It's like that the Visible Man fucking model.
Yeah.
They used to be able to see all the guts inside the guy. That's what it is.
And, Howard has spun his success over the years. Trust me. I mean, if he really wants to debate, I have no problem. I could talk about all the cities he actually failed in.
Yeah.
We failed in cities, too. But as a radio guy, guess what? You talk about where you're doing well.
Yeah.
But there's a long laundry list of places he never hit. So if he really wants to start talking about this failing thing, please, you will lose again. You know that. You know that. I know that. We get under your skin. We know that. It's okay.
And he was talking about
it's
pay?
Okay. Look, you need to compliments all the time. You had a really good career. We all know that. We're not stupid.
Don't worry, baby. You had a good career.
Don't worry.
There.
And no one's going to forget about you anytime soon.
No, as long as your wife is in the newspaper and it says husband is Howard Stern, you'll still be in the news. What are you in the news for now? Some outrageous interview? What did you do? A wacky stunt that got all over the news? What did you do? Have a guest on that no one else has on? Expose something that... oh, no, that's right. You're building a huge house in the Hamptons and people are pissed. That's how you make news now. You make news now by doing things that you used to laugh at people for doing. Right. Remember? Do you remember those days?
But don't worry. You had a really good career. We all know that.
It's okay, booby. It's okay.
I have no problem admitting that. On the one lousy CD we did put out, I actually thanked you. So
he did okay.
I thanked you.
Sure.
I thanked you, and then I gave you a little shot. But but I did thank you. I said thanks. What I said was thanks to Howard Stern for paving the way. But then again, didn't he invent
asphalt
or tar or something? But that's how I do it. What can I tell you? All right. Well, I guess this is okay what we did today because no one really officially got back to me yesterday about this.
No one's awake. Yeah. Why didn't anyone get back to you yesterday or
I don't know.
Or right after his break, we should have gotten a call saying, "Hey, by the way, Howard said this and that, and here's how we think your reaction should be," even though they don't know from a hole in the wall. You would think there would be some kind of communication as far as that goes, especially after that last episode. But again, nothing. Well, because they don't look at what he did as doing anything wrong for the company. Right. But now we're going to get the old, how does it work for the company? Stop it. It works one way, apparently.
Well, we got, people decided to actually, call us this morning. Thank you. I think yesterday everybody was in shock. Every line is lit. People are talking that there was like a 45 to an hour wait, thank you, to talk to someone at XM. Or Sirius yesterday.
I would like to think that's because of our popularity, but they're down to one operator.
Can you imagine? No computer, just a pen for all your information.
A pen.
In a glass office somewhere.
The pen that the person had to bring in themselves.
Dude, that glass office thing's going to make me
I hate the glass office. All
you
right.
can see everyone's business.
It's the future. No, it's fucking intrusive. It's invasive. It's fucking... there's no privacy.
How about at least a shade? All right, before I yell at you, I'm going to put the shade down so you have some dignity after I'm done ripping your asshole apart.
You know what it is? They want this whole atmosphere of like openness, man, and idea sharing. It's like if we see like Bob is in this studio in his office and he's working on something, I could peek in and go, "Hey, maybe I could help out."
Right?
No, it's to look in and see if someone's fucking twiddling their thumbs.
Right.
I hate the glass office.
It's like working at an ant farm.
We're in an ant farm. That's true. It's an ant farm. Are you fucking picking up your larvae today and putting it in the baby chamber?
I've never seen more paranoid workers in my life.
Oh.
They're constantly looking up, seeing if anyone's peeking into their glass office.
There's a cricket on the roof. Why haven't you dragged it down into the office?
There's a man walking by with a praying mantis leg on his back.
They keep their lunch in their file cabinet.
Yeah.
Sneak a bite really fast when no one's walking by.
Surprised those aren't
glass
glass.
office. Right.
Wow, what have we got here? A jelly donut.
The glass office stinks. Oh, I hate it.
Oh, wow.
It is impossible.
It's the worst thing when you're walking by and just seeing fearful people shaking at their desk.
There's not a moment you can fuck off.
No,
not one moment. The boss walks by. I see what you're doing. I know
you do. Dude, I can't even express to you, like, the day we were getting just ripped apart by this guy. I'm not even going to say his name.
Yeah.
Everybody was walking by and taking a peek. And then everyone's like, because that's what offices do.
They chatter. Busy.
And then Howard, of course, Baba Booey, get down there. Report back to me. Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
A buzz, 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 buzz. Look, someone's being yelled at. I think it's Opie and Anthony. A buzz, buzz, buzz.
That's not probably what they say over there.
No.
Believe me, this show is known as the Scumbags.
Yes, the fucking bastard stepchildren of the company we took over.
And the scumbags are getting yelled at.
And by the way, to Baba Booey, you're the worst secret agent ever. You don't think I know what you're all about when you're incredibly nice to our face? Trying to pick up any little tidbit that he could bring back to your master. Shut up.
Oh,
go away. Enough of the phoniness. Howard could have spun it nice yesterday for himself. Look, it's a good spot to be in. CBS is in shambles, yes. Is it because Howard left? Partly, yes. Is it because the whole radio business has changed drastically in the last 4 years? Yes, that's a huge part as well.
Yeah.
And you could have had a little fun with the fact that, it's finally that, I'll tell you, us leaving regular radio is officially the death of regular radio.
Yeah.
And we're not that cocky too often. And our regular listeners know that. But that was a biggie. That is the death of regular radio.
Yeah.
Officially. We were hoping we'd be the last ones out. We were pretty much the last ones out.
Yeah.
We're not talking Rush Limbaugh and the political talk and all that. We're talking about the type of radio we were doing.
Yeah.
Now it's going to be a million radio stations out there playing just music.
Just music.
Very safe stuff you can get on your fucking iPod.
Some either voice-tracked guy that goes 15 minutes in a studio announcing the beginnings and ends of songs off a list.
Right.
He's not really there. Or some low-paid schlub that's got to sit there and read liners for the station.
Right.
To keep it local.
Right.
And what they mean is keep it very cheap.
Right.
They get what they pay for, too. They get a cheap guy in there that yucks it up when he talks about where the station is going to be doing some beer fucking fest.
Right.
And that's it.
It's a sad day for regular radio. It really is. I mean, we got a home for now. We'll see what happens after this first 45 minutes. But
yeah.
You know,
I just couldn't hold it in anymore, but believe me, we didn't do anything that warrants them giving a little retaliatory strike on this program. I defy you. Sit me down in your fucking stupid fish tank office, and
you want me to feed the fish while I'm in there?
I'll sit by the diver with the bubbles coming out of his helmet and play the entire 45 minutes we just did, and tell me one thing that you can yell at me about. Give me one fucking thing that you could justifiably bitch at me about. Pick it out. I'll give you time. You got plenty of time. Take the 45 minutes. Edit down just the classic moments of things I can be yelled at for.
Well,
I defy you to find one.
Well, I was taking notes.
Really?
618 was a little
iffy.
Yes.
Oh Christ.
622.
That's good. Oh boy, I'm going to be called into the terrarium for that one. Sit under the fake plastic palm tree and sun myself.
The boss is running in a habit trail like Gordon Gekko, yelling at you.
Yeah, put him on the wheel. That's the thing. Just set it up like a big habit trail. Oh, stupid glass office.
There's no reason for glass offices.
It sucks.
Jesus.
Well, someone on the phone said it's supposed to spring out creativity.
It doesn't.
It brings out paranoia.
People hang posters on the window just so they can be left alone.
Trying to so they could jockey themselves behind a poster and not be seen for a second.
Well, that's all well and good, or is it good and well? Well and good.
Well good.
Yeah.
That's all well and good, but when the secretary is in a glass box...
Oh, stop.
What is that dummy creating?
Brubaker had more privacy in the hole.
Right. I made an appointment so you could get your cuticles done, sir. Well, thank you.
I hate the glass.
Cuticle. Oh, cuticle.
Hate it.
There's no reason for a glass office. How are you supposed to sneak in there and get a little Japanese shit porn just to mind your own business?
Yeah, that's another thing. Right. Creativity. Right. No, it keeps people off the fucking internet looking at porno.
Right. Eminem's studio is cool, though, because I'll say that. They have big curtains on this. He's just... That's stupid.
He probably walked in and said, fuck this, put curtains up.
Yep. Big drapes.
You think we could get curtains on our studio?
Our studio?
Well, our closet?
Our little closet, because, the quote star has half the building.
Half the building.
Ugh. We'll get one blind on the studio.
Yeah,
one blind a year.
The quote
2075. This thing will be in darkness.
Yeah, that was justified, giving them half the building as everyone else squeezes into the remaining space in glass offices.
As well, like, is there any way that wall could be knocked down so we could take over that little closet also in the studio? And they go, I don't think we have enough glass for that. We're plumb out of glass.
The studio we're moving into is maybe a third of the size of where we're broadcasting now, and you got to explain some of the stuff. There is a wall that would give us an extra, no joke, like, well, picture your basic closet, maybe a small walk-in closet.
Small walk-in.
So we're like, all right, if we take this wall down, that will help.
Yeah, a little more room.
Oh, come on, we got to talk to the building. Really?
Then tear down that bitch of a bearing wall and put a picture window where it belongs.
Oh, by the way, we couldn't even get that done because we're lame losers. We can't get shit done. A little wall we couldn't even get done. By the way, the quote star, he doesn't have any glass fucking walls.
No, I'm sure.
You notice that?
Yeah.
What happened to creativity, boys and girls?
Things I've seen. It's a fucking bank vault.
I've been in there.
On that side of the building.
Was I supposed to say that? Don't want to get Tim Sabian in trouble for giving me the tour.
Uh-oh.
He was so paranoid as he showed me around. Oh, and this is where they do this and that. Oh, my God, please don't say that. Oh, my God. If you even say that you were in here, all hell will break loose. I sat in your chair.
No pictures.
I checked it out.
Did you fart in it?
Yeah, it's a good spot, man. It's great. It's great space. I'm not going to lie to you.
Of course
it's amazing.
You're not talking about our space.
No, our space sucks.
I haven't seen it yet.
But they're like, it'll be okay, guys. We just got to get you over here, then, you know.
Can we grind our office walls down prescription so I could see better? I just want to do that. Make prescription walls in my office.
As people are walking, the heads are like 40 feet big.
That'd be great.
We see them perfectly clearly.
Big magnifying glass.
Yeah. There's dead ants all over the floor. The sun is burning people.
Stupid.
Wow, a lot of phone calls. Lots of phone calls.
Yeah.
Maybe we shouldn't go to the phones, because then they're going to pile on and we're going to be in
They're the ones that
trouble.
Get us in trouble. No, we spoke our fucking piece.
And I would hate to have the listeners dragged into those glass offices.
Oh, boy.
Now listen to me. If you're going to be a listener to the Opie and Anthony show.
Oh, what are we doing? We're just listeners.
Right.
What are we doing in here?
Here's the rules on how to listen properly.
I don't like this.
We haven't said
great.
Bubba's a fatso in a while. Hey, Bubba. Did you have fun piling on yesterday? Did you? Did you, fatso?
Hiya!
Phony voice. Phony bravado. Phony violence. It's just a fake. Just a fake. Oh, I'm so sick of phonies.
He wants to box you, doesn't he?
Yeah.
Doesn't he want a fist fight?
Does he?
Ooh.
Yeah, that's great.
Does he?
In this glass office, weighing 800 pounds, Bubba the douche. And in this corner,
Blubber Lang.
Blubber Lang. And in this corner, they call him Old Stinky Fist. Yeah.
Hey, we got some very good questions coming in from our instant feedback. The instant feedback has exploded. I guess this is the type of radio they enjoy hearing because it's the phone.
No, you won't hear that from management, though. This is the type of stuff we got to steer clear of.
Kent, the movie guy, writes, how the fuck are you supposed to get drunk at the Christmas party and fuck the secretary when your office is glass?
It's true. You can't even fucking Xerox your asshole. They look right through.
Right. And the boss walks by, and there you are on the copier with your little feet swinging.
Fucking asshole pictures collating in the little racks.
I wonder if you get fired for that in this day and age. Photographing your
people just laugh.
Your balls and asshole. Color copier.
Yeah, you probably get a good shot nowadays.
Yeah.
Well, just reading that instant feedback, we're probably in trouble with HR.
I saw him taking a paper clip. I saw him in the glass utility closet.
We're in trouble with HR now for reading
puffin stuff.
The instant feedback about having sex with a secretary. That's not.
That
good.
Could never happen.
That's not good.
It is a harassment-free environment. in that glass office.
Plus, I think most of the secretaries over there are like guys.
Yeah.
Yeah. Oh, boy.
I say sweaty ass prints on every glass wall we can find with asshole imprint mandatory.
Dude,
you
that's a great
spread,
idea.
press, so you can just see the cheeks and the little pucker on all the glass windows. So the fucking housekeeper or whatever they have at the end of the day has to just go through bottles of Windex wiping stinky ass marks.
Let's do it every day until they bring in the walls.
Until they have to go to sheetrock.
Yeah.
Like the good old days.
Oh, man, they better start showing up at 4:30 if they don't want an ass print on their glass freaking office.
Daily ass prints, I say. And maybe even an old cock and ball. A greasy cock and ball. Everyone, let's not shower for a week and just jerk off and have all sticky sack where you push it against the glass and it peels off like a fruit roll-up off of that plastic.
By the way, I hope you're listening live because
Oh, this will all be cut out.
Wow, the show was only 2 hours today. That's
what
weird.
happened? How did that happen?
I love that gag.
It was a short show today.
I never understood that. Like, something gets a little crazy on our radio show. It's heard...
Hey, it's satellite.
It's heard live by, safe to say, 1 million people.
Yeah.
Maybe more, I don't know. But it's safe to say 1 million. And then all of a sudden they cut it from the replay. But over 1 million people have already heard it, so what are you really doing there?
I don't know!
Except taking a really good segment away from people that haven't heard it yet.
Yeah.
I never understood that. The logic on that, and I've asked questions about that, and I've never gotten a good answer. Like, how does that make sense? Maybe if 5 people heard it, you could keep it hush-hush, but when you do a live show and a good 1 million people plus heard it originally...
Well, in this day and age, you don't have really an outlet as an individual to put stuff out there so a lot of people can see and hear it.
Right. It's like they feel like, all right, if we cut it from the replay, it just goes away. No, it's already out there. And if it's really bad, Breitbart will be all over it. So there's nothing you can do anyway. Stupid Breitbart. Oh, man, I'm on a warpath. Nah, they've been good for now, but trust me, they're just sitting there waiting at the keyboard.
I want to see everybody walk around that building with Band-Aids on their head from just smashing into the fucking walls like parakeets. Ow! Ow! And they have all those little, like, X's or something, eyeball height on all the walls. And that's specifically so people don't walk into the wall. Then don't have walls that people think are invisible. There should be a wall here. Thud. Ow, there is. It's glass.
Oh, I feel sorry for her this morning.
Us?
Virginia.
Oh.
Good old Norfolk.
Yeah.
Boy, were they digging this radio show.
I know.
That PD was on the phone with that dope out there in L.A. every other day. Every other day going, oh, God, the rumor's true. I don't want to lose these guys. I'm loving them, and the audience is loving them.
Yeah.
By the way, to stupid Howard and the rest of them, there's already interest out there. But we got to decide what we're going to do next. That's all we can say for now. So there's your failures. Other people already like trying to figure it out. We have to figure it out though.
You're the married guy, oh.
I am.
So you have to get your wife in the news so she can get you in the news.
She is so not like that. I can't even tell you.
No, it doesn't matter. You have to, because then your name will get in the news. Because that's the only way it seems to work, right?
She is so the opposite of that. I can't even tell you. Trust me, she is.
Ugh. Ooh, someone's saving a kitten. Please, get Howard's name out there.
We should play
Your wife's holding a puppy.
We should play a song today.
What?
Just to get everybody pumped up for the rest of the radio show.
Yeah.
Coke Logic was so pissed, he tweeted that the song of the day was Bulls on Parade. Rage Against the Machine is that's a good one. I'm more of a killing in the name of.
Yeah.
Killing in the name of.
Yeah, I like that one too.
You want to play a little killing?
Yeah, why not?
You got to kill time, so what the fuck?
I got to eat my half a bagel.
Hey, you got a little killing in the name of? That's the one with fuck you, right?
Of course.
I hope not. I don't want to hear that type of salty talk.
Remember when we played at AAF that they had a weird edited version of that where it's like...
You, I won't do what you tell me. You, I won't do what you... They'd backwards it. or something.
Yep. We'll play a little Killing in the Name, regroup, get into other things.
Yeah.
Thank you for everybody on Twitter that let me know what was going on out there in the radio world.
Yeah, because it wasn't in the news, and I didn't hear it.
No, something like that would have made the news if Howard's taking those type of shots. But now, there's other ways to get the info. I already got an email.
Oh, yeah?
All right, so far so good.
Someone being yelled at right now? I doubt it.
Not Stunt Brain. Just looking for love. He got fired yesterday officially.
Did he?
Yeah.
He got the boot?
Yeah, he's done.
Oh, shit.
He's done.
Wow.
And he was one of their guys.
Yeah.
We were never really their guys.
We were like subcontracted.
Yeah, we were on loan, basically. We always knew that was the weirdest situation in radio, and we were hoping to hang on as long as we could, because it was just, the deal was just weird.
Yeah.
Did it work? Yes, but it was such a strange one because neither company wanted to acknowledge each other. That's
the companies hated each other.
That's why we had to walk from one studio to the other. There were bad blood between the management, all this shit.
Yeah.
So we were the ones that had to suffer and go from one studio to the other. All this, whatever.
Logistically, we could have done both shows from one studio. They didn't want that.
No, even though they never had management around there to look after us.
No.
Anyway, I mean, Tom Chiusano, yes, but when they fired him, the plague took him over a year ago.
Yeah.
About a year ago. Since then, for the last year, we didn't see anyone.
I checked my voicemail, and there was Tom Chiusano.
Yeah.
I didn't get to talk to him.
He goes, aren't you getting married soon? I'm like, way to be on top of things, Tom. I should have invited him, actually, but I thought it would be a little weird. I'm not really sure how connected he is to the other guy, and I don't,
Yeah.
I didn't need that crap. I like Tom, though. What am I doing? He's he turned out to be a good man. But Stunt Brain was their guy.
Yeah.
They loved him.
Yeah.
And he was there to kind of like be the liaison and make sure we're doing everything right for that company. Their interest would be met.
Right.
And he's been producing morning shows for 2 decades in New York. He's worked for everybody.
Yeah.
Literally everybody. Boy, did they show him the boot yesterday.
Wow.
I tweeted that. I said, CBS told Stunt Brain to take his Rogaine foam and hit the bricks.
Oh, where's Stunty?
Hey, rabies head, get the fuck out.
And that nerd, he goes, well, I guess I'm gonna get some peace and quiet at the public library today. And like we would write something like that on our Facebook or our Twitter as a joke. He means it. He really meant that he was going to the public library to get some peace and quiet.
He puts on his satin running shorts and heads to the children's section and gives knee rides.
He's creep. He's day trading. He texted me. He's just day trading.
You think he wears?
Life.
You think he wears the shorts that are a little too short that went out at in the late '80s?
And half his ass cheeks hang out.
Right, and then he reaches up for the books up on the top shelf.
His older man balls hang out. And he thinks it's sexy. He thinks he's being seductive when he steps on the little yellow footstool ladder.
Right.
He's getting Horton Hears a Who off the top shelf. Fucking awful older man balls. He doesn't even shave him right.
He's all depressed too. He goes, "Oh, it figures the Rogaine foam looks like it's working."
It's not working.
Oh,
it's not.
His head is actually spitting out the remaining follicles angrily. It looks like hair is growing, but it's actually digging down and pulling pubic hair through his skull and spitting it out. He doesn't notice that the hair on his toes is now gone. It's being sucked up into his system and spat out.
Yeah, what he's seeing is probably the hair that fell out that is just laying flat on his scalp.
He's like, wow, it's working.
Taking a rest before they jump to their deaths.
Don't shake my head. Don't wash.
Yes.
Don't do anything. Just let it sit there.
Someone is helping. Kevin from Connecticut's helping me out with my reference. He goes 1979 NBA shorts. They were wearing the short shorts in the 80s, my friend.
Yeah, true.
Give me a late 80s Michael Jordan. Maybe not Michael Jordan.
Oh, boy.
Oh, wow. That's nice, Danny. Thank you.
God. Oh, my God, Danny. Oh, God.
We're looking at a picture of a guy in a beard. He looks slightly
you're
gay.
looking at it.
And his half his ass is hanging out of his tight denim shorts.
He's wearing Daisy Dukes.
That's exactly what Stump Brain would look like, except he has short. His are like a satin running short.
See him walking into the library like
a very satiny running short.
The back of the shorts, like the bottom of the shorts, are halfway up his ass cheeks.
Oh, my
it's
God.
disgusting, and he's a hairy bear. That gentleman that is in this picture.
If that was a girl, wow. Wow. Wow, is that just horrific?
Must be very warm there.
Yes. Love the shorts.
So Stump Brain is unemployed officially.
Boy. Wow, they gave him a little bit of time, huh?
Yeah. And then I guess the news station, just giving you a little info, like I guess they're starting today, whatever. We could plug it all day. It might work, but it's not going to be anything that anyone in radio could be proud of.
That's what young men are listening to, the hits.
Yeah.
Well, they're going for
Jonas Brothers.
They're going for females and all that. And even if the station is a hit, you can't be proud as a radio exec that's that's not challenging. Please.
Whatever.
And I'm not disparaging anyone. Trust me. Just whatever. But they had like local TV go in there and stuff.
Yeah.
And they put up the new logo where we used to sit, and it's on all the computer screens, right?
Are you kidding?
And I think E-Rock told me that like they used a board op or something to make believe he's part of the station because they needed people to make it look like a lively shot.
Make it look like someone was in there.
And I want to blow up his spot, but it's one of our old guys that's still over there. He's just
no way.
Because he's younger, so it's like, all right, just sit behind the board.
No.
For this fucking piece they're doing.
I didn't see that.
It's hilarious.
Oh, shit, that's got to be...
It's hilarious.
Putting up the big new sign. Yeah, I remember when they did that with the K-Rock sign.
E-Rock, who was it?
Who was the person in the...
Who did they use when they were trying to pump up the news station and they made believe like there were already people hired and they're working?
Behind the board was a new hired street team promotions member.
Right. What happened to the K-Rock girls?
I guess they're gone.
They hired him and never did anything with them. Another brilliant move.
Bye-bye.
The promotions guy from Fresh was also behind the board, too.
Right.
And the new chick that they hired from Philadelphia.
Wasn't one of you said like a board op or something was also there?
Yeah, there was somebody else there. And they cleaned out the studio. There's no trace of anything. Like some of the equipment's even gone, too, that was sitting next to Ope is totally gone, so it's opened up now. But they kept the big John Cena cutout right in the back.
The first thing that should have gone.
But I think it's hunky. The girls are like, there's hunks in the studio.
Yeah.
Oh God.
This is the news clip from yesterday. They're going into some new frontiers.
Is this worth playing though?
Just the
new
chick
frontiers.
Yeah. All right, let's take a listen.
I'd love to hear what we're replaced with.
Look, I wish them luck. It's not easy on regular radio, but I don't think the brainiac that's going to really figure out what regular radio is going to become is working yet.
Everything's just got to be Spanish or urban in New York City. That's pretty much it.
That's what I've always said. It's like, you got to go with the people, and this is a weird one. You got to go with the people that don't have a lot of money, but that doesn't help with advertisers.
Yeah.
Because the people that do have money, they just expect more, so they search out a show like ours, or they get their iPod, or they get their satellite radio.
Yep.
So you got to just say goodbye to those people. So long. So who's left? People that can't afford that stuff.
Yeah.
But then how do you get advertisers to want to advertise if the people that can't
Don't have
afford it
money
are
to
listening?
spend.
Because now how do they spend money on the product that they're selling?
Because that's the bottom line, is the commercials.
I truly believe that all that will become something else, but the guy that's going to reinvent that whole thing is not even working in radio.
What's he, 3 years old right now, sucking his thumb?
He's just somewhere else right now. And somehow, the planet's going to spin just right, and this guy's going to spin right into that world, and it's going to become something. Absolutely. Whatever. Good luck to you. Regular radio is officially dead.
Keep up your good nature.
Radio station 92.3 FM is going top 40 starting at 5 p.m. tomorrow. The station will play 10,000 songs in a row, commercial free.
Wow, that's crazy.
That's outrageous.
Wow, 10,000.
In other words, shut up and play the music.
Right, which is this is awesome. Sure. But you're getting people used to something, and then you're going to take it away from them, you idiots.
Remember a little station called WAPP?
Right.
They went commercial free
for summer, right?
Yeah, all summer they went commercial free.
It was the talk of New York City.
All you heard on Jones Beach was WAPP.
It was a monster.
BAB was shitting their pants because they were like the beach station, and it was a monster. The second the summer ended, they went to regular programming with jocks and commercials, and it tanked. Yeah. To the point where I don't think it made it through the year. They just pulled the fucking plug.
Yeah, it was one of the most amazing stories. They were a monster. They were
huge,
beyond huge, and then they were gone shortly after that. Maybe they lasted a year or two.
Yeah, maybe,
I don't know, but
they were gone though.
The initial holy shit went away really fast.
Yeah.
All they're going to do is make people want satellite radio because you get used to hearing things with no commercials, 24 hours, and then you fucking put a lot of commercials.
Well, I hope the people that are in charge at Sirius XM, could figure out how to spin that, because you're absolutely right, Jimmy. After 10,000 songs, when they hear that first commercial, that commercial's gonna be like the worst feeling to those people. They're gonna be like, "Oh, this is a fist in my ass. What the fuck?"
1877 cars per kid. What? What happened to the music?
Right.
I just counted. That was 10,000 songs in a row.
Right.
Oh.
All right. Well, let's listen to this again, because the big wow moment.
Radio station 92.3 FM is going top 40 starting at 5 p.m. tomorrow. The station will play 10,000 songs in a row, commercial free.
Wow.
And they've hired Philly radio personality Lisa Page to help things along, and she will promise to make a whole new kind of experience for listeners.
Really?
Whole new kind of experience.
All right.
How is it new?
All right, let's hear the whole new kind of experience.
I want to hear how this is new.
By the way, this is CBS, right, locally?
Fox 5.
Oh, Fox 5.
Fox
okay.
5. Was that Ernie Anastas?
Yeah,
I know his voice.
Ernie's a dope.
For no reason.
No, trust me.
He just is.
I study this stuff. He's literally a robot.
He always smiles.
He always smiles, and he has like no concept of like human.
Hey, easy.
Human
People that
emotion
work in glass
or nature.
offices.
That's right. Shouldn't have fun.
He talks to like the TMZ dude, like he knows all about like Hollywood gossip. He has no fucking clue who Britney Spears is.
Another reader. Another reader.
Yeah, but he acts like he's,
Yeah, he's in on it. You could read scrolling text.
Right.
Wow.
As far as blogs go, we're going to be doing lots of like Twittering and Facebooking.
Oh, so that's new? That's what we would... That might be disparaging.
No,
I doubt it. I was using it as a endearing term.
Whatever.
And I was safe.
Whatever.
I pulled it. Look, that's what we were doing.
Yeah, we kind of introduced the radio world to Twittering.
We were Twittering and Facebooking and MySpacing well before, and instant feedbacking.
Right.
And HTMLing websites back in '95.
We used Baud to get our shit out there.
I had fucking 300 baud modem on my Commodore 64. Oh, Christ. Unbelievable. This is going to be all new.
See, Twittering and Facebooking is a really good tool if you know how to do it. But these idiots know what they're going to do? Hey,
water it down.
10:15, we're going to give away No Doubt tickets.
Yeah.
Tweet, tweet, tweet! Update, tweet! Update, tweet! Don't forget, No Doubt concert tickets going on sale Friday. Tweet, tweet!
Here's the playlist for today.
Right. They're not going to know how to use it the right way.
No.
They're just not.
And the lawyers are going to keep them from doing anything edgy.
I guarantee.
They would never do anyway. But
And please get me these clips as they come in the coming days. I guarantee it's going to be, tweet us your request.
Yeah, tweet us your request.
Look, if regular radio wants to move into the future, stop making believe you play fucking requests. You don't.
No, they never do.
I've been yelling about this ever since I started radio. And I used to tell the listeners, I'm like, and I would play quote requests, but I would go, look, I'm playing your song because it just happens to be on the playlist, so could you play along and stuff and make it sound cool? But then I finally said, I can't do this to the listeners anymore, and I started telling them, like, do the fucking math. We have well over 1 million listeners, is back a while, and how many songs can we play an hour? 15 to 20? depending on how many commercials and how much the DJ babbles.
Yeah.
How many people you think are requesting songs? Really?
Perhaps more than that.
Right. And try to request some obscure pop song. Are they...
They're going to, yeah.
Why does every request happen to be the top 10 pop songs in America?
Uh-huh.
So they should stop that right off the bat. They should go on there and go, look, we don't play requests. That's old radio. That's not. Why am I giving them the tools to succeed?
They roll tape. Or nowadays it's all digital, but we say tape. Still in the business. They roll tape on every request that comes in.
Right.
And when they hit a person that is requesting a song that's coming up,
right,
then they save that, and then they wait, and then they play that, and then they play the song. So it seems like the person is requesting the song, and the DJ is like, hey, let me get that on for you.
Right.
But meanwhile, it's all been on a list that is stuck to religiously.
And I think the audience out there is more educated. I really do. But what's weird is like the people that are in charge, they're not as educated as their own listeners.
No.
So they will, I swear to I will bet a lot of money here that they're going to go, tweet your request
Tweet those requests.
Tweet. I need to hear Lady Gaga. Update tweet.
Stupid tweet.
Just idiots. But that's how they're going to use that. Instead of maybe like giving them a little bit of a look into their personal lives or a little peek at this or that. It's going to be the lamest shit that they're going to use their social networking for.
There's a gecko crawling up my office wall.
Right.
They stick to glass.
Oh, geckos too.
Just geckos. I want to get a bunch of geckos to stick them on the walls and crawl around.
Does anyone remember the old, it was like a spider or an octopus that you threw at glass walls and then
and
then walked down the wall?
Walk down the wall. We got to get a shitload of those.
We should get a case of those.
Wacky wall walkers.
Wacky wall walkers.
Yeah, wacky wall walkers. Yep. Maybe we could put our logo on it.
Hey.
That'll help. But, yeah, and then they'll probably do like, well, we're going to have a tickle party.
Hey, tickle everybody. Give me a poke.
Oh, I got to hear this again.
Yeah, let me hear what new things are being introduced.
Look,
we were saying Twitter people and Facebook and stuff for a while now, and this is new.
I'll tell you how I discovered Twitter. CNN knows how to use this social networking. There was a guy, his name is Martinez, I think. He's on when I'm at the gym, and I popped the CNN on, right? And he had this thing, Twitter. I'm like, what the fuck is this? And then he's like, whatever was happening on the news, is like, if you want to comment, you could tweet me. Like, that is fucking brilliant.
Yeah.
And they use it the right way. Thought-provoking. You could get involved with what they're doing on the news.
You don't need a reporter right there on the spot.
Right.
You just get people that kind of say what's going on.
But how is a top 40 station going to do that? Comment about the Lady Gaga song we're playing right now. Let's dance. Tweet!
Enough about the tweeting.
It's a page to help things along, and she will promise to make a whole new kind of experience for listeners.
As far as blogs go, we're going to be doing lots of like Twittering and Facebooking and MySpacing and everything that we're using every day. BBMing, texting. We're a totally personality.
Big black.
BDSMing.
Big, beautiful memories.
We're going to be GFE.
No idea.
BDM?
No, BDM?
Is that what she said?
But she said BBM.
BBM.
Oh, my God.
We're going to be doing...
BBW?
Yes.
That's what we're getting at.
You request a song and a fat girl comes over and steps on your foot.
Right. Or Bubba. Slob.
Ugh. So that's going to be the big change, the big new thing.
Jay from Huntington is saying, don't give CNN credit. According to Ronnie B., you invented Twittering. That's right. I'm sorry, Jay. You're right. Fucking Ronnie. We all know Opie invented Twitter.
Opie invented the Twittering.
All right, let's get back to this.
Yeah.
What was the one? BBM?
BD or BBMing?
What is that? Do we know what BBMing is? For real?
Is that what it said?
I'm pretty sure it's BlackBerry Messenger.
Yeah. Oh, that?
I can't imagine what else it would be.
What the fuck?
Not just say it then. For
Right.
the love of God.
MySpacing and everything that we're using every day, BBMing, texting. We're a totally personality-driven radio station, and so we're really excited to just...
Isn't that what they just got rid of?
Yes.
Are they ever going to figure this out?
They just got rid of that, though.
Didn't they just get rid of that?
And we wanted to utilize all that stuff.
And we were.
When we were. And then whenever we wanted to use the webpage, they were always yelling at us that we couldn't put anything on there.
Yeah.
And we couldn't plug the websites. And we couldn't do anything.
I wish I could talk to the potential listeners.
Oh, my God.
Because, see, this is the problem with the regular radio thing over there. Is like when you do use this FaceNet, this social networking, and these websites, instant feedback, O&A, show rundowns.
Yep.
It's all well and good until you start giving the people the really interesting stuff.
Yeah.
That stuff never makes it anywhere.
No,
because they're paranoid about everything.
They get frightened.
So trust me, that ain't going to work. It's all going to be tweeting Lady Gaga. Tweet!
Texting. We're a totally personality-driven radio station, and so we're really excited to just get out there and meet our new listeners and show New York City what we got.
All right, Lisa, and station managers say that they're ready to take on Powerhouse Z100 and made the switch because they found New York listeners prefer contemporary music to rock.
Good luck.
Seem to prefer anything to rock.
Good luck.
The truth.
Good luck, bro.
Godspeed.
Personality driven. You're going to play 10,000 songs, so they basically said, look, we don't believe in personality radio.
Yeah, what kind of personality is going to be fitting in 10,000 to 10,000 songs?
Look, we're good, but you know what? No one could show their personality in 20 seconds.
It's very difficult.
Over an intro to a Lady Gaga song. Oh, Lady Gaga, tweet! My tweet's on the air! My tweet's on the air!
I tweeted this song.
Right.
Do you think they'll be tweeting what songs are coming up?
Oh.
Because that will get people back to the station.
Please.
Yeah, but you know what's going to happen? Because in the social networking world, if you tweet a little too much or if you Facebook a little too much, guess what? People are like, enough
Fuck
with
this.
you, and they drop you. They don't understand that part of the social networking thing. People are going to be like, holy shit, I can't follow these fuckers anymore. They're bothering me with... It's basically...
tweet bombing me.
It's basically Lady Gaga spam. Enough about the Lady Gaga.
Lady Gaga. I got it. This is what is going to be on. God. This does good in New York?
Yeah, I mean... Pop's...
Yeah.
Pop does well, and like I said, I mean, it's not even a bitter thing. Like, if I'm in radio and I'm a radio exec, I can't be proud if I put a pop station on the air and take credit for putting a good playlist out there. What's the challenge in that?
None challenge. None more challenge.
You're basically putting together a playlist that a 15-year-old girl could do.
Nice. At least this discussion's getting hot.
Yeah. Well, my reference point is nieces and stuff. Yours is potential dates.
Well.
Who the fuck listens to CNN at the gym? Slap it in. Well, sorry, I attempt to get a little knowledge. If it's cooler, I also bring, my Inno, and I crank out some alternative rock music. Oh, speaking of which,
Lady Gaga?
Killing in the Name, ready to roll? All right, we're going to do this. We've been talking for an hour and a half, so give us a break. We're gonna give me a fucking coffee, give me my fucking egg whites, and we're going to rock. Did anyone tweet this? Don't fucking tweet me with fucking song requests, you motherfuckers. I'll drop you.
That's good.
I'll drop you like CBS drops Stunt Brain in his Rogaine phone.
That was a good thing to say right there.
Yeah, you watch what I do. You watch what I do.
Is it easy to drop people
Very
on Twitter?
easy. Very
All right.
easy.
Because it's kind of a pain in the ass mobile-wise to get them off your Facebook.
Very
I got to be
easy.
at a computer,
Very
which
easy.
sucks. And then you got to look up the friend, and then you got to, dump them. It's a big pain in the ass.
It's a big to-do.
What's
Yeah.
even better is having well, don't be stupid. That's all I have to say. That's my warning today to idiots out there.
If they weren't stupid, they wouldn't be listening to the Opie and Anthony.
I know. That type of stupid I like and love like the rest of you guys. They know what I'm trying to say. Don't be stupid, but that's your warning. Here's Killing in the Name.
Those that died, remember the bad, they get chosen white. Those who died,
You're checking out Opie and Anthony. Let's say hi to Jesse, Jersey.
Hey, what's up, boys?
Hey.
Hey, I just want to thank you. And, Anthony, you guys put on a great show. But I'm going to go home today when I'm done with work and listen to the replay and just get wasted with all the impersonations you've been doing today.
Yeah, it's a drinking game, right?
Little Opie drinking game. Because I don't really do... I do very unique impressions.
Yes, very unique.
That's a good way. Sorry, I didn't mean to hang up on you. I really didn't. My asshole buddy from college, Buzzy, good old Buzzy. You've met him over the years.
Sure.
He just BBM'd me. Is that right?
BlackBerry Messenger.
He just BBM'd me, and he wrote, fucking asshole. This fucking clown. We used to light his hair on fire. Shut up. He writes, Lady Gaga, anyone? Tweet!
Little Lady Gaga. It's the only song I know now. That's the only song I know from the format.
Well, we got lots.
Maybe a little Gwen Stefani.
We got lots to do today. We were just talking about Bernie Madoff. We got the scripts in front of us. We could do a little something and make people believe that we're live today. Bernie Madoff, they're saying he's going to go away for like 150 years.
Yeah, they're looking at some kind of a plea bargain.
He's the dude with the Ponzi scheme, right?
Yeah, the only deal they could probably give this guy, which would where they would give him the time he deserves, if they say we won't put you in a horrible prison, you'll do your time in a soft prison, which he doesn't deserve. If they have him, he should
bang in the ass prison.
he should be in a fucking horrible, dick in the bottom prison.
Yeah.
And Anthony has confidence that's exactly what's going to happen, because I was saying the same thing. Like, I don't know. I bet you this guy knows enough people to negotiate at least where he can do the time a little easier than the average Joe. And Ant's like, no fucking way. They got to make an example of this guy because of what's going on in the economy.
It's what you call the perfect storm. This guy fell into this whole thing at the worst time possible. He is the poster boy. He's the one that everyone looks at and goes, that's the reason the economy is fucked. That's the reason I'm out of work. That's the reason, and any judge that's going to sentence this guy,
right?
He knows he's going to look good if he really fucks him over because so many people are pissed at him. And are you looking at him as the guy that fucked the country? This is the guy, the face of the guy that fucked the country over.
Of the shittiness of Wall Street. I hope you're right, man. I really hope you're right.
And I think that is really going to impact how many years they give this fucking sap.
But they wouldn't put him in fucking jail. He hasn't spent a moment in jail. He's been allowed to be in his fucking penthouse. They've done nothing that indicates that.
That is ridiculous.
It's outrageous.
I don't know why they're letting this guy walk around his townhouse with his little ankle bracelet
house arrest.
He hasn't suffered whatsoever.
No,
I would love house arrest.
He's made others suffer.
Stay home.
You pretty much are under house arrest. They let you out to do a radio show.
That's pretty much it.
You don't do
I'm
anything.
just out for the radio show.
What is that? A beer? You got like a work release.
Yeah, I'm on a work release program.
You're pretty much just as bad as one of those dudes that has work release.
I'm on work release.
What do you really do?
Yes.
You go to a local restaurant every once in a while and you shoot a few guns.
All right, yeah. You know, I got to be able to go to the range. They don't let felons do that, I don't think.
I gotta look at
what's the matter?
I'm trying to be smarter. I don't want to blow up anyone's spot. I gotta ask someone if I could talk about something that happened. And I probably shouldn't even said that because that's lame. Can I write it down for these guys?
I'm trying to think.
Yeah.
Is it someone in the room right now?
I don't even want to say that.
All right. This is cool. It's like a game show. See if you can match.
And I can't.
Opie's writing down his response.
You're gonna like this one.
Yeah.
And don't read it because
I won't read it.
Person. No, for real. Because I know how we are. For real. Promise or I stop writing.
I promise. Opie's writing down his answer right now.
What the fuck does that mean?
Charles Nelson Riley has his answer down. It's I'd love a big cock in my ass.
Asshole.
Brett Summers. Oh, she's turned to dust. She's just dust now. Brett Summers was my wife. Maid.
Was that good? Fucking scared the shit out of me. Danny's already laughing. You're reading this?
Yeah, that's pretty funny. How'd that happen?
Can they see that? Great.
No.
For real?
Yeah, for real.
Because I don't want to...
Nah, it's not blowing up anyone's spot.
What is it?
Is there a camera on me
I
right
wouldn't
now?
say anything. No, knowing not that anyone can read.
I don't like...
Jesus. Enhance.
We got rid of-
Enhance.
We got rid of the booger cam, didn't we?
Yeah,
All
no
right.
booger cam. Oh. Was it on the seat?
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
But it scared the shit out of me.
That would have been funny.
Because then I... Hold on.
Let's see.
I could say this one. And I didn't know what it was.
Oh.
So then I went feeling around.
Oh.
And then just the thought of what could have happened scared the living shit out of me. I had one of those, like, oh my God moments this morning.
Yeah.
I would ask that person.
Ask Kenny.
I would ask.
It's still, believe me, that's still nothing.
Exactly.
You don't think?
Everyone knows he has dry hair. Is it a mystery?
Be anything.
All right, we're asking Kenny. Trying to be a little smarter.
We caught Kenny doing something in the men's room. It was with a drill and a hole in the stall. I think it's not worth getting into details until we find out if cocksucker is comfortable.
Hi, Kenny.
It's okay. So Kenny picked me up this morning, and I
in the car, in the truck.
Yeah.
Oh,
and I sat down, and I'm like, what the fuck am I sitting on? And I reached behind me to figure out what it is, and
His dick.
I'm reaching around behind me, feeling what the fuck am I sitting on in Kenny's car? It's his gun. And honestly, when Kenny picks me up, I'm awake for 12 minutes.
Yeah.
I figured that out. By the time he sees me, I'm officially awake for 12 minutes, and I'm sitting on his gun, but I don't know it's a gun yet, and I'm reaching behind me feeling.
Hey, let me see what that is.
Did it bother you when you felt it? He said, I brought you breakfast, GH.
His gun. He goes, oh, oops. Mom, that's not an oops. That's a holy fuck. I could have shot myself. Not thinking straight. He goes, no. And then he explained why that's not possible.
Yeah.
Because he's safe gun owner
Very
and
safe.
legal gun owner. Blah, 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 blah.
Fucking old school revolver guy.
Yeah.
That's what Kenny is.
Yeah.
It's very, you got to really fuck up to shoot yourself with a revolver accidentally.
I sincerely apologize for that faux pas.
Faux pas.
Was I a little freaked out, though?
Yes, you were alarmed.
Yeah, I was like...
I kind of chuckled.
Yeah, he did.
You just pull it out, shoot a few signs on the way to work.
And I was running late, so I just jumped in the truck, threw it on the seat, and just forgot it there
and
for the
you
moment.
Sat on it.
That's great.
That's nice.
That's wonderful, Kenny.
Wonderful.
That's right. We're... whatever.
Fantastic.
Where were we? Oh, the Roger Clemens. This guy is fucked. They found steroids on those needles.
Yeah, but
and they're talking about making him an example.
But the thing is, I heard that story too. The steroids on the needles don't really mean anything unless they can say that they use those needles
at the same moment that he was getting
for him.
them. Yeah.
Like, is there blood that's his type? That's his DNA? Oh, what? They checked for DNA also? So they got Travis is running. He's scampering. He's skipping in like the lady he is.
Travis, what we got on the Roger Clemens?
Last month.
What's that big C on your?
Yeah,
I won't even say it.
What's the S after it?
Do you have to buy girls' sports merchandise?
No,
that has got to be from the girls.
That has got to be for a
not
girl.
men's. That's from
That's
the
not
boys'
men's.
section. His little Grand Theft Auto shirt. It's like a little
so
kid.
out of clothes.
He's just wearing logo shit. His Grand Theft Auto shirts.
He's got the tiniest Montreal Canadiens hoodie I've ever seen.
It's men's small.
Men's.
That's
an AIDS patient medium.
That's chick small.
No, it's on their website.
Yeah.
Men's small.
There's no fucking way, man.
Yeah.
All right.
I wouldn't lie to you.
You got good merchandise, your hockey team.
I know.
I know the merchandise is, God, the worst in the world.
That looks like worn and kind of,
It's retro, they call it.
Retro, yeah, I know, but
it's all about
like
retro.
that's a cool look.
Oh, yeah.
opposed to Islander shit, which glows in the dark.
Dude, it's horrendous.
At least you don't have the fisherman anymore.
Oh, the Gortons of Gloucester fishermen. You used to think you were a fan of fish sticks when you would wear that fucking stupid logo. They tried to change the Islander logo years ago.
Worst logo ever.
It was terrible.
And you guys couldn't change it back because you have to have a logo, like the same logo, for a year or 2 years. So you're forced.
Is that it?
Yeah.
I think it'd be fun every week to change your logo. That's probably why they put that in place.
Well, these assholes, they come up with the third jersey thing to make everyone go out and get another jersey.
There's 3, there's 4 jerseys now. There's Sunday jerseys in baseball.
Yeah.
Oh, right, yeah. And it's purely for merchandising.
What's Sunday jerseys?
They're well, I'm an Oriole fan, so we have the black jersey that we'll wear Sundays at home.
Yeah, a Sunday home game is a different jersey.
Yeah,
and you
got
to have
that.
that.
The Mets have the black uniform.
You know who doesn't do that? I'll say this for the Yankees. They've kept the same uniforms.
Smart.
Yeah. Yes, well, it's classic. The classic pinstripes,
I'm
my
sure
friend.
they don't have any problem selling Yankee merchandise.
Yes.
I'm a fake Met fan, by the way.
Are you?
Yeah.
Why?
Because people call me out on it. I got to officially say it. They're right. I couldn't name the lineup.
No?
No.
Yeah, but you like...
Here's my team when I was
You know what it is, though? You get into the season, you start kind of getting used to the people and everything. And again, with this fucking way baseball is these days, you don't know. You fucking, what, you going to, last year's lineup, where did they go? Where are they?
What do you mean?
It's pretty much the same.
Mets? I have no idea.
What do you
I'm
mean?
not a fucking Mets fan.
What do you mean these days, Mr. 1995?
These days. In this modern day and age, new millennium.
It's been out there a while now that the teams pretty much change every year.
I know. I remember after
what
the
year could we
Mets,
go back to where it really started?
You could actually go back to the World Series 1986 Mets, and look at the dismantling of that team in '87. They won the World Series and then dismantled it, the whole fucking team.
Hojo was the first one to go, I remember. Howard Johnson.
And I was so depressed. Because I was a long-time Met fan.
He's out of baseball, that guy, isn't he?
Wait, was it Hojo?
Yeah, but he's still wearing a uniform for some reason.
He's wearing uniform. Lingy
Oh, so me saying I'm not a true Met fan, maybe they already knew that?
That was probably one of the funniest sports faux pas ever. Guy still wears a uniform. What the fuck? Oh, he's with the team.
Oh, what? He's the hitting coach? Or
oh, is that funny?
Right.
That was a good one.
I heated up really good that day.
Yeah, got all sweaty and hot.
Yeah. All right.
The Clemens thing?
Oh, yeah.
Last month they tested, or the Washington Post, I think, or the Washington Times, revealed that the syringes that they already have had his blood on them. So there's blood and steroids.
And steroids on that. Well, you know something? He absolutely did do it. I mean, come on, let's not be silly about this. But it's perjury, right? That's what they're trying to nail him on?
I think that's what they're trying to nail him on.
Perjury. That's what they get everyone on. Perjury. If you just go in there and say, yeah, I did it, the fuck? Mm-hmm. And they get you on perjury when you said you didn't do it, and then they find out, and there would have been no charges.
Well, yeah, because you can't get in trouble
legal.
for steroids.
No, you can't get in trouble.
But when you're testifying in front of Congress.
Yeah, and then you lie to them, then you can get in trouble.
Yes, you can.
You know, that's what that fucking bitch, what's her name? The
Language. Martha Stewart.
Martha Stewart went to jail for
iClone.
It wasn't,
Are you making fun of another, quote, star? What are you, crazy?
Yes, I am.
2 in 1 day?
She went to jail. It wasn't for the stock trading or insider trading or anything. She went to jail for fucking perjury. Amazing, isn't it?
The moral is don't
Look
lie.
at how, yes. Mm-hmm. Honesty is the best policy, Greg. I'm a homosexual with AIDS.
Exactly. And you'll be bald by the time you're 24.
So what's that about?
What's what about? So
And Mike Luckenlin will look
that's
older
it
than
for
you.
now. I mean, the
Dewey's.
feds are building their case.
Right.
Yeah. That's a great Mike Luckenlin Dewey fucking shot. I went through on one of the Smoking Gun, the celebrity mugshots. You could spend an hour just going through the celebrity mugshots. They're hysterical. Some of them look like headshots. Very few look like headshots. Other ones, it's like you've never seen these celebrities so disheveled. And Michael Luckenlund, his mugshot of his Dewey is just, he looks like just some dopey drunk off the streets. What happened to Lil Bobby Brady?
It's one of the better ones.
Yeah. I think he's the only one that really got in trouble, though. And then Marsha just, Wow. The fuck happened there? She
got
looked good like up till 10 years ago.
She got stung by a bee.
Is that it? And the swelling hasn't gone down yet?
In her face. 50 though, right?
Yeah, she's no kid.
We saw her in L.A. But she was probably 40 then.
Yeah.
Wow, was she still hot?
She was still,
wow.
She was still absolutely doable.
Wow.
And then, and doable in a way where it's like, wow, I'm fucking Marsha Brady.
Yeah.
Now it's like, oof.
Yeah.
Not good.
You said Martha Stewart?
Martha Stewart.
This is what's left of a Pennsylvania dog kennel after a propane tank ignited, setting the pens on fire. 17 dogs died, including this one named Genghis Khan, Martha Stewart's chow puppy.
Aww.
The blast happened on Friday at Pizzazz Pet Boarding, a kennel in the Pocono Mountains that breeds and trains show dogs. The kennel was getting a propane delivery when the tank ignited.
Ooh.
The driver was badly burned, but he managed to toss one dog over the kennel fence to safety.
Back in.
Stewart wrote on her blog that she was deeply saddened by the death of her puppy. Officials say a spark or static electricity may have started the blaze. AmeriGas Propane, which owns the truck that was carrying the propane tank, has declined to comment.
I don't know anything about her, but I would bet money that she didn't even know she owned that dog.
Had a puppy, had a fucking, where was it, a boarding kennel?
She's that type of rich where she's got stuff she has no idea
do I have a dog?
About. Oh, really?
I think I got a dog.
Oh, fuck.
You drive by and pat it on a little head.
Oh, that's why that guy came by every day?
Oh.
To walk that thing? Oh.
Now she owns a dog with no ears or lips, big wide eyes. Here we go. Oh. Aw, poor little guy. Aw. She has a dog in Europe, too.
Yeah.
I also own a dolphin. I was very badly burned. This blowhole.
Dog with no ears.
Dog with no ears.
But now she can enter the dog in the ugliest dog competition.
Yeah, you ever see that one? It looks like it's burned. Every year they got that stupid hairless thing.
You can always tell the dog's happy when he's waving his stumpy hindquarters. Hairless back ass.
with a stupid dog wig on his head.
Over his whole body.
It doesn't look like real.
It looks awful.
Yeah.
It's so obviously a dog toupee.
Yeah.
Every dog entered in the ugliest dog competition looks like Stunt Brain's head.
Oh, shit.
Yeah, we haven't forgot about your dumb hair problem.
Just rub Rogaine into the whole dog. They all do look the same. I remember when I was bitching about. I remember a time I was bitching about having a cat in my house with the ex-girlfriend because I'm from the school of I don't like animals shitting and pissing in my house. You know, they got a fucking cat box, but they're shitting and pissing in your house, and I don't care who you are. Call up and tell me fucking no, you can't tell this. If you got a cat in your house, you smell cat piss somewhere. Somewhere you will smell cat piss. And I hate that. And then they always chew shit up. They like with their claws. They got a claw stuff. I had 1,000 scratching posts all over the fucking house, and the cat went after the $4,000 rug.
You're right. I had 2 cats, and they're insecure like certain radio personalities that they have to kind of make sure everyone knows they're there.
Yeah.
So they lift up a leg and
just mark their territory. Oh, he sprayed. No, he pissed on the fucking wall.
Just like certain DJs we know, they have to constantly mark their territory. Me. Oh, you. Me. Oh, you. Me. You.
Enough.
I changed my impression already. See what I do?
And then,
I was talking vague there, by the way. I wasn't talking
very vague
about a particular radio show host.
The other thing that annoyed me, which I was, the point was the hair. This cat hair, like, gets on everything. And then I was pitched to this idea. Why don't you get a hairless cat?
Ew.
Why do I want a fucking hairless cat? You want a cat? If you want a cat, you want it so you can pet it, and it looks cute because it's a cat.
It's ironic because what you really like is so close to that.
Yes.
Hairless cat.
Yeah, hairless
suck.
cat looks. They're all wrinkly.
They look cold all the time.
Yeah. They just look like they were in an accident.
They're just miserable. They're like, could you cover me up?
Yeah.
Why'd you have to genetically make me? I need hair to live.
Yeah. Call him old stunt brain skull. Come here, stunt brain skull.
I know people get confused. We really do like the guy.
Oh no! Don't get me
We're gonna
wrong.
beat the shit out of him all day today.
We're the guy sent me a text yesterday, Stunty, that he was still in a certain stock.
Mm-hmm.
He got back in, bailed back out.
Nice.
Like he's doing well with the day trading now that he's sitting at the library in those short shorts,
Satiny running shorts.
Satiny running
cock huggers, he calls them.
It would be funny if he just eavesdrops on conversations and leans over and gives them knowledge they don't want to know or anything. Hey, by the way, did you know? He's got his laptop in his hand. Hey.
And as he leans
People don't
over,
care.
those fucking older gentlemen balls tumble clumsily out of the orange satiny running shorts with his fucking tennis ankle socks and sneakers. Fucking creep. His fake mustache so he can't be recognized on security cams.
Sitting on those pillows around that small, short little table that the children sit at.
Yeah, he has his he sits with his legs open and like the bottoms of his feet together.
Oh, fuck.
So his legs bat-weighing out.
Yes, perfect. One testicle out of each pant leg.
Yep. Big clear spot in the front. Satiny shorts.
But we love the guy.
Yeah,
Come on.
you know. You figure out who we love and hate.
Funny.
Dave C. in New York City. Please check out Martha Stewart's Twitter about her dog.
Oh, yeah?
1 hour she was talking about how Genghis Khan had burned. An hour later, she tweeted that she was feeding her friends Chinese food for lunch.
Maybe it was Genghis Khan.
Oh,
yes.
yeah.
Could have been a little Genghis Khan.
Wow, there is a joke we could put back in our repertoire. Because rumor has it that, the Asians like to get a little tricky with their food.
I don't think that's a rumor.
I say rumor.
I think in China, they do a dine on dog.
Dude, I tell this story from time to time. There was a joint in Northport when I was working at BAB, and I lived in Northport, and there was a Chinese restaurant. I went there once and once only, ordered a chicken dish, and I have no doubt in my stupid little brain that I wasn't eating chicken.
Really?
What it was, I don't know.
Cat.
It was a bit, it almost tasted like chicken, and then the gaminess kicked in hard.
Yeah.
And it wasn't because the chicken was spoiled, none of that shit. This was something
Another
else.
meat.
Cat is chicken substitute. Dog is beef substitute. Or pork.
Is that how it goes?
No, I don't know. I'm just speculating.
General Chow's Malmute.
As soon as it was, I was swallowing this.
Yeah.
I knew it. My body knew instantly. This is not something humans are supposed to be
Not
fucking
right.
eating. No.
Yuck.
And that place went out of business because I think a lot of other people noticed that something was a bit fishy with the chicken.
I had it was like beef and broccoli once, and the first forkful that came up to my nose, it smelled like horse.
Oh my!
Like not even like I would expect cooked horse meat to smell like. It smelled like when I used to ride a horse,
right?
And the way the horse smells, smelled like a fucking horse. It's delicious.
You just know, right?
My chicken has fleas.
Right.
Yeah, that could be a problem.
There's a dog collar in it.
One of my favorite stories of the past year was that
the Asians like dogs.
Was that Chinese restaurant in Buffalo with the deer?
Oh yeah, they're dragging roadkill into the
dragging the
kitchen.
roadkill into the Chinese restaurant. Blood marks everywhere because
Nice.
you can't really lift a deer up.
Of course not.
Got to drag that shit right in.
Pretty heavy.
Remember yesterday, Jimmy was talking about sucking dick.
Well, let's phrase that better.
What happened?
I wasn't talking about it like I wasn't reminiscing.
Yeah.
Well,
joking.
You learn in radio school. You got to be, brief and stuff. So you were talking about sucking dick, and No, I was. Stephen Derrick came up with this. It's a new promotion to get people to listen to satellite radio.
Oh, right.
We're very concerned. We heard the phones blew up yesterday. People getting their satellite after we got the boot here in New York City. That's a good sign. And my whole argument was, I was depressed yesterday because I just know we're saying goodbye to a lot of people that just are not going to follow us for whatever reason. I think we'll do well and we'll gain a lot of listeners for satellite, but we're not going to get everyone, and that depresses me. Yeah. And Jimmy's like, come on, man, it's not that expensive. Just, have your chick suck a few dicks and you get the satellite, right? Yeah, something like that?
Exactly like that. I think it's worth it.
So Stephen Derrick came up with this.
Ladies and gentlemen, getting satellite radio for your family and home is now easier than ever.
Yeah. Suck a dick. Suck a $13 dick and buy your husband satellite. Take one load, you silly goose. That's 12 loads a year. You can't suck 12 fucking stranger dicks a year?
Come on.
That's right. 12 strange dicks in your mouth gets you a year of satellite radio. What could be easier?
We're not even 12. Charge $50.
Right.
That's fucking $52. That's 4 months of satellite radio. You blow me and I'll give you $52, and that's fucking 4 months. So blow me 2.5 times and your whole fucking year is paid for.
Still not convinced? Think of it like this, folks.
Well, even if it's fucking $20 a month, that's $5 a fucking week.
Right.
That's $1 per weekday.
What the fuck is a weekday?
Come on.
Jesus Christ. $1 a day?
Suck a dick.
Suck one dick.
Nothing brings a family together more than satellite radio and sucking dicks.
Get your wife and family out there sucking dick for satellite. That's what I say. Even if you already have it, just do it to be part of the group.
Get outside, knock on your neighbor's door, and suck a dick for satellite today.
What? Sounded like
Steve sucking a dick.
Steve was sucking a dick because he made that sound like his mouth was full.
Yes.
Let's go inside the promo a little bit. Was Steve playing the part of the dick sucker?
Outside the promo or outside the studio? Outside the show.
Steve, was that you sucking the dick?
Yes.
Why would you do that to yourself? You couldn't find one of these eager interns to do the dick sucking noise for you?
When in desperate need of sound effects, one has to improvise. So it's just Derek and me alone in that studio, and you have
sexy.
Yeah, exactly. So you gotta do what you can, and short of making the slappy noise. You gotta figure out exactly. And I've seen enough porn to know what dick sucking sounds like.
Are you a method actor?
Yes, I am. And yeah, actually,
like were you pretending that? I'm not saying that.
No.
Were you pretending that you had it, like where it's almost like a tear is coming out of your eye, and the guy's hands on your head, and he goes like, "Come on, a little faster," and you can smell that he's been to the gym.
Oh God!
And you go, "Okay."
Yeah. It's that mouthful, and you just have to figure out how to exhale, but you can't because your mouth is just packed.
You don't want to blow boogers on his fucking shaft.
Right.
So wow.
Just
it's like a lot of experience either watching porno or
take your pick.
Yeah.
All right. Well, the scripts are ready. You want to take a quick break and we'll get into the scripts?
Yeah, I like the script.
You like this?
Yeah.
Yes.
I'm surprised because I haven't read the script.
Oh, really?
Mm-hmm.
So then you don't even... I hope you knew what you were talking about this morning then.
I did.
Oh, okay, good.
I knew enough.
Had you heard the audio?
Oh, believe me, I knew enough. I heard some of the audio.
Okay.
I heard enough of the good parts.
Okay.
We're not allowed to play audio of other shows because that would be crazy.
But we can transcribe them and have others act them out.
Yeah. Who are going to be our actors today? David?
I think so. David.
Intern David. Stop with the moaning. It'll be good.
David's great. Who doesn't like David? They all like David.
They bash him all the time, but then they listen to him.
They love him.
Yeah. They love to hate him.
The other person they love to hate is Eastside Dave, and I don't get it, man. Because that Steven Adler shit yesterday was so fucking funny.
Eastside Dave is amazing. Look at the cast coming in. It's like an old 30s radio.
Yeah, we don't need them yet, Sam. We're going to take a break. We're setting this up.
What time?
Have them sit.
I like
Especially the
argues.
one kid that looks tired.
He always looks tuckered out.
Plumb tuckered out.
He looks like a show dog.
I
want to put a leash on him and run him around Madison Square Garden for a laugh.
And winning the Westminster Dog Show.
Danny, can you give him a picture of a dog that he looks like? Maybe we could do a split screen.
A collie, maybe?
No, it's that dog that has the hair that kind of covers up the eyes. And hey, what were we saying?
Nothing. I think we were going to
take a break and
then.
But there was a thought there.
Was there?
Yeah, Sam distracted us with bringing in those.
Yeah.
guys.
Boo for Sam.
What were we just talking about?
Oh no.
Let's see. David.
Eastside Dave.
Yes.
Yeah, I knew this was important. There's haters that don't like Eastside Dave. When he does our fucking show, and I like him on Ron Fez, actually, a lot. And I like him when he's not being stunty. Right. But what he did with Steven Adler yesterday fucking was hilarious. And the video is doing very well.
He's got some
There's a video of that up on YouTube right now.
Yeah. Got a set of balls on him.
He was singing Mr. Brownstone to Steven Adler. Steven Adler got so excited by the rendition, he jumped up with Eastside Dave, and they're now jumping in a circle.
Jumping up and down in a circle.
And Steven Adler was trading lyrics with Eastside Dave.
Mr. Brownstone, right?
That had me in stitches all day yesterday. Yeah. How ridiculous. That takes balls to do that.
I know. Dave doesn't care.
No. So props to Dave. Whatever.
I don't know why they're haters, but there always will be. And I think the haters, they actually would be devastated if he wasn't on the show. You know?
Ron Fez's show?
Yeah. That's how it is. It's like, and you know, once David leaves, once his internship is up, I don't know when that is.
Oh, you mean intern David on our show?
Yeah. No, I mean Dave
on Ron Fez
has the same type of haters.
Right.
They would be devastated if he was gone from there. Yet they love just bashing him. And then David's the same way.
Right.
Like they love bashing him, but he would be missed if he wasn't on the show anymore in any capacity.
Right.
How's that closed down fucking school of yours?
It's closed.
And he just throws it. He throws his arms up and looks at me and goes, "Closed."
He's studying his script. So why don't we take a quick break? Let these guys study. This isn't. One of you guys are going to be out.
Odd man out?
Yeah, because E-Rock's in.
It's
E-Rock's
only
playing a part
a
today.
2-person script?
Yeah, sort of a third, but not really. We'll get into
You could
it
just
next.
laugh and go like, ah, ha, ha, it's something.
Yeah, Opie and Anthony. What's this? I like this. Blacklight Burns? Is that the band or the song? I don't know. The band. All right.
This used to be called distortion. Like if you heard this in the studio, you'd be like, "Wow, that's all distorted. You got to do it all over again.
We got to tweak something."
Yeah, now it's fine.
Not to be confused with a tweet. Tweak.
No.
Opie and Anthony. By the way, nice little audience. What's up, guys? We're opening the doors a little earlier now that we're finally doing our show from one studio. That's one of the pluses. We don't have to wander around New York City like lunatics going, all right, where do we go now? Remember, we used to broadcast from one station, then we had to broadcast from the street, and then hurry up and broadcast from another studio.
Oh, my God, that's right, the walkover broadcast.
And I bitched the whole time like, Bob, this doesn't make sense. Figure this shit out. Get these guys to work together. We're the ones suffering. Why do we have to broadcast on a sidewalk?
Yeah, we were actually broadcasting from the sidewalk.
Oh, my God. Oof. All right, what do we got, Anthony?
Well, of course, we talked about this for a good hour and a half this morning.
We kind of did
touched
some other
on
stuff.
it.
Yeah, we
touched on it. Yeah, it was this whole thing with us, the format change over at K-Rock in New York, our FM station that we were on.
Right.
And then they flipped formats. We don't fit in the format. Our ratings were fine. They were very good. But we didn't fit with the format. They totally changed it, and we got blown out.
Right.
So, in his infinite wisdom, Howard Stern decided to do nothing but take pot shots at us. I recall a few months ago us being bitched at by management in that stupid glass office over at Sirius.
After we retaliated for comments he made at the time.
Well, that's exactly it. He said something, we commented back, and then we got in trouble for talking about him.
Because our shots weren't part of the rules of war, I guess.
I don't know.
We never understood the rules of war, trust me.
It's been the bane of our existence in radio that we were forbidden from talking about him, and management will always protect him and yell at us for talking about him. So yesterday, apparently, after finding out that we were taken off of K-Rock, he decided that was a great opportunity to just start kicking us and being an ass and being insulting to us.
Which went completely against what we were yelled at.
Yeah.
Not talked about, but yelled at.
The company line is always, how is it good for the company if you're bashing this program? We want people to subscribe and cross-subscribe. The people that had Sirius subscriptions, we want them to subscribe to the XM package and vice versa. And then we get taken off of terrestrial radio, and Howard, who's got the Sirius audience, is bashing us. How does that help when his potential audience could be subscribing to us on the XM side?
Subscribing for the Best of XM package.
Right.
And, the other thing is, like, we were red hot yesterday. We were on everyone's radar. Today, we're on some radars. By tomorrow, it's just business as usual.
Yeah.
So yesterday probably was the worst day to trash a product of the company.
Yeah.
Because there was potential there to pick up some new listeners.
So after hearing what he said, it was very insulting, and I thought we'd comment on it this morning, which we did for a while. And we would love to have taken the audio of Howard and played it on our program, like we have in the past. But the law was laid down at our last yelling session that we are not allowed to play any of his audio on our program.
And the audio of other channels.
Of other channels, of anything, which, is kind of silly because you think cross-promotion, but they know best, Opie. They know best.
It's not about that.
No. They know everything. So what we've done is transcribed the insulting audio into these sheets, these scripts, if you will. And we have actors portraying the parts of Howard and Robin.
And Artie.
And
Artie has one or two lines.
Artie's got a couple
Who's playing
of lines.
Artie? All right, you got to lay down on the floor for your lines. Completely on your back. I'm not even kidding. Get a wireless.
Lay down.
I've seen the videos. That's how he does most of the shows over there on his back.
Like Jabba the Hutt?
Yeah.
Just kind of laying there?
Is that okay? I made a little joke.
Oh, shit.
All right. No, not comfortable. Right on your back. There you go. That's where you'll be commenting from.
Yeah. You do it like that. Playing the part of Howard Stern.
This is actual transcripts, right, E-Rock, of what he said yesterday?
Oh, there is nothing different. This is an actual transcript of what was said about us not being on K-Rock anymore.
Great idea to do this.
Isn't it wonderful? Jimmy. Playing the part of Howard will be our own intern David.
Only the best.
Yay.
For the part of Howard. Only the best, intern David.
We chose you for your Jewishness.
Right.
Pretty much. I think that whole whiny thing that you got going, that kvetching that you do, I think it's very good. I think you fit the part very well. The part of Robin Quivers will be played by our own E-Rock. Because they share body type.
And vaginas.
Why the shrug, E-Rock?
What am I going to do?
Shrug. That's all he can do is shrug. And in past performances, I've noticed that you do put on a pretty fair female voice.
Oh, yes.
See? Look at him.
Oh, nice.
Yeah.
Can you do that again?
No.
I want to hear if I can hear you.
Jim,
Oh, what, David?
What's wrong, David?
nothing. If you tell him to do it, then do another voice.
Oh.
Okay.
Oh.
Thank you, David. Yeah. David's a good boy.
So, this is what they were saying about us. And, again, this is, we were yelled at. And when I say yelled at, sometimes you use that word yelled at, and it's pretty much just a discussion. But you go, yeah, we were yelled at or something. This was a screaming match that happened.
Veins are popping.
Yeah, veins
faces
were
turning
popping.
red.
There was curses flying, and it was very, very. There was a lot of anger in the room that day because what we had said was nothing compared to what Howard had said, and we were being yelled at for not taking into consideration how it would affect the platform and the product in this. When meanwhile, what Howard did was worse, but he got away with it free and clear. No one talked to him. There's no one yelling at him.
More than one person reached for some nitroglycerin.
Yes, right.
Make sure those arteries are nice and wide.
And the thing is, now we wouldn't even be doing this today. We wouldn't have mentioned Howard. We haven't mentioned him since that big yelling match thing. We just don't. We do our own show, and that's what we do.
And he takes a shot, and we defend ourselves, and then we get in trouble.
But here we have documented proof that he went after us yesterday.
Okay.
And was there a talking to, you think? You think they went in and said, hey, now, you'd leave them alone?
I did the right thing, and I sent out an email asking that very question.
Hey, Howard, keep your goddamn hands off them. Yeah, thanks.
Act 1.
No.
Act 1 is O&A fired.
Right.
We got Artie laying completely on his back for his lousy one line.
The scene starts in a darkened studio.
Right. That's well protected from the rest of the company.
Right. No glass offices.
Right. Even though we're all one happy family working together.
It's half a city block that he has.
Pretty much broadcast from Batman's cave.
Yes. Where him and his excuse to do black jokes, Robin Quivers, are sitting.
God forbid he actually makes eye contact with one of the people he works with.
Now, Jerry, I picture it this way.
Right.
The music starts. So that's how it starts. David, of course, you start this whole thing.
Yes, I do.
This is O&A Fired from the Howard Stern Show. Actual transcripts being read by our actors.
Should we hit this like this? And
so, I suppose people want me to comment on the fact that K-Rock, our former station, now has switched its going to top 40, I believe, either today or tomorrow. And, how many formats and how many months?
I knew Rock would be perfect. You can kick him all you want. I love the kid. Fucking E-Rock.
Oh, morning, men. Opie and Anthony are out. They were fired yesterday, and that would be the, I feel bad for them because I know they were going to kick our asses. But it's going to be hard to do from not having a terrestrial station live.
Don't they work with us now? At here, right?
Unfortunately, yeah.
Well, that's the first part of the audio, Ann. So we can stop and comment.
That was scene one.
Yeah, we'll let it play out, and then we could have a couple comments.
Scene one there.
So how does that help the company in our radio show to have the quote star saying ha ha ha? Unfortunately, yeah.
Unfortunately, we work for them.
As a lot of listeners are listening to that could get the Best of XM package and check us out.
Right.
That's just a question I want answered. Anything else to add before we move on to the next one?
No, I've spoken my piece on that one.
All right, here we go. Can't justify O&A salary, Act 2.
I don't begrudge anyone making a living, but...
You don't begrudge?
Begrudge, yeah, sorry. I don't begrudge...
I don't be-fark.
That's what Breitbart says.
I don't begrudge.
Begrudge, okay, begrudge, yeah.
Yes, okay, and action.
I don't begrudge anyone making a living, but, I think this company is paying them about $3 million.
I have a comment.
Yes, so do I.
Hey, David.
Paying them about $3 million, and the only way I could justify that was that they were on terrestrial radio and they could talk about Sirius XM. I like that aspect of it.
but nobody was listening to them on the radio.
That's the problem. So, you know, I know they used to make statements a lot that they were going to kick our ass if they could ever get on in the morning.
Yeah, we were old and washed up, and they were the new and better and more improved or whatever.
Right.
End scene.
I love E-Rock's Robin.
E-Rock's Robin is really good. The whole thing about nobody was listening to them on the radio.
It's just not fair.
It's not true.
Right.
Look at the ratings, dummy, and you'll see.
Oh, they weren't as great as you, Messiah.
No,
but we were
not.
doing just fine, Messiah.
We're doing fine.
We had some unique challenges, Messiah. We were competing against ourselves.
And it was the reason we are not on K-Rock anymore is because they flipped the format. Because there was 21 hours of programming that sucked monkey ass. That's why. We upheld our part of the bargain and outperformed the station by leaps and bounds in the ratings. Believe me. But there was no way they're going to stick Opie and Anthony there on a top 40 station in the mornings. Remember Hop Along Howie? For the love of fuck. Give me a break. Unbelievable. And what the hell else? Oh, yeah. When were we saying we were going to kick his ass? Back in fucking the last century? It was the previous century that we were saying that. And we said that if we were in mornings,
right,
because we shared the audience,
right,
that they would have to split the audience.
Right.
Some people would listen to us, and it was all terrestrial radio. There was no satellite involved. It was a whole different animal. Well, I don't think we were saying we were going to kick Howard's ass in fucking 10 years.
And that was based on us working for XM and him working for Sirius when they were two companies that didn't like each other. We're not working together. So, yeah, we were taking you on. We weren't scared to take you on.
And lastly, but surely not leastly, 3 million? Look, even if we were making that, I can't talk about what we make because that's really taboo. Talking about your contract. There's something in the contract that says you can't talk about the contract. Mm-hmm. But if you think what we're making hasn't paid for itself 10 times over in the time we've been here, how about what you're making? That's well-known news. I mean, everybody knows you pulled in $500 million from the company. And you don't think that's a little overinflated for what you've delivered? I don't know. I'm not privy to the numbers. I'm really not privy to the numbers. But there is a feeling that when you look at what the stock price was when you were hired and you look at it now, that there's a fucking problem. And perhaps it isn't Opie and Anthony's paycheck that's breaking the back of any fucking company. So don't talk about what we make. All right? Fucking asshole. Oh, God, does it infuriate me.
Yeah, as soon as you start talking about our salaries.
Don't fucking talk about what we're making.
And if it's worth it.
And if it's fucking worth it or not.
A lot of eyebrows go up and go, wow. Well, all right, since you mentioned it, let me think about some other things here.
There are people that show up and sit on their ass and don't say shit that make more than we do. Believe me. In their glass office. I want to put a sucker fish on the side of our fucking studio. Can I have a sucker fish that just sucks the fucking algae off the windows? Keeps them clean?
Jesus, do we have one broad that listens to this show? Oh, hi, broad. Thank you for showing up.
Yeah.
Jesus.
Yeah,
I didn't see it because Jimmy was in the way. Thank God we got one.
Just got a little bandana on. Is that what we're doing? Yeah, bandana. What's that, boyfriend? Yeah. What, just kind of a friend? Just passing through?
Just
a pal?
Until something better comes along? Yeah. She's there. All right, why don't we go to...
Want to come to a party?
I'd like to.
You're not
When's
invited.
the big party?
It's in my pants. Everyone's coming.
Only drinkers are allowed at Anthony's parties.
Right.
If you don't drink, then we're just
I want to go to
nobodies. No. Hey, let's go to the next scene.
Next scene.
Act 3.
Act 3.
By the way, Artie, what's your name, sir?
Scott.
Scott. You're the old intern, I think.
Yes, sir.
Really old.
Yes.
Extremely old.
Very old.
Picked a great time to change.
Yeah, you're really proving it too this week.
Yeah.
Thanks.
I know, right? But you're playing the part of Artie, and let it be known, because this is radio, he's flat on his back for his role.
Yeah.
Eating. Too bad, we can't. Whatever. Let's go. Ready, David? Starts with you again, I do believe. This is actual transcripts from what Howard was saying yesterday.
Oh, what is this? What is the subject of this one?
You got to read the scene.
I do?
The scene line, the name of the scene.
It's still part 2 of our salary, I guess.
Yeah.
No, it's track 3. Yeah.
That's what it says, though.
Will
Can't
you
justify
stop running the show, David?
What are you, the director?
Stop trying to top from the bottom.
Christian Bale, shut the fuck up and do the part.
Ooh.
What was that about?
Da-da-da-da-da!
Oh,
Here we go.
Good for Joe.
So, I think when you say you're the better morning man, or you have the better show, look, here's my feeling about what's happened to terrestrial radio since we left. I guess they first brought in David Lee Roth, and and then, who was after David Lee Roth?
Opie and Anthony.
Oh, they were.
Yeah, they came right in, yeah.
It would seem to me, I would have predicted that if you're on in the mornings in New York, considering that there's nothing entertaining on whatsoever, you should do very well.
I remember thinking they were in good shape, like, Cozy Coons the worst and David Lee Roth.
Right.
And we didn't do worse than David Lee Roth, you liar. First of all, David Lee Roth was a complete effing disaster and lasted, I don't even know, 3 months was it, Ant? 4 months maybe?
Yeah.
I really don't know. I forgot.
It was a disaster.
Because we do try to, keep with the facts. And then we went there and lasted just about 3 years. And they were selling our show, and we had very good ratings. Not as good as The Messiah, we understand, but we were doing very well for the company. But that's his strategic move to make us look like failures and, is to lump us in with David Lee Roth.
Yeah. All right.
Moving on?
Yep.
Own irrelevant.
And it does aggravate me when guys go, oh, we're going to kick your ass. If we could only get on in the morning, we'd kick your ass.
Yeah, the only reason is we're on in afternoons, old man.
Yeah. We weren't even on in the morning. Nobody kicked our ass, but, And the ultimate insult is that I opened up the New York Post today. There isn't one article about it.
Right.
That they're gone. And, it just shows you how irrelevant they are.
But he failed to mention this. Whatever. I can't talk about why we're not in the Post. Believe me.
Irrelevant.
But we were page 2 of the Daily News. We almost made the front page of the Daily News. We were in every other newspaper.
All the news stories on TV that mentioned the format change, mentioned us, and everything. I mean,
a Google trend. We were like either 4th or 2nd yesterday. I mean, everyone was searching out Opie and Anthony news.
It was there.
It was everywhere. But this is strategic on his part to knock us down and stress the fact that we're failures and irrelevant when he just knows that's not true. Newsday, whatever. I don't really count that one. I've never liked Newsday. It was such a boring paper. Want to move on it?
Yes.
Nothing to comment there?
Nothing.
We said a lot earlier. All right, here we go.
Look, I have to tell you, in a lot of ways, this is the ultimate tribute to our show. That not only, and I don't mean to pick on Opie and Anthony,
really,
but everyone who has tried to replace us on whatever station you can name has failed. And now, almost all of their stations, in fact, I think every one of their stations has switched formats.
Oh, yeah.
Pretty much.
To Top 40. And I got to thinking yesterday...
They had to get out of the talk business, the rock business. They've gotten out of every business.
If tomorrow I announced I was going back to terrestrial radio, I could do it all over again.
Oh, yeah.
and I could do it with my eyes closed. It is so. It comes so naturally easy to me to win on the radio that it's not even a challenge. It's easy. And as hard as terrestrial radio is now, because you can't even say anything, I still believe I could do it again.
With your hands tied, you were number one.
Number one. And I wouldn't ever want to go back to terrestrial radio, because I can't tell you how sickening and life-draining it is to get your words and every thought bleeped, because they're so fucking afraid of you.
And they jammed in content between commercial breaks that last forever.
Yeah, it was a nightmare.
Wow, good acting there.
Ooh, that was good.
Very good.
That was real good. Yeah, and perhaps the reason everybody's switching formats is it's cheap. It's cheap. We're in an economic fucking free fall. And they don't want to pay talent. They're fucking firing people that were number one in their time slots.
All over the country.
All over.
CBS was doing this.
Clean fucking sweep of people so they could put in the women like you heard on that fucking promo earlier for that news piece.
Big names being fired. Not as big as the Messiah, but big names that were doing very well in their city. Very well. It's just what's going on out there. That's what happened with us.
God.
They didn't want to pay us, a lot of money to continue, even though we had the good ratings. That's pretty fucked up if you think about it.
I hate to sit here sounding like we're making excuses for things. I really do, but there's a difference between making excuses and clearing the fucking air of the bullshit that is being turned over by this fucking guy. Just never stops. We weren't even fucking talking about you for months.
Well, we just get under his skin.
Oh,
he can't help it. He can't help it.
All right, David.
For someone who thinks he's the greatest and the best at this, he's kind of insecure.
Do it all over again?
A little insecure.
You can do it all over again if you go to terrestrial radio. Well, go ahead. Do it all over again for about $102,000 that they would pay you. Because I think that's all they're doling out these days as far as pay goes. Hard to make that Hamptons mortgage payment on what they're paying a fucking board op.
And that's also like me saying, growing up I loved basketball, I really believe if I just gave up on the show, practiced a little bit, I would kick ass in the NBA. Why is that crazy to say?
You're white?
Nah, but
not that tall.
When you just yap, and it's never going to happen, right?
It's easy to
Anyone
say.
could do that. I think I could be great in the NBA. That's what I say today.
Number one with your hands tied behind your back.
Tweet the shit out of that. Let's make that a big thing today.
Tweet.
Opie thinks he could be a star in the NBA at 37 years old.
37.
What happened?
I don't know. Somehow you stole a DeLorean.
All right, what do we got? One more?
Track 6.
Yeah.
All right. Here we go.
But, today I'm gloating a little bit.
Today, a little bit? Sorry, had a comment.
I'm gloating a little bit. I do feel good about it. I do. I feel great.
Well, it's a shame that, your good feeling has to come from other people's demise. But they wouldn't recognize you when you were there.
It's always, been my, curse, Robin, to only be happy when I...
No, I'm not saying that. I'm simply saying that they could have recognized your skills and your talents and embraced you. Instead, they had to fail in order to understand your power and your genius.
Holy motherfucker! I gotta step in.
There's not enough money to play that role on a radio show.
I can't believe that is an actual statement.
Rob, it has some pride.
That was an actual statement.
Oh my God! There's no
way.
Did you transcribe that like that?
That line sets civil rights back 100 fucking years.
Oh my God, Robin, Obama president. Nah,
yeah,
you don't have to do that anymore.
That's a Jim Crow line.
Oh my God, can we hear that again? Back to E-Rock as Robin.
No, I'm not saying that. I'm simply saying they could have recognized your skills and your talents and embraced you. Instead, they had to fail in order to understand your power and your genius.
That's exactly like the 300. All he had to do was kneel down and fucking, kiss the ring.
Yep.
And everything would have been fine and dandy. But they chose to just, perish in that hail of arrows. Mm-hmm. Didn't recognize the skill, power, and genius. They could have recognized your skill. The first thing we did, me and Opie discussed this when we came from Boston to New York. Mm-hmm. The first thing we did, because we knew growing up in New York, you don't come into Howard's backyard and shit on Howard. He's got all the listeners. It's the dumbest thing you can do, especially if you want to share an audience. We were doing afternoons. He was doing mornings. Of course, we wanted his audience to listen to us on their drive home when they listened to him on the way into work. The dumbest thing we could have done, and we discussed the strategy, was to come in and bash him. So we did give him kudos. We talked about how we grew up working, listening to him, and talked about funny things, all the bits with Jackie, and just the whole thing. Every guy, especially that grew up on Long Island, listened to Howard. Wasn't he lying? I'm not going to say, I've never heard of the guy before that. I never heard of the guy. It's bullshit. So the idea that we came rolling into town saying we're going to kick anyone's ass, which, by the way, Bubba did. Mm-hmm. His good pal Bubba did say that. Mm-hmm. He came rolling into, I think, Connecticut.
Well, because they didn't have enough confidence to put him in New York originally. I'll give you the insight on that.
Because he sucks. So
I think it was Clear Channel at the time. They're like, well, let's test him out in Connecticut. Howard's on a station in Connecticut. We'll see how great he is. If he could hold his own in Connecticut against Howard, then we'll move him into New York.
Yeah.
They didn't even have confidence to bring him right into New York.
No.
And he failed miserably.
And he went up there and just said, I'm going to kick Howard's ass. And then just went on bashing and bashing and bashing and got his ass handed to him.
Right.
That's not how you compete with Howard. Mm-hmm. We did embrace his talent. We talked about how we grew up listening to it and it was a very innovative radio and whatever. And we just got shit on for doing that. Mm-hmm. So when we got shit on, we throw a little shit back. And it got to the point where we were throwing some really good shit back that couldn't be competed with.
Well, because we're funnier and we're more clever.
And
it does a great Howard impression.
And the bosses had to step in and stop us from talking about. Like I said, the bane of our existence through radio has been the bosses stepping in and telling us to stop talking about him. And that's what happened. That was what we got for embracing his talents and genius and power, you dunce.
Yeah, but they conveniently forget that we
they leave that part
that
out.
we ever, talked about him positively.
Yeah, what are we, stupid?
Or gave him props.
Going to roll into New York City
they conveniently
and bash
forget
Howard.
Dude,
stop it.
I gave him props, 3 months ago, something like that. We pop in our little props here and there when it's.
No one can deny
whatever.
what the guy did in radio. Mm-hmm. You're stupid if you think you can convince anybody based on your own ego, what he did in radio. He was huge.
Yeah.
And there's no one that could say he wasn't. But to sit there and let him bash you and not fucking give shit back is just stupid. It's self-destructive. That's how he killed every DJ he went up against. Because they'd get these pussy program directors that said, they'd have these big meetings and the jock would be like, Howard is after me. What do I do? And the PD would be, the best strategy is to ignore him, and he'll go away. And you know what happened? He kept pounding and pounding until he made the jock look ridiculous to his own audience, to where his own audience would defect, go to Howard, and then the jock that he was goofing on became a joke. Mm-hmm. You don't see that shit and then do it and repeat it unless you're an idiot. So we fought back. Well, mind you. And did very well.
We're the best in the business at that.
Exactly. We're pricks. Insufferable assholes.
Everyone knows that. Everybody. He even knows that.
Yes, that's why he went to the boss. He never went to the boss because of Mark and Brian. You think the bosses ever told Mark and Brian to shut up? Stop it. Johnny B on the loose. Do you ever think he was told, hey, knock it off, you're really hurting Howie? No. But time and time again, the big bosses would drag us away from vacations. We had to get on airplanes to be yelled at.
Have you ever been holy shit.
It's fucking ridiculous.
Have you ever had to take a flight to be yelled at? By your boss? I don't think so.
Well, that's what happened to us. And that is the only show that happened to.
Oh, yeah.
Not another fucking show. Every other show laid the fuck down and withered away and died. Just look at DeBella. DeBella is the classic example of the idiot who just sat there and took it, didn't know how to fight back, and he fucking looked like a douche in front of all of his listeners.
Mm-hmm.
He became the most uncool shithead to listen to based on Howard's abuse of him.
Mm-hmm.
It was, I'll use the word, genius. There it is. It's the genius part Robin was talking about.
Right.
That was genius. But we're not going to, we grew up listening to it and learning that strategy, that you don't just sit there and take it. So that's what we've been doing, dishing it back out. And now again, we get in trouble for doing that. And we get a boss that tells us that's not the way to handle it. You don't handle it that way. After fucking 14 years of handling it that way and being successful at it, no, that is how you handle it. Listening to you wither on the vine and fucking die. Oh, God, Suits.
All right, go back to Robin, and then we'll move forward.
Yes, I like the way Iraq did that part.
If this isn't a me, you moment, I don't know what else to tell you.
No, I'm not saying that. I'm simply saying they could have recognized your skills and your talents and embraced you. Instead, they had to fail in order to understand your power and your genius.
I don't think they ever really got it. And you're absolutely right.
Me.
Wow.
You. Me. You. Oh, my God. Start over, David.
Okay. I don't think they ever really got it. And you're absolutely right. This is a great tribute to our show. Robin, Artie, Fred, Benji, I guess, yeah, you're a huge part of the show, but the fact of the matter is that this is a great day, and you know, all of you, you know, it's great to say you're gonna kick our ass, and you're a big shot, and you know you're gonna do...
And we're nothing. I mean, it's one thing to say you're gonna beat us.
Yeah.
But to call us nothing?
And the company...
And no talents.
The company handed over a franchise. A franchise. You know, this was a franchise, and they really blew it.
Wow.
Bravo.
That ought to be at the Winter Garden Theater. I swear to you.
There you go.
I'd see that every night, that performance.
That was only a piece.
What a performance, Doc. What a performance.
That was only a piece, by the way.
Yeah.
Oh, that wasn't the whole thing?
No.
Some of the better ones.
There were little tidbits thrown in there, but that was it.
Stop saying there, David, hoping for more lines.
David, you played your part very well.
Very good.
Yes.
Thank you.
Came off more like Howard Beale.
There goes David.
All right.
Yes.
Take a break. Move on other things, probably.
Things. Look, they're getting applause as they walk out.
Yeah.
Fascinating. Fabulous.
We'll play this. A little primetime gossip with Sam Roberts.
Oh.
Chris Brown and Rihanna. He might have to update this, because now I'm hearing they're in a studio making a song together.
Really? I'd like to hear that one.
Pretty smart, though.
Yeah.
Who's not downloading that one?
Yep. Maybe there's a whole publicity thing. You beat the shit out of your chick.
They're doing the new, don't go break in my jaw. Don't go break in your jaw.
Hey, we should come up with some songs.
Help.
You hear, we'll talk about it after the break. McCartney and Ringo Starr getting back together to do a little something.
What about the other? Oh,
yeah.
I We're back, and Primetime Gossip is coming at you with the latest in Hollywood 411. The Rihanna-Chris Brown situation keeps getting juicier, as we recently found out that Chris Brown not only beat Rihanna about the face and mouth, but followed it up by biting her and then threatening her life.
Quote, "You just did the stupidest thing ever. Now I'm really going to kill you."
Thank God, after everything, Rihanna has come to her senses, as, rumor has it, she and Chris Brown are staying together. Rihanna's status as a role model has officially been cemented as she sends that all-important message out to millions of teenage girls. If you're being hit, stick with your man. It will surely get better. And besides, it was probably your fault anyway. Thanks, Rihanna. Enabler All-Star P. Diddy is doing his part by letting the couple reconcile in one of his homes. And CoverGirl is still using Rihanna as a spokesperson for their brand.
Lash Exact and Volume Exact are perfectly tapered to reach every lash for a 360 frame around your eyes. What's wrong with me?
Good choice, CoverGirl. Those welts are going to take a lot of cover-up. What could be next for this generation's Ike and Tina? A broken leg? A concussion? All we can be sure of is if these two stay on this trek, Chris Brown will pull a Benoit in no time. Stay tuned as PTG keeps you on the inside.
Opie and Anthony. We've given the people their money's worth today, my friend. And we still haven't even done story of the day. Oh, look at that. Maury has people fighting. Wow, that's crazy.
You
never
are
see
the
that on
father.
Maury.
2 mothers, 3 babies. Is one man the father? And then he's got the paternity thing. I just want to see Maury get shanked by his
Maury.
guests one day. Not fatally.
Right.
Just like one of those where they come up and do 8 fucking quick stabs to the ass cheek.
Right.
Waka, 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 waka. And then the guards step in. Something like that. Look at it. What the fuck is... I can't even describe the dancing that's going on stage.
What? After you make your point, you gotta move your ass around.
I think it's after you're told that that's not your baby daddy.
Right.
Maury does so many of these baby daddy shows.
He makes fun of it when he comes on our show.
Yeah. I don't care.
Listen, you kids, let's go work this out.
It's fun to have all the... God damn it!
I'm telling you.
I swear I'm going to throw this goddamn machine.
A lot of my buttons don't work either.
I don't know what's wrong with this instant replay, but I hit the button to use the beep. A car crash.
They go away.
Let's see.
The buttons go away.
Bank select 7. Car crash. Beep. Punch. Let's see which one finally comes up first. Look at the whole bank. An explosion. No yodel. Let's see which one.
I want yodeling.
Yep. That's it. So, out of 50, 31 work.
Yeah, something weird happens with these machines because a lot of my buttons don't work either. They're E-Rock.
Ant's original machine died not too long ago.
Your machine hits dying.
There's something that they do where they clone the drive.
Clone?
But some of the stuff either it doesn't program or it's just not showing up in there. So we're trying to find all the stuff that's missing.
All right, good. All right, let's get to the story of the day. You want story of the day?
Yes.
Here it is.
Immediate changes at the Corpus Christi State School where several employees are accused of staging fight clubs with the mentally challenged residents.
We should do the same thing with Eric and Steve.
Oh, goddamn. Fight club with retards.
But this is where I'm twisted. Like, if you're mentally in that state, aren't you giving them a great life?
Yeah.
For real. I'm not even trying to joke here. For real.
Remember how...
Isn't that like the most exciting thing you could do?
Remember in the movie how great the guys felt afterwards? Yeah. That's how you're making the retard feel.
What do you want them to do?
Yeah. Just sit there?
Do
checking off?
Do 5-piece puzzles all day?
Yeah. Employees are accused of staging fight clubs with the mentally challenged residents. Detectives say they have cell phone videos of some of those fights that have reportedly been going on for more than a year now.
We're told that 7 employees have been suspended. 4 others fired last year for other reasons. Those suspended employees are not allowed near the state school at this point and have been placed on indefinite paid administrative leave. Authorities learned about those fights when someone gave a police officer a cell phone that contained video clips of those fights.
Rat.
The employees involved could face felony charges for assault and mistreatment of disabled individuals, and if convicted, they could face up to 20 years in prison.
Wow.
Wow.
20 years for that?
Wow.
Why did you do that? Why did you spend everyone loving me? I'm sorry. I don't think everybody laughed.
I'm done.
You're stupid! I don't want to ever see you again! I don't want to see you either!
Oh, right.
I don't have punches. I wish I did on the retard track. My retard template does not have punches.
How can we do the bit without the punches?
I know. I know where the punches are, but the retard track ain't there.
We could do some Foley work.
Yeah, that's Foley work.
Stupid Foley.
Foley technician. Shut up. All I think is they're making horses gallop with coconuts.
Right.
I like this song, though. Fight Club.
Well, I don't think I don't know if we could do the bit without the punches.
What's the,
Let me see what I got.
What was the deal? They were just kind of... Was it at a mental institution? Or they just grabbing retards off the street?
I'm guessing an institution. If their employees were fired, it has to be an institution.
Yeah.
Oh! Ow! Oh!
All right, game back on.
Why did you do that? Why did you spend everyone loving me? I don't think everybody laughed. I don't want to ever see you again. Stop laughing at me! Stop laughing at me! You stop laughing at me! And I'm sorry, Stella! Stop laughing
You will be molested.
Yeah. Well.
Second part of the story.
Oh.
What it appears to be is that the workers at the state school were staging a fight club using the clients. There's a lot of pushing, shoving, some punches being thrown.
When something like this is alleged, where the most defenseless individuals in our society are the victims, this makes me really, really, really angry.
How is that the most defenseless, first of all? Because I would say a quadriplegic is the most defenseless. Yep. You've heard of something called retard strength? Thank you. They pack a wallop.
Would you want to take on a retard for real?
Do I get to use a pinwheel? So all you got to do is kind of spin the pinwheel, hold it to the side. When he turns his head, you just bash him in the side of the face.
Or throw a math problem at him and watch his head just explode. 2 + 2 equals Pete Rose hair all over the ceiling.
Give him a fat lip to match his tongue. Oof.
So here's what's next. The state has suspended admission to the Corpus Christi State School. It is also in the process of installing video cameras and hiring security officers. Additional supervisors will be assigned to all night shifts, during which the state will make random and unannounced inspections.
Unannounced.
Wow.
No, I was just giving him a little treatment. You're fucking beating the shit out of me.
That is... Those fucking teenagers today. You got to think they're teenagers. Right?
And then, videotaping it is always a great idea.
Well,
that never gets anybody in trouble.
No, never.
You hear about that chick killed herself? Got that little tidbit of a story?
What chick?
There's an 18-year-old girl, and she had a boyfriend, and she decided it was sexy to text a nude picture of herself to her boyfriend, which she did. Oops, falling out. They had a little falling out, and the boyfriend decided to take that picture and post it all over the school, which is one of the hottest things I've ever heard. And I saw a picture of her, very attractive girl, but apparently she got very despondent over the whole thing. And there was a great clip on, I think it was CNN, of the mother talking about how she walked in her little girl's bedroom, saw the closet doors open, and she was hanging in her closet with, you know, Brooks was here carved in her.
Oh, boy.
Hey, I love Brooks.
How guilty is that fucking guy going to feel forever?
The world has just gotten too damn perverted. There we go. Slut was here. Yeah, I know. The guy's got to feel a little guilty, huh?
It's a piece of shit thing to do.
It is.
It's a shitty thing to do, but
yeah,
you're just being a dick.
All the high schoolers are doing that sexting or whatever, right? They call
Maybe
it
I'll
sexting?
post a naked picture of him, sort of as a bonus. Yeah, sexting is what
really,
they're calling it. Sexting.
It's huge in the high school.
The news is reporting it so much because they love teen nudity.
Yeah,
and they love talking about it.
It's titillating.
This guy was, the reporter, was talking about this in a way where he was just getting frothed up. And, yeah, a tragedy. She couldn't take it. She'd actually done one of those interviews with with the news where she was, you couldn't see her. She was in silhouette.
And her voice was like this. I sent the picture out, and I didn't think it was going to be all over the school.
Take that hot voice and just do shit up. And, yeah, she hung herself because she was getting teased relentlessly at school. I guess they were just hanging the picture all over the place. It's hot, though. I mean,
that's
horrible.
Shane,
what was her name? Jenna Logan?
Yeah.
Was that
Where
her
was she
name?
from?
Not gonna be there anymore. I have no idea. It's from Office Space. It's a movie quote, so.
I got to go to Shane Schneider.
Shane Schneider.
Instant feedback. We're still rocking the instant feedback. We're back to the regular one, I guess.
But Jessie Logan was her name.
Shane.
Her name was Jessie Logan. Her name was Jessie Logan.
Let me get this line in because it's too good. That could cause a frenzy of comments. Shane in Philly writes, "Who's leading this? Tyler Burden."
Tyler Burden. That's great.
I am Jack's retard tongue.
Oh, wow. Here we go. Matt of Long Island's got a little comment about this very tragic story.
Yes.
Matt?
Hey, Matt.
Poor girl, victim of the modern age.
Oh, the naked girl, yeah. She's dead.
Victim of the modern age, for sure.
Yes.
Hey, Dick Lick, what do you got?
Hey, what's up?
Hey, man.
Yeah, I was actually going to talk about the retard thing, but I'm sorry, I came in at that time. It's a very sad story, so I think I'll just slump away.
You really suck.
What I don't get it. That could be the worst phone call ever made to a radio show about anything.
Yeah.
What are you doing? We got a bit in progress here, sir.
Bit in progress.
Don't mess up our bit in progress. This is a good question by Talon, the trucker. Talon, what are you hauling today?
Bouncy paper towels.
Oh, nice. The quicker picker-upper.
Ex-boyfriend of the girl who killed herself. I wonder how many mercy fucks he may get out of other girls at school there.
I can tell you one thing he'll never get again, a naked text. What a dummy.
Yeah, really.
Yeah, really.
Who would send him a picture of her vag after that?
Right. Kyle from Michigan. We all know bum fights, right?
Yeah.
He writes, it's not bum fights, it's dumb fights.
Dumb fights.
It's the UFC, you fucking clod.
Most human beings would agree that this is so wrong, but most human beings would also agree that they would love to check out this cell phone video.
The first rule of Retard Fight Club is, I forget. Yeah, clump fights. Yeah, everybody's kind of trying to jump on the bandwagon there.
Let's go to Bill in D.C. Bill.
Beat up a retard.
Bill. Thank you, Bill.
Hello, Bill.
All right.
How do you hit a retard? I mean, seriously.
Hard.
Hard.
Don't aim for the brain.
That brain could take a punch.
It would be so sad. I wouldn't know what's going on.
Yeah.
Just sitting there with that dumb look on his face. Either that or he'd go like, shake it off and go, wow, thanks, I feel great. Shit, that's all I needed.
I had the weirdest dream.
What do I have this stupid haircut for?
Exactly. Why do I have these pennies in my hand and why am I eating them?
We can move on to the next story, and then we can maybe go back to that. You never know, right?
Of course.
Because this one's really good, too.
It's fair game.
Sure. Listen to this. What the
Yeah?
hell is that?
I like that.
It's interesting.
Oh, you know what?
Smoke pot?
I put the wrong disc in, but we could go with it. You know we do the FU line?
No.
Of course you know. Help me out here, Henry. Sandy Kane, an old favorite.
Yeah.
I was going to play something else, but what the fuck? We can go with it. Sandy
We're
Kane
staying
decided...
with the retarded...
Yeah. She called the FU line, and listen what she did with it.
Oh.
Opie and Anthony, guys, I love your show. Love showing you my hairy pussy and my twat. Opie and Anthony. Opie and Anthony, guys, I love your show. Love showing you my hairy pussy and Lloyd and twat.
Twat. Oh.
Opie and Anthony.
Would I love to hear a gasp and then a collapse on the floor?
A&O, Opie and Anthony.
Anthony.
Love showing my embroidery, pussy and twat. Opie and Anthony. And to all the interns, too.
Sandy, why don't you spend more than 30 seconds rewriting a song?
It was awful.
She really is terrible when it comes to those horrid songs of hers.
Oh my
And a liar, too. I was writing that and I was raped by Nipsey Russell with a cheerleading baton.
Right.
Shut up. You weren't. No one raped you.
She loves talking about how she was raped by celebrities.
She claimed Richard Pryor raped her. He didn't.
No.
Why would he?
My favorite story is my favorite rape story, because she has many of them. I think it was a trucker that raped her, and then they went and had breakfast together.
Yeah. She got
For
into
real.
the cab of his
For real.
truck.
And they went and ate.
And I believe she was blowing him.
Yeah.
And then he fucked her, and she said she was raped.
And then they went and got
some eggy wags.
Yes. Yeah, some eggs somewhere.
You want to take it to the hospital? No, Western Omelet will fix it.
Yeah, that's fine.
This is what I really want to play. The city council meeting. A bunch of people probably heard this already, but this is really good. I don't want to give it away, so I'll just play.
Second adding emergency clause.
And discussion? Mayor, would you like to speak again?
The guy just... Was it him?
Who was that?
Who blasted on? I hope it was her.
I'm not really sure, because I didn't really see the video. I just only heard about this one.
Well, it's been reported that I guess whoever was doing the sound, for this particular council meeting, I guess they had their iFart application running on their iPhone.
Oh, okay.
It wasn't real. It wasn't real farts.
Oh, that sucks.
But it was still a funny clip nonetheless.
Of course.
But the
Second
people
adding
probably
emergency.
thought it was real.
Oh yeah.
Let's
Yeah.
play it out.
Second adding emergency clause.
And discussion? Mayor, would you like to speak regarding this?
That's a first.
The agreement for architectural daylighting.
Oh, boy.
Can't make this stuff up. This is a revolving loan that comes from community. Stop.
She's the whole.
Block grant money.
We'll wait.
You know, long after we're gone, they're still going to be discussing.
Unbelievable.
That just shows you, though, that those are adults, they're politicians, and they're laughing at a fart.
Fart equals funny.
Yet you get in trouble if you do it. Like that's what people laugh at.
Yeah, Einstein came up with what? E equals MC squared.
Yep. Yeah.
And we came up with fart equals funny.
Fart equals
We're
funny.
just as brilliant as Einstein.
That proved it right there.
That's right, you are.
Talented
Yeah,
and
I know
powerful.
I am.
You're all powerful. Did you see how she was trying to be the whole in that situation, though?
Yeah.
But she was laughing, but she tried her damnedest to oh, come on now. Oh, God.
She had to be the responsible one.
Yeah.
So there you go. All right, we're going to get into some other
It's
things.
funny just to hear someone laughing at a fart.
Oh, yeah.
Like, the fart was funny. Then someone just...
Because you understand how helpless they are.
Yeah.
To stop it.
Right. That's true.
It's like watching somebody run and shit their pants. You
We
know
saw
they
that.
can't stop it.
Uta Pipping, was that her name?
Oh, my God.
At the Boston
Best story
Marathon?
ever.
She's running, and she ran past us, and she was that big name that year.
You can look it up online if you think we're lying. I think she won in the women's division of the Boston Marathon that year, around 95, 96. And she not only had liquid diarrhea, she also was having her period.
Everyone was waiting for her to run by. That was like the big thing. She was like a celebrity.
Right.
And everyone's waiting for her to run by. So we heard that she was coming up the road, and we figured, let's get out to the street. So we get out there. She runs by, and her being like this marathon celebrity was completely overshadowed by what could only amount to what looked like melting crayons running down her leg. It was just shit, piss, and period blood.
Yeah.
Was from her shorts to her ankles.
No joke.
Yeah.
My favorite part of that story, there's a part 2 to that story. She ran by, and then, we continue watching the race. Do you remember the Asian runner?
Oh, that guy, yeah. Oh, yeah.
I don't know why. It just makes it... I think it's funnier to say that it was an Asian man than it was. He couldn't wait any longer, so he runs off the course, kind of like where we were, runs to sort of a dumpster, but he's still out in the open, drops his running shorts, and just takes a nice dump.
Takes a giant dump right on the ground in plain view of everybody, pulls his pants,
doesn't wipe,
his shorts back up.
Pulls up, and then gets back on the course.
If you crap yourself, or you take a shit and don't wipe, and then run the Boston Marathon,
yeah, and
you're going to need a shower.
You're going to have... Your ass is going to feel like there was like an onion, like a fucking a vinegar potato chip between your cheeks.
Hate that feeling. God, do I hate that
Yeah, it's all
feeling.
raw and tender.
Get into the shower and spread your cheeks and go, ow, 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 pins and needles, pins and needles.
That's the truth.
Oh, little sting. It's the sting that feels good, though.
Yeah.
You know you're getting it all taken care of. Ow! It's like, how far can I spread? All right, no pain yet. Ow!
Travis has handed me Bombs and Flubs.
What?
The first
On this
volume
show?
for 2009.
Impossible. Thank God I know I'm not even featured on this disc because everything I said has been hysterical.
Mm-hmm.
And I haven't flubbed once.
Oh, you're right.
Sure I am.
Oh, Neil Strauss, though, we have to talk to.
Ooh.
Who's the chick that's wearing sunglasses inside? I saw her.
What?
There's 3 girls.
Why the sunglasses? To be cool, man. To be cool. Hollywood, man.
Wow, they're kind of like...
Uh-oh.
2 girls in sunglasses.
Yeah. All right, we'll talk to Neil Strauss next. What is Neil
Sitting
promoting?
on each other's laps?
Emergency, right. The book
on
will
over
save
there.
your life by Neil Strauss. I read one of Neil's books, or a book that he was, what's the word I'm looking for?
Co-author?
Ghostwriter.
I don't know if he's a ghostwriter or if he put his name on it.
I'm not really sure now, but Motley Crue. Dirt. The best rock and roll book I ever read. And I've read a bunch over the years.
And Jenna's life
Better
story.
than Hammer of the Gods, my friend.
Really?
That Dirt book by Motley Crue was amazing.
Oh, yeah.
I didn't like it. There was too much negativity.
Amazing.
I've looked at the cover of so many books, and this one is good.
Yeah, you don't
See, I'm implying I don't read.
I understand.
Although this book is very frightening. I'm afraid if I touch it the wrong way, I'll be arrested. False alarm. It's a little emergency thing.
It
It's a
feels
little
like you
fire
could actually
alarm.
pull it down.
Yes, it does.
Very good artwork.
Yeah, it's a nice cover.
And look, even the scratch marks, because that's where, your nails would go if you were
Oh,
to
that's scratch-eaty.
Oh, wait, my book's just scratched up. Is yours scratched up?
Yes, it's
Do
part
you know,
of the
I'm
cover.
such a fucking dummy. I actually thought that was just a scratch on my book.
No, it's textured. The whole cover is textured. It's very nice.
Oh, comics are in here.
What?
Comics.
How a can of beer will keep you warm. See, there's a whole bunch of stuff in here on
how to escape a mob, how to survive cold weather. We got to talk to this Neil Strauss guy, I'm thinking.
You know what, though? 99% of these can be solved with a gun. I just know it because I'm a gun advocate. Boy, that NRA, they got me hook, line, and sinker.
Yeah, great.
They know I'm Mr. Check Sender. I got more junk mail from them. And then I'm ready to, throw it away. And I go, I'll just write him a little check to help the cause.
Every newsletter used to, they're trying to take the guns out of the hands of our babies. Well, fuck that.
Well,
Here's a
fuck
check.
that. Guns for the babies. And I sign a check.
Yeah.
Send it off. I don't care. Guns for the retarded. Yes, indeed. Make them put the grip on the barrel end. Eliminate the problem. Here, you hold it this way, dummy.
Can I piss first? I have to pee badly.
Oh!
All right, yeah, we could do that. Neil, could you wait a couple more minutes?
Where's Neil?
Neil, you want to be here?
Where is he?
I don't even know.
Where's Neil?
You're not Neil.
You're not Neil.
You're not Neil.
You're the intern that looks like a dog
work
from the
here.
dog show.
And we still haven't gotten the dog that I'm talking about yet.
It's
a very rare dog.
He kind of looks like the Mortgageboard kid that used to do the Underwood Deviled Ham commercial.
Oh, Reese.
Mason Reese.
Mason Reese.
But with Danny Bonaducci's hair from the Partridge Family. Like, you get that Danny Partridge hair.
What about the old school Jack Osborne in there, too, though?
A little Jack Osborne because
Old
of the
school Jack.
glasses.
And the long hair.
Yeah,
Jack
the
used to
glasses
grow
and the
out
long
the
hair. Yeah. You ever think about cutting that hair? Not
Why
that
don't
I
you
want.
talk into a
Microphone.
Get on a mic.
You
It's
probably
radio.
get a
What the
chance,
fuck?
You're going to talk
Talk
into
to the
thin air.
Yeah. You were gonna what? And then what happened?
I was thinking about cutting it this week.
Really?
Yes.
Short or just a trim?
Weighing my options.
Yeah, well, oof.
Yeah.
A few jokes there.
Oh, boy.
Yeah, options. Okay.
All right. Neil Strauss is waiting, so we got to go. Sort of that.
Yeah, it's sort of like a sheepdog.
It's sheepdog, that's it.
No,
Yeah.
but there's a dog out there. Someone could help me. Dark brown hair, that long hair that falls over the face, kind of like not
A cockapoo.
not flat hair. It's kind of like wavy. But
Yeah.
a lot of it.
Almost looks like a retriever kind of a face.
Kind of like a Cousin It type thing.
Yeah.
All right, Opie and Anthony, Neil Strauss next with this emergency. This book will save your life. We want to talk to him.
He wrote one of my favorite books of all time.
Dirt?
No, The Game.
The Game? He wrote The Game?
He wrote The Game about the pickup artist. It's one of my favorite books ever. Yeah.
Then why the fuck is he sitting there waiting?
Because we have to.
I have to tinkle, and nobody
yeah.
came in to tell us that he was here.
All
He's
right.
gotta
I was
tinkle.
busy.
All right. Opie and Anthony. Where's Neil Strauss? I want to talk to this guy.
Come on, you rock.
The book is called Emergency. This book will save your life. Neil Strauss. New York Times best-selling author. Hello, sir. How are you?
Hey, what's happening?
Welcome to the Opie and Anthony Show.
What's happening?
Don't be scared. We're all right. You all right?
I'm not scared.
Good.
Something tells me he's not scared.
I can tell.
If you write a book like this.
Did you really help write Dirt? I know we're going to talk about the new book.
We can talk about whatever. Yeah, I spent 2 years on the road with Motley Crue writing The Dirt.
That is awesome.
It's a tough living, man.
And I'm not even kidding. It was my favorite rock and roll book of all time, and I try to read a lot of them.
No, I can't believe we got that done, because those guys, like, they're always warring and fighting, and they did, like, everything to sabotage the book.
Really?
Like, one point, like, because those guys, like, one point, Tommy was fighting with Nikki.
Right.
He called me, and then he was fighting with Pamela, and he called me up. He's like, I don't want Pamela's name in the book at all.
Right.
And like, we're not going to have a book without every time. And then like, Vince didn't want to take part in the book. It was like every time it was like pulling that book out of those guys. But it ended up great.
Bands?
It's going to turn into a movie
just
now.
Can't fucking get along.
Well, a relationship with two people is hard enough. So one with four is just ridiculous.
And they weren't talking whatsoever. So you had to you had to talk to these guys individually.
Yeah, totally, man.
Which made it cool, because then you got everyone's side of a story without them having to talk among themselves.
Yeah, it was funny, man, because like, you know, some of those guys didn't know like other members of the band had slept with their wives and girlfriends.
Wow, really?
Yeah, and we had a rule when we did the book, like you can't look at anyone else's chapters. You can't see what anyone else said. So at the very end, I showed them like what Tommy, what Nikki, what Vince had said, and then they reacted to what they said. But I said you can't change what someone else said.
Oh, but that makes the other person go, oh, all right.
Exactly, man. And then they try and step it up and like get revenge in their chapter.
Right.
Did anything get taken out at all, Neil, that they had said? Did anybody like actually take something out and go?
No, man. We had a rule like anyone who I'll work with, like, if you're going to take shit out, I'm not going to do a book with you. You got to put it all in there. That's why we called it The Dirt.
And that's why it's so good.
Yeah, but
because you're reading, and I mean, I was amazed. I'm like, oh I can't believe I'm reading this.
But it pissed. But then when they did the tour, though, they would say these stories that weren't in the book, and I get pissed off. Like Tommy was talking about how they had a contest to see who could sleep with the most girls in a row without showering. And I think like Tommy won with like 25 girls in like 14 days or something.
But I read that. Was that in the paperback?
I think that was in his book afterward.
Or was it in
Tommyland?
No, I never read his. I read what's his name, Nikki Sixx's book though.
Maybe it was in Nikki's.
Oh,
yeah.
Nikki's Diaries,
which wasn't as good. Dirt was really good.
Thank you, man.
Really good.
Yeah. Now, the first time I met those guys, they got arrested. That was my first view of them. They were being like, I heard that they were being like arrested backstage, led away in handcuffs. I'm like, I got to do a book with this band.
Well, that's awesome.
Yeah.
For what?
For like I think Nikki kicked the security guard in the head, and like Tommy like inciting girls to nudity, which is kind of what he does.
Yeah, of course.
Yeah, of course.
I think I read the book in 2 days. It was one of those.
That's awesome, man.
One of those I just could not put it down.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
Was that the book? Because I think that's the one I read where Vince was talking about his daughter's death, and it got pretty heavy with Vince's stuff.
No, it was heavy. I remember like why he was telling me. They were like, it was like basically Vince is really good between beer 3 and beer 6, and so we're at the Havana room. It's like the cigar club, and he's telling me, and literally like we were like there were tears in my eyes, man. It was like heartbreaking.
Yeah, he's had that's a rough one, man.
Yeah,
really rough, obviously. And you also talked to Brittany before she broke down.
Yeah,
we're leading to the new book. Don't worry, but you got a story to tell here.
No, there's actually the story's kind of continued in there because I did this book called The Game that.
That Jimmy loved.
That Jim was talking about.
One of my favorite books ever. It fucking inspired me as an average schlub to realize that, like, I know the message wasn't that women are dumbbells, but goddamn it, you really think, like, I could fucking pick one of these idiots up, and the methods work.
What do you mean by idiots is like a really hot...
A hot chick, yeah.
Right.
No, it was like life-changing for the guy who would go through like 2-year dry spells in New York to actually realizing, man, all I have to know is like figure out how this attraction thing works, and I can push those buttons. And like, as a guy who can't compete like Jim with like the quarterback, good-looking guys, like to go out there and like run rings around, it was pretty fun.
Give us a couple little things here. Because I didn't read the book, but I'm sure there's listeners out there going, come on, help me out.
What do you want to know? Ask.
Like, what's the method? Because like, one thing that I noticed, like he rates like social relevance. Like women judge you on different things, and one of them is social relevance, which is basically how other men respect you. What's it like?
Yeah, it's social proof. Here's the deal: if I ever walked up to a woman, right, and I started a conversation, and she was cold or did I have to go to the bathroom thing, I just go, no problem. I go to the bar, I find someone who maybe is slightly more attractive to her, talk to her, say, let's go make some friends, put it on my arm, walk back to the girl, and this time it opens beautifully. Yeah. Because when a guy walks in the bar, he looks at the hot girls. When a girl walks in, the first thing she looks is at the hot girls, then she looks to see what guys they're with.
She looks at the competition, right?
Yeah, because in other words, if she knows you're with a beautiful girl already, you're pre-selected. That other girl's already done the screening.
She's done the research, everything else.
Right.
Yeah.
And so
you're a winner.
Exactly.
But the guy Mystery got like a bad reputation on the show. A lot of people didn't like him because they're like, what's with the hats and all the weird stuff. But he's just like a regular dude who bangs strippers. I mean, he's a guy who lives banging hot chicks.
Right. His whole thing was like, there's a line that Marilyn Manson used, like, if you act like a rock star, people will treat you like a rock star. So in that small world of the club, no one knows what the outside world's like. But in that club world, if you kind of stand out, like if you dress silly and you're alone in the corner, you're just an asshole. But if you dress silly and you're surrounded by women, you're someone people want to be with.
It's like, and negging chicks was always amazing to me, too. Like, he talks about negging girls, where if you kind of goof on a chick, or if you shit on her, and I saw this work, and this is what made me sick. There was a girl I was dating at one point, and we were just very casually seeing each other, and I watched a guy neg her in front of me, and it worked, where he walked up and just offered her gum randomly. Because then the chick will think that her breath stinks.
No, here was the craziest shit, and like I don't really talk. This isn't even in the book because it's like so hardcore, and there just wasn't room for it. But if there was, and this is like horrible, whatever. It's this show, so we can talk about what we want. So no, I noticed like there was a girl who was like really beautiful and untouchable. If I could make her hate me, if I could actually make her not like me, like really get pissed off at me and chew me out, and then I could win her back, like she was mine.
Well, how do you make a girl hate you? Because I would probably do that
so
and get her
easy.
to walk out. Just grab her tits.
Right. But I mean, I can walk you through it if you want.
Yes.
Okay. So, I mean, say I was talking to someone and be like, oh my God, that's retarded. You're so retarded. Or is your hair real? Or whatever it is. I'd say one of those things. And maybe I'd like cross a line and they'd get pissed off. They'd be like, you know what? That's rude. You know, that's a rude thing to say. That's not a word you should, and they chew me out. I'd say, you know what? And you never apologize, by the way. I would say, I'll tell you what, I was raised in a home where teasing was a form of affection. My parents, like, they would never say I love you. They'd say, you got a Roman nose. It's Roman all over your face. So if I'm teasing you, and maybe I did go too far, but I'm teasing you, it's just my way of showing I'm comfortable with you. And they'll sort of listen to the story, and then you win them back, and you say, you know what, I'll tell you what, let's start all over. I'm Neil. What's your name? She tells you your name. And then we go, we're sort of like Bruce Willis and Sybil Shepherd in Moonlighting. And it reframes that kind of tension as sort of attraction. And it's weird if you can win them back and make them hate you, then like you, take them through that emotional cycle. They'll like follow you around all night.
Does it actually work though? I mean, it sounds like all right. That sounds like practical advice, but would it actually like work? Because
here's the thing: when I did this book, The Game, like I didn't know any of this, and I sought out like the world's greatest pickup artist, and I just took their advice. If they said do this, I would just do it, and that's how you find out. Because half the stuff is counterintuitive. If we do what we want to do, which is like buy someone a drink, be really nice, and say I'd like to take you home, it's just not going to happen.
All right. So Britney Spears.
Yeah, that was a long tangent, wasn't it?
What?
That was a long tangent from the Britney Spears.
No,
question.
but not at all. No, it's fine.
It was a useful one, though.
Yeah, no, it's good.
If we can help some guys get slapped out there, that's a good thing.
Some good advice.
Everyone's going to totally do this all wrong. And I was going to say,
that's exactly what I was thinking when you were describing.
Don't do this unless you're
some guy's going to just do it all right. All
you've got to win her back. Listen, if you don't win her back, you're an asshole and you've ruined her night on top of that.
So your cunt smells.
Dude, I literally have never read through a book as fast. The Game, because it was a gift, and I read it, and I've never blown through a book or been so inspired by a book in my life, except for the ones I've written, of course. Those
Jerry Norton's tome. Yes,
honestly,
authors.
I was
fun together here.
I was living in LA at the time, and I was trying to bang this girl. She was a Penthouse model, and she did softcore porn. And I was making tremendous headway with her, but then I fucked up and I let her know how much I like her and how much she was really in charge, and it blew the thing for me. It was fucking. I was so close to fucking this girl. It was so out of my league. I just wasn't.
Yeah, rule number one is never let a girl know you're attracted to her until you know she's attracted to you.
It was kind of obvious. We sat on the beach together. It was fucking awful.
Oh,
man. I was the worst.
Did you have a little picnic?
You know where I fucked up, though? She actually, because I got her number. We traded numbers, and I never called her, and she finally called me.
Right.
And then we went to the beach. She asked me to go to the beach.
Right.
So you have the upper hand. Solid. You're in.
She asked me to go to the beach, and where I fucked up,
we
went out to lunch, went to the beach.
I love you.
Yes.
I love you.
I opened my veins in front of her, and I said, write your name in the sand.
But here's what happened. I'm going to tell you the backstory. I'm going to tell you the backstory of that you might not even know, because here's what happened. She was dating some guy. He broke up with her, and that's why she called you out of the blue, because she's like, okay, who's on the string? She called you, and she just got over this serious relationship. She wanted you as the kind of rebound sex thing, and you got too serious on her, and it scared her.
Oh, shit.
That's probably, she probably did feel my emotion. She couldn't even have wanted me as a rebound sex thing. She might have felt like, all right, well, this lump will do for a ride to the beach.
Right.
But I wasn't all over, and I know she fucking had some kind of a thing for me. But I think when I took her to dinner the same night. Like, I made a whole afternoon out of it. And there was something about it that turned her off, and she fucking wanted no part of me.
What was it? The blanket on the beach with the duct tape and the hammer? Things I like taking to a picnic.
Exactly. Here's biscuits, and here's a handgun, and here's a condom. Here's my apology for the STD.
Right. That's really funny.
All right, so Britney Spears, you interviewed her, or?
Yeah, here's what happened. So I was writing the game. I was learning how to like kind of approach and turn a stranger into kind of a soulmate in 15 minutes. And so I'm doing this interview, and it's like really boring. I'm sure you guys get those people. They just say no, yes, maybe. They don't realize the questions are for them to like talk and expand a little bit. She just really didn't give a shit. So I'm talking to her, and I just thought, you know what? I'm getting nowhere. I might as well run this game stuff because it's worked on everyone else. She's just a woman. So all of a sudden, I just did it, like by the book. And as I did this little test where you kind of do this kind of ESP test, and she just kind of freaked out and flipped out. She thought she had ESP. It was fantastic. And then did
she have ESP?
No.
Wait, could you explain that a little further?
Yeah.
There's an ESP. You can make a girl believe they have ESP.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
Exceptionally sloppy pussy.
Did you just make that up? Or?
I did. Yeah.
That's pretty good.
Thank you.
Yeah. It's so stupid. It's not even worth repeating. But it's just like a little numbers. There are certain numbers people always pick out of a set. So you do it first, and then you have them do it, and you write it down in advance. And then when they say the number, and you show them that they actually chose the number you wrote down, you're like, wow, we must have a real connection. Wow, I'm so cynical, man. What's going on with me? So anyway, so I did this thing, and she shut off the tape deck, and just started like talking and like unloading about her life and stuff like that. And afterwards, she's like, I'd kind of like to exchange phone numbers. And I kind of thought it was like maybe a trick to get journalists to like her and write nice things. So I asked the publicist afterward, and she's like, she's never done that before.
Wow.
And the weird thing is, after the game came out, and this isn't in there, it's actually an emergency, but like a year later, she actually like called me out of the blue, like invited me over. I didn't know if she was mad about what was in the game or whatever. And she invited me over. It turned out she like, read the game, and she wanted me to like write her book. And she had like a little crumpled up piece of paper with like all these notes about her life written in there about like sexually acting out and resenting the control of her parents and all this other stuff on there.
What kind of sexually acting out?
I don't know. Yeah, I don't know.
It was just like thought starters?
Yeah, they were just like her things that she wanted to talk about.
Right.
But
not examples, unfortunately.
No.
Wow.
You should have got it. You should have pretended to write the book and just got the.
Yeah, no kidding.
I know.
Just get the info.
Forever with that information.
Yeah, exactly.
Why did you do her book? Because I mean, it's amazing like how she always looks like she's finished, and then she does a fucking album, and it's everything on it is in the top 10.
Now, how awesome!
She could pay for
crazy.
she could pay for the best people in the business, though.
Yeah.
I don't think she's been sitting around thinking up songs.
I don't think I think her people just get these people together, and she just shows up.
Yeah, she just fit the suit.
Yeah.
She's Johnny Bravo.
Yeah, totally.
I'm serious.
Yeah.
She's got the look, and they do everything else for her.
Yeah, and that's why
she sucks at singing. We all know that.
Right. No, it's true. And that's why I didn't do it. Is because like her people had such control over her. Like she would call me afterward, and then they took away her phone. And not probably separate from that, but they took away her phone, and they had such control over her. I knew like if she was going to tell the dirt about like cheating on Justin Timberlake and all this kind of stuff, like they would not let it come out.
Really?
Like it would just be some whitewashed
everything. Or
thing.
try to anyway.
Yeah, exactly.
She's nuts, huh?
God, if you got a few minutes with her,
I think she's like
it's accessible.
What's that?
It seems to me if you have a few minutes alone with her, she's completely accessible.
Yeah, I think especially like when I was doing the game and like you're in LA and you meet like kind of celebrities, it was that much easier because they're just so used to everybody saying the same shit, kissing up to them. If you do something interesting, teach them something about themselves, show them something there's a wider world out there than their little kind of insular bubble, they get really into it.
And she's nuts?
I don't think she's nuts. I think she's just like going through like a late emotional puberty. Like she just doesn't have a real life experience, and she's trying to get it. And she tried to get it. We were talking about this backstage. What do you call it? Whatever here.
Green room.
Right. So like I think the idea is like was totally controlled. She said, fuck you guys, I'm going to do what I want. She, her career went down the tubes, and they said, see, look, we told you so, and now they're controlling her again. That's my theory. Yeah. Why is Britney Spears so damn interesting? What is it about that?
Yeah, I know. Why do people just?
Because I'll tell you why. Because she was like this iconic figure. Everybody wanted to fuck her.
Right.
And then all of a sudden we saw her vag flopping out, and we're like, wow, that's kind of fun. And she shaved her head like Ozzy in 1981 and started beating on paparazzi cars with an umbrella. You're like, talk about it. It was just kind of fun to watch her unravel.
And we want them to do that for some reason. That we want that to happen because we didn't get them. We want that to. Yeah. What's wrong with us?
I want to watch her being chased. I'm one of those guys. Absolutely.
Yeah.
She knows how to get attention.
We want to watch like pure things get dirty.
Yeah.
Yeah.
What's better than a girl you're dying to fuck shaves her head and uses an umbrella to hit a photographer's car?
That's fantastic.
A friend of mine has the theory. It was a really good theory about the drug test. It might even be one of the girls back there, but she was saying that she thinks that she shaved her head because she had to do a drug test. I don't know. But that's an interesting theory.
They test off your hair sometimes?
Yeah.
Or?
Wasn't there enough hair left over that they could figure something out?
It's probably hair somewhere.
Pull out a few
On the
hair
seat.
plugs.
Yeah. It's just a theory. I thought it was an interesting one.
But why would she have to take a drug test for what?
Maybe for a patern for
the
to keep her
kids or something.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, that's just a theory, by the way.
Kids are pretty important to her. I see Manson.
Oh, yeah.
Which Manson?
Marilyn Manson.
Oh, okay.
Oh, no, the boring one was.
And that's Charles
Manson.
one.
Wow.
Yeah.
Because it says had a lot of fun with Manson. Stupid human tricks. I'm like, wow, you and Charlie have
Totally, man.
doing
was a
some human
stupid human
tricks.
trick.
Yeah, like
Look, I
cutting
can make
them
my
off.
ball bag into a cheeseburger.
Exactly.
You should have seen that Abigail Folger run
Yeah.
around.
Stupid human trick. This one wears its intestines on the outside.
I figured it was Marilyn, but I was hoping for the against hope that it was good old Charlie.
Sorry to disappoint you, man. Yeah, no, like the band, the bands, if you're going to go on the road with a band, like a band that just got famous is much more fun than a band like Motley were fun, like 20 years down the line, they're not that fun anymore.
Yeah.
They're all dealing with like divorces and calling their wives after the show or, you know, or doing their separate rituals, whereas a band that just got famous are just like indulging and
Let's rock! Yeah, they're
like,
just out of
giving
control.
girls like cereal enemas with like Fruit Loops and stuff.
You write for Rolling Stone,
Yeah.
right? Because you know the rock world pretty
Right.
well.
Yeah.
Very nice.
Did Marilyn Manson? I've heard he's kind of like a regular dude, like almost like a kind of a quieter, regular fella off, and that whole thing is just kind of fucking.
I could jump in. We saw him backstage at the River Rave in Boston. I couldn't believe it was the same guy.
Yeah.
Well, like that's Marilyn Manson. He couldn't have been nicer, and he didn't really have anything going on.
Nothing bizarre, right?
Nothing.
No, yeah.
Didn't have any of that makeup or clothes on either. It was strange.
He was naked.
He was completely naked.
Makeup or clothes. I like the idea of the new book, though.
Yeah, let's move on.
Oh, yeah, totally. Yeah, we can talk. Yeah, so yeah, that was just basically.
No, that's great. You've seen a lot, my friend.
No, that was just basically being like stressed out by all the shit that's happened in the world in the last 7 years and like not wanting to be a victim of like the stuff you read in the newspaper about the economy, about terrorism, about all that stuff. So.
Yeah, is this now? I've no clue about this book. Is this done a bit sarcastically?
Like it's done with a sense of humor, but
Right.
But it started off serious. It started
off serious.
It started out like I hate what's happening. It started out like I want to get a second passport and get the fuck out of America because it's like going down the shitter.
Yeah, but then the whole world is, if you think about it.
Yeah.
And it's almost like God, what Bill Hicks was saying in his act that. You watch the news and it's just a shooting and robbery and rape and, and you're like, oh my God. And then you look out your window and
exactly.
There's nothing going on out there. It's quiet. Kids are playing.
Right.
And, people think it's a little panicky if you prepare for some kind of emergencies. They think you're being paranoid.
Yeah, but you get that anxiety, man, because I got it and I was like, I don't know how to shoot a gun. I don't know how to forage for wild food. I don't know how to deal with anything real. I don't have a passport.
Getting water.
All my money's in dollars in the banks. Like, what am I going to do? So I went and made myself safe with every single thing I could possibly protect and do to the extreme. But what was crazy though is when you talk to the people who like the chief of police and the fire captains and the FEMA people, they say the same thing the crazy survivalists do, which is if an emergency and a disaster happens, they're like, you're on your own. And ask any rescue worker, their quote is we'll get to you when we get to you.
Yeah.
Yeah. So if the shit goes down, they're you can call 911 all you want, but 3 to 30 days.
People are very trusting in the government. They think that there's this all-knowing, all-seeing, we'll be there in a second kind of thing. With an emergency like Katrina, you just notice that that shit just doesn't happen.
They're not as prepared as you think they would be.
Yeah, and they're not going to risk their life to save yours.
Right.
They're not.
Yeah, it just doesn't happen.
Right.
You look at Katrina, though, and people think, wow, flood, we can handle it. And it kind of showed you how badly things can be handled from a government standpoint or how fucked you can be as just a person.
Not even how badly it was handled by the government, because I think the government took a lot of blame for an act of God. a bunch of people had this fake faith in the government that they are always there to help me, and when you realize no, you learn a lot from things like that. And I think if the same situation happened again, it would be handled a lot differently.
You see, it went, and here's why. Go online and go to like Google image search and look for the National Response Plan. National Response Plan, and this is how a request, if someone wants to make a request for help, how it reaches the president and how he activates the federal assistance.
Yeah.
And there's like 50 friggin' steps.
Really?
They have to go through like 50 agencies, and that takes days, man. You're on your own.
think there'd be a show that, like, I think it would be something that would keep the government from being in so much trouble. Like, look, we're at least trying this time.
Right.
Like, they'd fly people in somehow.
Yeah. Like,
maybe not do anything,
one good photo
but
op,
a good photo op, really.
Like a blue green screen of Bush, and then just put something in the background.
Yeah. You just don't want to see people in little rowboats, drowning people stranded.
Bodies
and
floating in the water.
Yeah, that's the shit that freaks people out.
And they have the friggin' president take like 3.5 days to get there.
Yeah,
and then,
to even get there.
Not leave the landing field and talk about the fun he used to have in New Orleans. You're like, what the? That to me was like the trigger when I'm like, you know what, man, I'm going to learn. And like, I became an EMT. Like, I joined a search and rescue team. Learned to shoot guns, learned to fly a plane. I hang out with these billionaire guys who like are, saw this economy thing coming 3 years ago.
Really?
And, like, we're already like protecting all their stuff and getting all their stuff out of dollars.
See, I am called paranoid on this very show by the audience, by the show,
right?
Because I do feel that at any moment something could give.
Yeah. See, here's the deal: you're only paranoid if you're wrong. If you're right, you're a genius.
Right. Then you were so prepared and everything. Of course, people with my penchant toward firearms, I get a lot of flack because of that. They call me a gun nut.
Right.
But I just like shooting.
Yeah, here's the thing. What's fascinating is when I research like kind of how people die, because I'm obsessed slightly with that as well. I just want to stay alive as long as I can. You get like one shot at this thing.
Pretty much what people do for the most part.
Exactly.
But.
So more people, I don't know if you know this, but more people kill themselves with guns than kill other people.
Yeah.
Yeah, like more people are in danger to themselves more than like the guy in the
I was
street.
almost a stat this morning.
I should laugh. What do you
I'm
mean?
not even joking.
Right.
Our guy, he picks me up in the morning because it's easy.
Right.
I sat on his gun this morning. He forgot that he put it on the passenger seat.
No way, man.
And then I reached behind me going, what the fuck is this?
Right.
It could have went off.
It's a revolver, though.
What do you mean by our guy?
He's a security
one
guy.
of our security guys. And he's like packing.
Yeah.
Right.
Oh,
packing heat.
Can you imagine, like, if you would have lived, it just would have been like really embarrassing to have shot your ass off.
Yeah.
You'd have like an ass shot, like a grazed wound, because he was laying down in the seat.
Yeah, we got a lot of arsenal in this building right now.
Yeah.
So we love it.
So like, what have you done?
Stay on the arsenal.
Have you prepared for like shit to go down?
Yeah, because I do have kind of my biggest fear with what in my life right now isn't so much national emergency type thing.
Right.
It's crime.
Yeah.
I am really and especially with the economy going the way
it makes sense every time.
Home invasion to me is something that is so preventable, yet when it does happen, those poor sons of bitches are in there tied up with their phone cord.
Right.
The daughter and wife are being raped, and the one thing the guy has to be saying is, I wish I'd had a gun.
Right.
Like, it's got to be the first thing that goes through your head is, if I had a fucking gun,
right,
these guys would be taken care of.
Okay, but here's a question. You have a gun, right? And you keep it in your gun safe.
Right.
So how do you get to the gun safe before the burglars?
Exactly.
I have an answer for that.
Exactly. I have an answer for that.
Right.
I fucking wear my gun around my house. Why wouldn't you?
I got my permits right here.
I got my concealed carry.
But people call him paranoid.
It's and then I of course have been boasting about my screening room. I have a little screening room downstairs. Watch movies down there. There is no emergency exit from this fucking theater.
Right.
There's one door in, and then you're in there and you're stuck. And I can't hear anything upstairs or anything if I'm in there. So when I'm watching a movie, I have the gun with me.
Yeah,
it sounds crazy.
No, I like your contingency planning. I like that.
I have a plan in bed, my bedroom. The door's locked. If something happened, I know exactly where to go to get the best cover to cover the door so that no one's getting in there without getting riddled.
I got
riddled with holes.
I got something for you that's going to change your life. You're going to love this thing. There's a dude in...
The number of a good therapist?
No, I set you up for that one, did I?
Jimmy.
There's this guy named Kevin Reeve in New Jersey. He has a company called On Point Tactical. I took a course with him, and he teaches you the most badass shit, like how to escape from handcuffs, how to escape from duct tape, how to escape from, how to pick locks with a soda can, how to hotwire cars, how to, like, basically teaches this stuff so, like, executives traveling don't get beheaded for being American.
Exactly.
So he'll teach you all the urban escape and evasion course. It's
that's pretty cool.
It's the coolest.
You should take that.
Oh, I should.
You
gotta
have a
take
good
it.
time with that.
Yeah.
Is he in New York? Where's this guy?
He's in New Jersey. Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah, he said Jersey.
See, if you notice, I dress like a young Fidel Castro.
Exactly.
Everything I get is from 511 Tactical.
Yeah, I know exactly what you're talking about.
I love 511. It's got, like, this. Look at it. It's a shirt with a holster in it.
That's awesome, man.
So you just, today, a nice 380 Walther fits there. You don't even see it.
You're actually a lot like Castro, except his politics were less radical.
He's a pussy.
We got Neil Strauss in studio just to reset a little bit. A great writer, and have we explained the book in general? Not really.
I think we got the gem. Basically, it's just like.
Well, I just want to make sure people are clear on it.
The game's about about reproducing. This one's about not dying.
Right.
Yeah.
Not
It's
dying,
basically
basically.
like
emergency. This book will save your life, and people are like writing and calling. They want advice from you. But
Is this comedic, this book, or is it it's serious and it's kind of funny?
he said he's throwing some humor.
Yeah, no,
around in there.
it's funny, but the how-to is between the lines, like the game.
You know what I like about this too? This is a book like if I see a book this big,
you get scared.
I'll go like, I'm not reading this. I get too distracted with computer and TV and Xbox.
It's true.
I just really do. This book, though, chapter by chapter, is just another thing to like survive from. So I would definitely put this on the back of the shitter.
Right.
And when I'm in the bathroom, I crack that open till I get hickey butt and I'm walking like a newborn fawn.
Right. Yes, I will be the person responsible for your hemorrhoids.
Your chapters aren't long, which is good.
Yeah, no,
that's
I know.
the worst when you're reading a book. You're like, I'm just going to get to the end of this chapter, and you go 20 pages to go. Great.
Yeah, no, that's exactly it.
I hate that feeling.
Right. No, you're right for people with like short attention spans.
Right.
Yeah,
And you put in
I like that I can
illustrations.
just continue and.
But your chapter titles, I want to jump in here. The problem with gas masks.
Yeah.
What is that about?
That was like after 9/11, everyone bought kind of gas masks.
Yeah, of course.
Like I was part of that panic too. And then I got them when I was writing for the New York Times, and I called the chief of one of the fire guys to ask like how to use this thing, because you just get a bunch of pieces in the mail, right? It's like some Israeli gas mask because they're all sold out. And they basically said like it's pointless. Like a gas, like a lot of toxins they'll use will like absorb through your skin. Like it's only good up to a certain saturation of air. And
you need the whole suit.
Yeah, you need the whole radiation suit.
Yeah. Oh, that's funny. You were the gas mask guy.
Yeah,
I think I was too.
I'm sure you were.
Yes, I think I purchased one of those myself.
Yeah,
I still got it somewhere.
It's like just in case. We're just think of just in case. Yeah,
just in case. They scare the shit out of you. These people.
But it can't happen. Like
yes, it can.
Raise your hand if you didn't vote.
Oh yeah, did you not vote, man?
Is that bad?
I didn't vote. I don't know.
It is, right?
I don't know.
You could beat me up. What happened?
I don't know.
What's that about?
No, I don't know. Actually, I don't know. I mean, we're supposed to vote, and that makes us feel like we have some control over the political process. But
what
really
if you
don't?
What if you didn't like the choices? Aren't you making a statement by not voting?
Yeah, that's true.
Because that's how I kind of spend in my stupid little life.
You know what the thing is? They never really stressed growing up and earlier. Like I guess until really the 80s, I think. Maybe even later, They never really stressed how inconsequential your vote is depending on what state you live in.
Right. Yeah,
if you're
totally
in New
true.
York State and you're a Republican, stay the fuck home.
Right. Yeah,
I mean, I didn't, but
save the gas.
I knew it was so useless and pointless to vote. But I did it anyway.
You
but
really voted?
I did. I voted for McCain. But I knew the Democrats were taking New York. New York State goes to the Democrats.
Right.
It doesn't matter how many Republicans voted in New York State. It's just always going to go to the Democrats.
Is this sort of a futile way to make us feel like we have some power over what the hell happens?
It really
in our
is.
country?
It's just kind of, I'm exercising my privilege as an American citizen. Democrats win.
Because they don't want us to really control the election.
No.
There's this group of guys they do something called PTs, and it stands for Perpetual Tourist or Permanent Traveler. And their idea is like, just because you're born in a country doesn't mean you have to live there. So they just like get a bunch of passports, get bank accounts all over the world, and they just like a shopping mall. The world's a shopping mall, and you get what you want from different countries.
Wow, that's pretty cool. You got
a
to kind of
cool lifestyle.
You need kind of a
starting base of money.
fee there. Yeah,
Yeah,
a little,
exactly.
Nice little nest egg to start out with.
Well, they're cheap ways to get into countries. If you like knock up a Brazilian woman, you can become a Brazilian, for example.
Oh, is that how it works?
Yeah. If one of your grandparents or parents or grandparents is Irish, you can get in there.
Oh, you can go into
like,
Ireland. Yeah.
Yeah, they're like shortcuts into.
I'm
going to
start small and just go to like Trenton.
Yeah.
First,
Yeah,
and then
exactly.
branch out from there.
Yeah.
Dude, these chapters are 4 pages long. This
I know. I
rules.
love this.
Yeah.
I'm not just saying this. 'Cause
Right.
Most books we throw in the garbage and I pee on it.
What are you on?
I pee
Never
on one guy's book in front of him.
Never drink from the bowl. What is that?
What?
Oh, that's an important survival
I
knowledge.
saw that and I'm like, wait, what is that? Tell me.
I just want to, and I'm being serious. I'm going to read this one.
Right. Awesome, man. Thank you.
Yeah, I'm not going to pee on your book.
These are actually better chapters.
That's a good compliment.
Do you know what book I've been toilet reading? Honest to God, my toilet reading book has been fucking Bugliosi's book on the JFK assassination.
Really?
It's
Really?
1,500 pages.
Oh,
Oswald
fuck.
Stone, 3rd grade.
Oh my God.
Jesus Christ. When you're late to work, it's because...
It's also a coincidence because the inside the bowl looks like the back of the limo when Jimmy's done.
Wow. Nice.
That's hilarious.
That is very good.
I sit down, the next thing you know, the Stemmons freeway sign goes through, and there's a fucking prop in the toilet.
Look, you literally have like 80 chapters in this book, so...
There's no way he can get 3 flushes off on an old toilet.
Right.
Exactly. Look at that. The sound came from the grassy hole.
Boo, Jim. Boo. You keep going. No, you got at least 80 chapters in this book, so if we ask about a couple, that's not bad. I mean, never
cool.
drink from the bowl. We need to know.
That's important knowledge, which
Yeah.
is this. That's important to know, which is if the shit goes down, you're on your own at home, you don't have water, food stocked up, you got your hot water heater, that's got 40 gallons of water.
Yeah.
You can also drink from the back of the toilet tank.
Yeah.
But never drink from the bowl.
Never the bowl part.
Exactly.
But the tank you can. That water
tank
is very
you
fresh.
can drink that water, yeah.
It really is.
Although there is kind of an algae thing sometimes on the side of it, but it hasn't gone. Once it goes past that elbow, that's where the
I know what
problem
you're talking
is.
about. I know what you're talking about.
Once it goes past that fucking elbow fucking trap thing.
So when your toilet bowl has that rusty kind of water in it, that's not good?
Yeah, no.
Not the bowl, don't drink from the bowl. It's good enough for Rover.
The bowl's like,
exactly. Get a little iron in your system or something.
Here's a great chapter title: Why You Should Think of the Zoo as a Restaurant.
Yeah, that was like there's this thing called the survivalist boards where like all the hardcore guys hang out and they have all these kind of survival tips that'll like really blow your mind, like how to make a gun out of like paper clips and wood and stuff. And one of their things was like if the shit goes down, you really need protein. Go to the zoo.
The zoo,
good hunting.
animals there. They've been taken care of for a while.
Exactly.
Yeah, good happy hunting.
Yeah.
You know how to make a zip gun?
No, I didn't learn how to.
My dad taught me how to make a zip gun years ago, a 22 zip gun.
Yeah.
And I first want to preface this by saying never do this.
Right.
Don't do this at home. It's very dangerous and it's illegal.
But here's how you do it.
But here's how you do it. It was with a car antenna. The bottom of an old car antenna seemed to be great for a chamber for a 22 round. And you would tack that onto a piece of wood that was shaped like a gun and put a regular hinge on the back as a firing pin, and put a spring on the hinge. When you click it back into the lock position and then flip the hinge, it smashes the rim fire on the 22 bullet and comes out the antenna.
It's insane.
Yeah.
Can you kill somebody with that, or is it just
Fuck yeah, it's a 22.
But it's a real.
It'll
It
kill
shoots
you.
like a real fucking.
Yeah, it'll shoot a 22 caliber bullet.
You know what's cool? Do you know how to make a
Again,
cigarette?
never do that. I don't endorse this, or I haven't ever told anybody to make one.
So forget what he just said.
Exactly.
Yeah,
Didn't
forget
happen.
it.
Jesus.
Do you know how to make a cigarette into a knife?
A cigarette into a knife?
Yeah, I
It's
do.
a prison thing. Do you?
Yeah.
Oh, wait, the filter.
Somebody taught us
Yeah.
that. Yeah, you melt down the filter.
Yeah,
and then
and
hit
then-
it with a boot heel. You stamp it on a tile
You
floor.
can get a
or-
nice sharp point out
Yeah,
of it.
between two real flat things.
Like a
and stomp it
razor.
hard.
Yeah, I know.
It's a
Who
prison.
told us that?
Probably someone who was in
It turns
prison.
into hardened
Bernard Hopkins,
fiberglass.
maybe?
I think it might have been Bernard Hopkins taught
I'm
us.
guessing.
What else did he teach us?
How to make grilled cheese in prison? The
Pocket
boxer was
pussy?
in.
Yeah.
No, the
Yeah,
pocket
pocket pussy. Yes.
All that was funny, but what was the one? It was an oven? Anybody out there
right,
remember?
right.
A microwave? Yeah, he taught us how to make a homemade microwave in prison.
No way.
Well, it's more like a toaster oven.
Well,
right.
Yeah. Gotta get grilled cheese.
It's
on
the
top.
light
Is
bulb.
it like you take like some metal and you stick it in the outlets and? what do you do?
It was like
now I
taking.
forgot, to be
Yeah.
honest.
It was the light bulb and the
yeah.
wires into the wall with the tin foil in a box. It was more like a toaster oven than a microwave.
No.
When he said microwave, I'm like, what the fuck are you doing? Microwave?
You know, the scariest thing
That
is like,
shit.
when you fly and they take away your snow globes because you can't fly with snow globes and all this other stupid shit. Like, it's so easy to make a weapon on the plane. Like, literally, like you have a knife hone. I walked through, they took a knife hone out of my bag, put it back in. You could get anything at the gift store and like make it into a knife. Not that I recommend that.
You're right, though. That used to drive me crazy, too.
Yeah.
Because you look around like all this stuff could be used as something.
Once you get through security, there's enough shit laying around to make a viable weapon with.
Yeah.
I've noticed that, too. Like, just little things from the restaurants.
They're not giving you paper utensils.
Yeah.
Even though that plastic shit could do some...
Yeah.
To the trays,
damage.
even, you know,
Yeah.
you go into the bathroom, that's your little workshop.
Yeah, and all the survivalist guys have your mindset. They want to be strapped when they're flying, so they'll take like a fighting cane with them, or like you said, they'll have like chopsticks that are like they can sharpen into an edge. They'll take all kinds of
It's
shit.
never really safe. It's that fake security crap.
It's totally fake. It's
That's
just
what we have to deal with. We have to sign into our own building. What are you stopping?
Yeah, exactly.
What are you stopping
Exactly.
that we have to be hassled every
Right.
morning?
If someone's following
you hear
rules-
the new thing? We have to actually sign in every morning before 7?
Because it's earlier than
What is
the
that about?
security
It's just a
thing.
hassle. They're not protecting us.
Terrorists are very they're early to rise. So you got to sign in.
And they're going to... Yeah.
Muhammad Atta used his real name.
Yeah.
Like,
No way. That's
all those guys did. They didn't fake their names. Here's my real ID.
Yeah, here it is.
So now you know who they are.
Yeah,
Deal.
but
the best
they didn't
way-
know... They didn't know Muhammad Atta when he was using his real name.
Exactly.
That's the problem.
And you're making it so easy
Literal
for the terrorists.
Opie.
When you create rules, when you create a bunch of rules, all someone has to do is figure out the rules and a way around them. There always is.
There's always a way around them.
You need security experts who have common sense and understand shit. Like when you fly El Al airlines.
Oh, yeah.
Like you
That's
know
a
nothing's
no
getting
bullshit
through.
airline.
Yeah. Nothing's getting through because those guys, they know what to look for, what to watch for. There's no system. They just know.
And there's not a bunch of fucking whining idiots online going, why do I have to wait? Why? They'll slap you in the fucking face.
Exactly.
The security guard. They know how serious it is.
Yeah.
And they don't care if you're offended.
No.
They don't give a shit if you're
Profile?
offended.
Yes.
Their
We're going
motto
to profile.
Their
Right.
motto is good fucking luck. No, seriously. They don't care.
Yeah.
What is probably the most important thing for a regular civilian walking the earth, or at least in this country, to know about survival? Like the most common problem that might arise that you need to know?
Like, for real, the most, because I get, like, I was really paranoid like you about all these things happening, home invasions and terrorism. But then I went to the government. I found out the facts of how people die, the biggest reasons why people die. So accidental deaths, by the way, every year, this is kind of a bummer. Every year, every one of our chances of dying accidentally is 1 in 2,500. Like, it's that low. And the number one cause, you guys know the number one cause, right?
Got to be
death?
Yeah, of accidental death.
Got to be
Cars, yeah, car
Cars,
accidents.
yeah.
obvious.
So here, like, if you really want to know the most useful tip, but it's not like the sexiest tip, is like, you know, like seatbelts, they tell you to wear a seatbelt, right? But they don't tell you how to wear your seatbelt. Because if you wear your seatbelt over your abdomen, all you're going to do when you get in an accident is you're going to crush your vital organs.
Yeah.
So wear it over your lap, because if you're wearing it over your abdomen, you're just going to hurt yourself and die.
Yeah, a lot of people do have it over their belly.
Yeah.
Like that. It's supposed to
But
go.
that's how it goes.
No,
No.
you tug
What?
it down because your hip bones, your pelvis,
Right.
is actually supposed to.
Why do they tell us this shit?
Or else you just destroy. Yeah, you make fucking mincemeat out of your innards.
I've been driving about 10 years at this point.
Yeah,
you
with the
being,
thing up on-
being a young lad I am.
Yeah.
Slouched down in the
Yeah.
seat.
I didn't know that.
No, it's crazy.
So all you do is push it down so it's more over
yeah,
the hips.
over your
Yeah.
hips.
Fuck.
Yeah.
Do you know the number 2 and 3 causes of accidental death? I was kind of surprised.
We all know cars.
I would say, God damn,
Drowning?
cars
No, that's like...
I know.
How they
yeah,
get
yeah.
safe fall on you.
falling.
Yeah, dude, it's falling. How
Yeah,
the hell did you know
falling.
that?
Because you know something,
Falling?
so many
From what?
fucking old people die of falling.
Right.
But yeah,
He's really good at stats.
Yeah.
His
Is
way
that
through
it?
this shit.
Yeah,
Falling.
like the falling's it. And
Falling
then
from what, though? Just
either
Just
I don't
falling.
know if it's old people falling and breaking a hip or
Tubs.
something, or
Wow.
like people dropping off. I don't know.
Think how many times you slip and go, fuck, I almost cracked my skull.
right.
That happens when people do crack their skull.
Right.
So think how many times you do that. How many times have you gone down the stairs and done that? Your heel slips to the next
Yeah.
step.
Yeah.
Holy shit!
Yeah.
You're like scared, and you start thinking that would have been it.
Right, when you
Break
got
my neck.
osteoporosis going, like all your bones are going to crack.
Yeah.
what's number 3?
Number
Wait, hold on, the guy with my new character is the guy with worst guesses ever. Turtle bites.
That'd be awesome. You tell me how to do that guy.
Strangely enough.
Yeah. No, take a guess, and I'll tell you.
Number 3.
Wait, let's
Yeah.
think this over.
Accidental death.
Yeah.
Accidental death. Number 3. Let's see.
For
has to
$50,000.
be fire.
No, poisoning.
Poisoning.
Yeah, I was surprised by that one.
What?
once.
Ah.
Yeah. I don't know if it's like kids.
Oh, there's a
eating
big
shit.
drop off after cars.
Wow.
I'm thinking.
Yeah.
People poison themselves. Yeah. Wow.
How?
I think it's either on purpose or accident. I think a lot of it's most of it's accidental.
Does
poisoning.
alcohol count?
Yeah, seriously, I wonder. It probably does.
Yeah,
Food
that
allergies,
one.
maybe?
Yeah, food. Yeah, I bet food
Oh,
allergies. Yeah,
The deadly peanut. Yes.
Yeah.
Wow, that's fucked up.
Yeah.
So stay away from. All right, don't drive.
don't drive.
No
don't
more
eat
driving.
things, and don't fall.
Yes.
Don't eat things or fall.
We're talking to
Okay.
Neil Strauss. Emergency. This book will save your life. I'm frustrated because every chapter I want to talk about.
That's
I know,
book is-
it really is good.
This book is like going to be huge for you.
I took a fucking ice spill on Christmas Eve out back and cracked my elbow, and it's still fucked up. And it was one of those things where it's like,
probably cracked it.
you know, that could have just been a skull, your neck,
Right.
something like that. So falling, that does make sense.
Did you get the hint?
No, I was hammered.
not.
Right.
Hey, I probably would have fucked something up if I wasn't so relaxed. Nice and loose.
Chapter 29 out of about 80.
Right.
By the way, people don't appreciate the way we're selling your book by me saying, wow, the chapters are only 4 pages long. Cool. You know, we're dumbing it down for everybody. Why the government frowns on smiling?
That's just like a crazy thing because I had to get my ID, I had to get like background checks and clearance for like joining the search and rescue team and stuff, and like you just could not smile in a photo. They don't
Why
want
is
smiling in
that?
the photos.
Why?
I don't know. They're just assholes.
The government just doesn't like smiling?
Yeah, no, it's friggin'
Probably
weird.
changes your facial features. It makes you harder to identify. Do you
Yeah.
walk around like this all the time?
Yes.
Smiling, or do you walk around just kind of straight faced?
And they did a survey of like they did a survey of travelers too, and like the travelers all over the world find like America the least friendly country to visit.
Really?
Yeah.
And we
this survey
say
came
it's
out last
like
year.
France.
Yeah.
It's weird.
Yeah.
What's this world's friendliest Nazi? Life,
that's
life
awesome.
advice from the world's friendliest Nazi.
I work with them. Yeah.
We both couldn't wait to get in there.
I'm a fan of the era.
Now you will like this guy. His name's Kurt Saxon. He's like the guy who coined the word survivalism. So I thought when I learned this shit, I'm going to go to the source and call this guy up. And once when I was working for the New York Times, I tried to call him. He didn't take my calls. So I thought he'd be an asshole. I called him up, and he literally was like the nicest guy I've ever talked to. And he's like, yeah, I was part of the Nazis. We had a lot of fun back then. We were just crazy kids.
Yeah.
He's like, and then he talked about like he was like, I go, oh yeah. He goes, you should move to. He goes, you should move to Alabama. I'm like, why? He's like, you'll like it here. I'm like, why? He's like, well, there are no black people here. I'm like, dude, you're talking to, I'm writing a friggin' book, and you're gonna like, yeah, yeah. Like, so anyway, but he wrote these books called the James Bond Manual or something like that. But there are all these books about how to like booby trap cars and how to like create like basically how to like destroy the system. But they're great.
Yeah, it's almost like the anarchist cookbook kind of.
That's exactly like
yeah.
that. So he wrote all those back in like the 60s and 70s.
That's great.
Yeah.
Because I'm an OCD freak.
He calls me every week now.
Oh, shit.
Because I'm an OCD freak, I was kidding about the 80 chapters. It's pretty much 80 chapters.
That's funny, man. That's
oh, my
funny.
God. I was
It
joking.
really is.
I'm up to 67, and I'm not to
it
the
is
back
great.
of the book. It's like we end at 70 chapters.
I don't even
Not bad.
take books home from authors that
Yeah,
come
thank
in
you,
here
man.
and stuff,
I'm reading
but I
this.
so am taking it. It really is fascinating. It's right up my alley. This is exactly what I'm thinking on a daily basis.
That's
This
cool.
book is in my head every day.
We'll probably be talking about the book off and on for the
That's
next
cool.
week
I
or two.
thought we
as
were
we
going
read
to talk
through
about
it.
Motley Crue the whole time. So that's cool.
No.
Fuck Motley Crue. They're never
Yeah,
going to
exactly.
bust into my house.
Exactly.
Hey, Tommy put his big dick in a taco. All right, fine.
I do have to watch Tommy by my pool.
Yeah.
Ouch. Oh, that hurt.
I like to read from time to time. Can you suggest a good read?
For real?
And don't even ask me any questions. This is a real good, solid book.
Yeah, I'm always going to go with fiction because, like, I don't know, it's just more interesting for me to read. Have you read Jim Carroll, The Basketball Diaries?
Yeah.
Yeah, do you like
Amazing.
that?
Yeah.
Okay, good. So we're on the
One
same
for
page.
one.
Was that fiction or
Okay.
nonfiction?
Oh, you know what? It was kind of nonfiction, but almost
was it
read like
embellished?
literature.
Well, it was, yeah.
Well, I feel like I don't know if I want to believe it was not embellished.
Okay.
Yeah. But it reads like fiction. So let's see
Doing
what.
heroin in the park and.
Oh,
God
Radical Jim is
damn,
piping
man.
up. You want to read fiction? The Warren Report. Fucking shake up the system, man.
Or how about
The
this?
9/11 report, man.
How about a newer book
Okay, newer book.
in the last few years? Because I go to the bookstore, I'm like, I don't fucking know.
Yeah,
and
you
there's
know.
no real good websites where you can really decipher
Yeah.
what's good and what's bad and what people are digging. And there's nowhere to go to get turned on to good books.
BarnesandNoble.com?
No, because they're
Search feature?
You should try it.
Reviews?
Dude, I'm telling you, it's not that easy.
Because they want the 28.8 modem dial-up?
What I used to do, because I was when we got fired 2 years, 3
Days
months
ago?
Yeah, I was
Yeah, 2 days ago. I started this thing. I read close to 100 books in
Right.
2 years.
Really?
And basically, if I got in a cab, I'd ask the dopey cab driver, "What was your favorite book of all
Right.
time?" He'd go, "Blah blah blah,"
Yes.
and then I go home and read that book.
Yeah.
The Quran? How many times did you read that?
Exactly. How many Jews it takes to make a ladder? I love the cab drivers in the city.
And most of the time, no matter who it was, could have
Right.
been a waitress, a cab driver, whatever.
Right.
Just walk of life people. 9 out of 10 times, it turned out to be a great read.
No, I take all
without even
recommendations. Yeah.
and they would go, well, what kind of stuff you like? I'm like, that doesn't matter. What was your favorite book?
Right. So another one I do is that John Fante, Ask the Dust. Do you know that book? Do you guys know that book?
No.
It's like one of Bukowski's big influences. It was written like the 20s or the 30s, but it basically sounds like it's written right now. It's just about like a loser writer, like trying to make it in the world and just sort of like completely delusional. It's funny as shit. It's really good. It sounds like it was written now. They did a movie with Selma Hayek and.
Holy shit! I just read about that guy last night. I was having deja vu. And then that guy, he goes out to Hollywood. They make the movie with him, I think.
Yeah.
Yeah, he was discovered. I just read about this guy. That's fucked up. And then
he's trying to pull some shit, ESP shit on you. You love him now.
Let's talk afterwards. Tell me if I'm right. And then he was very successful. I think the movie won an Academy Award. It was up for awards. And then this guy became a nobody again, moved back to New York, became a bum, was on the street panhandling and all that shit. And then the director that discovered him the first time around was in New York. And he comes walking up to this director's car, and the guy's like, holy shit, it's you again, and offered him another movie. He said, fucking no. Turns out he ends up dead in some broken-down apartment in, I think, the Village.
It might be that guy. It sounds like his life. I don't know his whole life story. I know he's passed away. I know he's like self-sabotaging and that kind of stuff.
Yeah,
Could
well,
be that
because I'm
guy.
reading Heroin and Genius right now.
Oh, man, I would love to read that.
It's a whole book on...
Cobain?
Yeah, but the problem is that it's obvious the writer's a little older because, like, people you really want to read about, their section is like 2 paragraphs.
Right, it's more about like William Burroughs.
A lot of writers. Right. But it's A to Z, all these very brilliant people and their genius, and then how they fucking ended up dying.
I have a whole plan.
Deaths.
I have a whole plan to become a junkie when I'm like 78 or something.
There you go.
That's kind of cool.
You got nothing to lose.
Yeah.
I read The Road, by the way. Thank you.
The Road's that's a great recommendation.
Thank you, Lips Lockhart, Philly.
And it's right on topic of what we're talking about too.
Yeah, The Road was awesome.
Great
And
fucking
They're
book.
making a movie with Omar.
Oh, Michael K. Williams.
He's in the movie. I'm not sure if he's going to be the star, but when he was
really?
talking to you guys, he was talking about
Did he say
it.
that?
Yeah.
It was a good book I loved, and I mean, we've all seen the movie. The fucking Godfather was a great book.
I never read the book.
I love the book. They give you more information.
Yeah, a
You
little
learn
more
about
insight
Luca
on some of the
Brasi,
characters, yeah.
Sonny Corleone's giant cock and how he had to find a girl with a giant vagina. Lucy, the chick he banged up in the... all kidding aside, gang. He banged this chick, Lucy, upstairs against... Remember in the wedding? He fucked Lucy?
Yeah.
The reason she fucked him is because she had a giant vagina who could take his big dick.
Wow.
Yeah, Godfather was really a fucking
Why would
winner.
Sonny then come off like someone that had something to prove? He had a giant cock. Should have had a little peanut weenie.
Exactly.
No, he didn't. Well,
Being
that's why-
such a prick.
There's one scene where they're at the wedding and all the girls are giggling and she's making bigger and bigger gestures.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, really? She's showing how big Sonny's dick is.
And then old Luca Brasi with the baby.
Oh, yeah, in the book they describe how fearsome Luca was. He was so feared because he knocked up an Irish girl and he didn't want to spawn himself, so he threw the baby in a furnace. Like that was the story that no one could hear about Luca.
Poor little feller.
Yeah, Luca was a real laugh riot.
Looks a little different, huh?
Yeah, book was phenomenal.
Isn't
So I
Jaws
recommend
very
that.
different, too?
In Jaws, I don't want to give the whole thing away.
I love that he's read the book of every blockbuster movie.
Yeah.
But in Jaws, fucking the Richard Dreyfuss character actually fucks
Hooper.
Brody's wife.
Really?
And he dies in the book. Yeah, so
Yeah,
no
yeah.
need to get it.
Have you read I Am Legend? That's another good one.
I've not. No,
Yeah,
Dude,
that's great.
I'll tell you why that book pissed me off, because I didn't know it was like a short story, basically. So I get the book for vacation. It's a nice size, like, little novel, little paperback. I'm on the beach. I'm rocking. Next thing you know, I start reading the next story from this author, and I was like 10 pages in when I realized, wait a minute, it's a whole different story, and I Am Legend is over.
Are you sure? Because mine is like 100, 200 pages.
It's about 100 and...
Yeah, it's short, man.
The I Am Legend is barely 100 pages.
Short story for
and
me
this
is
book was
8
like
pages.
240, 250.
Okay.
And I'm like, wow, that's so fucked up. The story has drastically changed. All right, but they'll tie it all together. And then I finally realized it's just another story.
That's hilarious,
It's
man.
horror writing. Right. We got Jay Moore on the phone.
Jay Moore!
Hey, Jay.
Oh, this is Al. I heard you talking about Sonny Corleone.
What's up, Al?
It's true what they say about Sonny. He had a penis the size of James Woods.
James Woods is known to have a huge one.
A huge cock.
Oh, of course. I used to step on it.
What are you doing, Jay?
I think I'm seeing you guys next week.
No.
What is that about?
I'm fine. Well, it's about I'm actually in New York.
Nice.
Oh, so you figured before Ron and Fez you'll drop in and maybe see us for a minute or two.
For a
Well, Ron and Fez don't get the in studio. Only the boys get the in studio.
You actually fucking made Fezzy cry yesterday, you know.
Bro, I say hello and he starts freaking out.
I know. There's something about fucking Jay Moore that just makes poor Fez start crying.
We might be going a little inside, but it makes me laugh so hard because I'll tell you why it makes me laugh so hard. Because Jay doesn't know how to handle Fezzy's crying.
I know.
And Jay actually starts getting a little annoyed. Like, Jesus, Fezzy, what the fuck? I'm trying to invite you to a nice little weekend.
Yesterday, he told Fezzy that he was third mic on his own show. And Fezzy just was like, and then you hear Ronnie go, "What's the matter, buddy?
Yeah.
What happened? Did Jay say something that upset you?" And Fez is like,
Yes, he did.
Yes, because I felt that way sometimes, and I don't either. And Jay's just like, "What's the matter with you? What the fuck is wrong with you?"
Jay gets so frustrated.
Jay doesn't know whether to talk to him anymore without making him cry. You're a bully.
Yeah, I'm a real bully. It's the first time in my life where I can actually say, like, I'm not really mean to anybody.
Right. You don't mean to be.
But Fez, like, for some reason, whatever I say, because I used to be really mean to everybody.
Yeah, he has no
Now
idea.
I'm just like this, Sid Arthur character, just rolling through life, just trying to get paid, my nigga. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Yeah, stacking checks, breaking whatever with the blacks. So, our president smokes Newports. What are you gonna do? Neil Strauss, welcome aboard. It's ADD Radio. Okay. Ask the Dust, by the way, is a great book. It's amazing when they go into the woods and start building for no reason and drink too much wine, and they all begin hallucinating in the woods. Is that Ask the Dust?
Not sure.
Him and his father are like obsessed with making something, like a little.
No, that's something else, man. But that sounds good.
Oh, okay, good.
I should have played along and been like, yes, that's the book.
Yeah, that's exactly it.
Yeah, you're talking to the star of, Gary Unmarried here.
Yes.
Strauss.
Yeah, it's a big hit in the literary world. Gary Unmarried. Opie, so one of the best book I read last year was Wally Lamb, This Much I Know Is True.
What is that about?
I don't know.
Wally Lamb is, a guy has a brother, like a twin brother, but his twin brother's like kind of special. He chops off his own hand in the library for Christ. So he has to go visit his brother in the mental hospital all the time, and it's just a whole family history. It's one of those books you're like, how is this guy going to tie all this stuff up?
Right.
Or, Penthouse Letters is good in a pinch.
Hey, what's that book? There's a book about a guy who has some kind of a weird disease. It's true though.
Jim Norton's.
That's not a weird disease. It was when Jenny Gump got it.
Happy endings. Happy endings.
Yes, happy endings.
Happy endings. Yes, was a fine book. A real literary
Meaty breasted
sensation.
zilch. As I said, I'm walking my dog. I said that right when I walked past an older lady. A meaty breasted zilch. She's like, what did I do?
No, there's a book about a guy who gets a weird disease and his whole body shuts down. And honestly, God, he can only blink
The
his.
Diving Bell and the Butterfly.
I read that.
Book.
What's it called?
I saw the movie based on it, The Diving Bell and the Butterfly.
The Diving Bell and the Butterfly about a guy who can only blink his whole body.
I read that.
Stop.
I don't see
And
the
he blinks
movie
a
yet,
book
but-
out.
Get out of here! He blinks a book
blinked the
out.
book.
Dude,
Yeah.
he was brilliant, this guy.
It must have taken forever.
Yes, the pen kept falling out of his eye.
How do you blink a book?
The book is really good.
To a nurse, I think, right?
Really
Yeah.
good, yeah. He
I think
learns
they had
how
a
to
system.
communicate by just blinking with one eye, and
Right.
they figured it out, and then he
That's
decided.
yes or no.
He decided-
That's yes or no book.
No, there was I don't know. It was she would point at all the letters, and when he got to the L, let's say, or she got to the L, he would blink like, okay, he wants an
Hey,
L.
hold on. Neil
This
Strauss,
thing-
you wrote the game, didn't you?
Yes, he did.
Yeah.
Oh, my God. You are awesome.
Jay, did you read the game? It's one of the fucking most inspirational books I ever read.
I love the movie. I never saw the...
The game. I like the rapper.
No, I liked it. No, yes, of course I read the game. That's why I'm like, oh, my God, it's Neil Strauss. I
Yeah.
got about the game.
He also wrote Dirt, the Motley Crue book.
Not so much. But listen,
You just haven't read it. You just haven't read it.
what I want to know about the game, Neil Strauss,
Yeah,
is
Jim
where
Moore.
is your chapter about taking out your dick and saying, what are we going to do about this?
Yay! That is the Jay Moore move.
Exactly.
It's a great move.
Yeah, that's for the sequel. That's its own book.
Yeah, you sit in the car and you just
Or
pull
a
your
short
dick
story.
out and go, what are we going to do about this?
Is that really the move?
Yeah, that's one of his moves.
And how does that work for
That's
you?
Sonny Corleone. You knock out the passenger side window.
No, let's talk about it. There is a style that some guys do, especially people in Hollywood. I don't know why. There's some big producers who whip it out and kind of have a little line.
Hey,
in it.
here it is.
And how often does that work? What's the percentage?
Depends on how far away you are from home.
Yeah.
Jay?
My wife was at a party like
Did he duck the
8
question?
years ago, 10 years ago, and Mickey Rourke was standing next to her in white sweatpants and a heart on. And he stood there with his dick like 2 inches from her face. And I said, "You didn't get up there, did she?" She goes, "Hell no." She just sat there and stared at it. I said, "Was it huge? Was it like smelly?" She goes, "It was completely average. It was just more like how beat his sweatsuit was amazed me." He had like the old guy at the club sweatsuit going.
God. So, Jay, I really want to know about this line. How does it work for you, for real?
Yeah.
Me?
Yeah.
Well, I've been off the market for quite a while, Mr. Strauss.
Okay, so the line's a joke. You haven't done it before, is what you're saying.
Well, you make out with a chick, and you make out with a chick, and you touch her boobs and stuff, and then I sound like saying like you touch her boobs and stuff, you know. And no, it's good. And, you touch her boobs, and you're making out, and you try to get some, and it's not going anywhere, and then finally you just take out 8 inches of luscious stiffness. And you go, "What are we going to do about this?"
And then what happens?
She says, "Measure it accurately."
Stop using the metric system.
It's either the end of the relationship or the beginning of something fantastic.
Yes.
Yeah, because that would make sense. If you're not getting anywhere, it's a good last-ditch effort.
But there are other efforts one can take.
Yeah?
Like that's sort of like an all-or-nothing thing, and I don't like to take risks. I like to make
That
sure it
is
works
all or
all the
nothing.
time. So do you want to know some real tactics for?
Yes.
Yeah.
There's a word for that. It's called last-minute resistance. Last-minute resistance is like the way guys are scared to approach women, right?
Mm-hmm.
Women aren't scared to approach. What they're really usually scared of is that moment, that point of no return.
Yeah.
They're going to go to the point of no return. They get scared. There's a fear reflex, which probably is like evolutionary there from having babies or something. So anyway, there's the old school ways. Wash, rinse, repeat. Right? You kind of back up and start all over again.
Yeah.
Another way to do it is you beat them to their objections. Always, at any point with meeting a woman for real, you anticipate their objections. So you stop first. Be like, "You know what? This is too crazy. We got to stop." You got to be like, you're trying so hard to control yourself. It's like, I'm trying so hard to control myself. You're making it crazy. You go around that side of the bed. I'm here. No more of this.
Well, that's good.
So
I'm getting horny talking to them.
You beat them to it. And then the third and kind of most powerful thing is called the freeze out. And this is like if you've done these other two, they're not working, and like you've gone, you're putting your hand on her shirt for like the third time, and she slaps her hand away. You don't get into debate about it. You say, "Okay, cool, no problem." You flip on the lights. You turn off the music. You bring your laptop out. I have a friend, or that guy Mystery from the VH1 show, used to bring a chessboard out, and and you're not emotional about it. You're like, "Okay, cool, no worries." And once she was feeling good and having a nice time before, now it's all gone. And after a while, she'll re-engage your attention.
Pull out the laptop and start jerking off to internet porn right in front of her. Fuck it, I don't need
Dakota
you.
Fanning pictures.
She leans over. She's like, "What's tranny surprise?"
Exactly. Chicks with what? Well, that's right, sweetie.
Freeze out.
Yeah.
Neil Strauss, in that situation, where do you stand on rape?
I'm
in the carpooling at kindergarten. I got it.
That was a good transition. Nice transition.
Can I tell you the fucking... All right, Jay, take care, mate.
I love you, boys.
What day next week, you know?
I don't know. I got to ask Jimmy.
Yeah. Well, we got to start pumping your big visit up.
Yes,
we
Jay.
We haven't seen you in a while.
We had Karen. Why'd you do that, Karen?
They would have found it.
Karen, don't tell Jimmy.
They were going to find it.
Hey, Neil Strauss,
Yeah.
I'm going to see your ass later, and you know what the
That's
fuck.
cool. And I'd like to say that your technique is a lot closer to rape than mine.
Yeah, really.
Right on. All right, Jay.
Take care, buddy.
We'll see Jay Moore next week, the
Jay.
star of Gary Unmarried. And we're wrapping up, too. Neil Strauss, Emergency. This book will save your life. It looks like you got 3 of us hooked at least.
Yeah, awesome. I like this.
We're all going to watch that, read this, and the game and Dirt and everything else.
Yeah, Neil, I've been a fan for a long time, and so I'm very happy you came in. And I haven't read this book yet, but I'm going to tell you, the game fucking works. I didn't do it like you did it, but those little weird things, freeze out, all that shit, like stop it from when they're like, when a girl says something like, we're not going to fuck. You're like, nah, of course we're not going to fuck. You think I'd fuck you the first time? I don't even know you. And it really makes them feel stupid for thinking that you're thinking that way, and it kind of puts them into question the way. It's fucking amazing how that stuff works.
No, it changes your reality. That's why I'm here with the 3 girls.
And what was that other book that I got to pick up today?
Ask the Dust, John Fante.
After the Dust?
Ask the Dust.
Ask the Dust.
It's quick. It's a good read.
I'm gonna read it. You better leave your number because I'm gonna yell at you if it sucks.
All right, done.
I'm kidding. Neil Strauss, come back.
All right,
man.
thanks, guys. That was a blast.
Right on. We had a good time.
Thanks, man.
And I think we're heading out. Do we have to give the Carson's ribs out?
You don't have to. You can.
Oh, look, we look cool in front of Neil Strauss, and now we got to give ribs out. Who wants ribs out there? We'll give it to the black guy. Oh, yeah. We'll give the ribs to the black guy today. Carson's ribs, brother. All right? Carson's Ribs. Mouth-watering meals from America's premier barbecue restaurant. Delivered right to your door in a safe and sophisticated cooler. It's a guaranteed fantastic meal with no fuss. To order, call 888-999-RIBS. And check this out, Neil Strauss. Ribs.com they got.
I'm in.
Perfect, right? Carson's Ribs. You get a $100 gift certificate for ribs. That's it for us today.
You
or not?
Got laser sight on your bedroom gun?
No, do you?
Yeah.
I don't think they're not that accurate, though.
You know what, though? Close range.
Right.
I feel that it's better if you're just waking up and groggy.
Right.
Iron sights are a little rough with your eyes like that. If you could just point that laser and let it rip. I'm not talking, 50 yards away.
Go to
I'm
the
talking right there at the door to your room. Someone's coming in.
I just got some good night sights on a practice night shooting at this place called the Gun Sight Academy in Arizona.
Yeah.
You can do it in your sleep when you're done.
What's your what's your favorite handgun?
I like the Springfield XD.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I have a HK 40. That's a great carry gun.
Great gun.
But then the night table gun is a 45.
Yeah, it's got to be a 45.
Yeah. You don't know what the hell's coming through the door.
No, it'll take him down.
Yeah. Goodbye. Love
Cool.
it.
Why'd you guys fucking
Love
build
it.
a bunker together?
Yes.
She's soulmates.
We'll talk after.
All right, man. Thank you very much.
See you guys.
Again, Emergency. This book will save your life. Neil Strauss, thanks so much. Another fine program.
I'll say.
Yes. Be back. Same bat time, same bat channel.
Go,
Yeah.
screw.
All right, man. Later.